the sign of the Flying Red Horse. The makers of Mobile Gas and Mobile Oil bring you Orson Welles.
Hello, folks. Good evening, everybody. This is Orson Welles. Tonight, the Mercury Wonder Show is pitching its tents at Camp Cook near Lompoc, California. We always make it a practice to arrive a little early at these camps so we can spend a few hours getting acquainted with the men. And this afternoon, I was having a cup of coffee, and a PFC came over and asked me for my autograph. And I said, sure, where do you want me to sign? He said, right here on this piece of toast. I said, you mean you want me to sign my name on a piece of toast? He said, yeah, after what we've been getting on that toast, your name will be a pleasure. But you really, seriously, you meet some interesting fellows around the service club. One fellow I spoke with had a chest full of ribbons. I asked him what the blue one was, and he said campaign ribbon. I got that on the beach at Casablanca. And I said, what's the green one? He said, the campaign ribbon. I got that one on the beach at Messina. And then I said, what's the red one? He said, lipstick. I got that on the beach at Pismo. I got talking to a couple of MPs for the benefit of our listeners, radio audience. An MP is a military policeman. A military policeman who really likes to see a soldier have a good time. In fact, there's one thing, only one thing an MP likes better, and that's preventing a soldier from having a good time. But the MPs really do a great job no matter where they are. In one camp I entertained, we had Gypsy Rose Lee on the show, quite an accomplished artiste. And would you believe it, in the middle of her act, two MPs jumped up on the stage and tried to arrest Gypsy for being out of uniform. Well, that's what I call devotion to duty. Comes time now for you to meet our guest of the evening, a lovely young star who was recently voted by you men as the girl you would most like to stand guard duty with, Susan Hayward.
Thanks a lot, fellas. Hello, Orson.
Susan, where'd you disappear to? We arrived here at 3 o'clock. I haven't seen you since.
Well, I got talking to one of the soldiers. Such a sweet boy. He invited me out with him tomorrow. Some social function they have every few weeks. I think it's called bivouac.
Bivouac. Oh, yes, that's a sort of a camping trip where the soldiers roast marshmallows and have scads of fun.
Sort of a picnic, huh? Did the wax go along?
No, it's not that much of a picnic. That soldier, he must have been a cute kid, this soldier you're talking to, Susan.
Oh, he was nice. He took me to the map room and showed me the gun emplacements, and then he asked me if I'd like to see some field operations.
He couldn't have been an ordinary soldier. Did he have any stripes on his sleeve?
No stripes. Oh, but he must have been doing very good in school, because he had a silver star on each shoulder.
Just a plain soldier, yes. Well, Susan, we've cooked up a nice little playlist for you to appear in tonight, so we think it's nice anyway. But while the sound man is setting up his door slam, let's listen while Kay Thompson sings Louisiana Purchase with a fine group of Thompsonian singers.
Oh, Louisiana Purchase, I'll tell you what it means. It means I'd like to tell you New Orleans. Come on. New Orleans, go to town way down in New Orleans. Louisiana salesman with nothing in his jeans. That's why I'd like to tell you New Orleans. Come on. New Orleans, go to town way down in New Orleans. Where does that heat come from? That rhythmic beat come from? And that red meat come from? New Orleans. Louisiana purchase. I've told you what it means. It means I'd like to sell you New Orleans. Come on, and you can all go to town, way down in New Orleans. You can take your Philadelphia scrapple and your Boston baked beef, but the love of my life is New Orleans. Louisiana. It's just a few points by Louisiana. That's where those blue points come from, Louisiana. Down in New Orleans. New Orleans is in Louisiana. Louisiana, my home is in Louisiana. New Orleans, where they have the Mardi Gras, where they all get their dress and walk around and laugh. Ha ha. Rice and chicken gumbo, and beautiful girls is right on the Gulf Stream. Louisiana purchase. I'll tell you what it means. Ha ha ha. Louisiana purchase. I'll tell you what it means. If you want to make a purchase, we will give you purchase at a price. Now ain't that nice? No place could be grander. No place could be grander than my Louisiana. Louisiana, 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 Louisiana. Louisiana, my home. No place could be grander. No place could be grander than my Louisiana. New Orleans, Louisiana. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Louisiana is for sale. Do you wanna buy it? It's for sale.
Now there's a song. Could be if I could sing, I'd sing the praises of Mobile Oil to that. Mobile Oil, Mobile Oil, Mobile Oil. But honest, folks, your car deserves a good, fresh dose of Mobile Oil, the largest selling motor oil on earth. Think back. When did you last change your oil? You know, summer driving calls for summer oil. Don't drive with thin, tired winter oil. It's risky. Your motor runs especially hot in summer, and that thin, worn oil can break down easily, expose important engine parts to damage. Do right by your car, folks. Have the crankcase filled up with summer Mobile Oil, the right grade for hot, dusty driving days. Mobile Oil is built for today's wartime driving. It guards each vital engine part against friction. Actually helps to keep your engine clean. Drive in at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. And to see your car run better, longer, ask for Mobile Oil.
And now, without further ado, the Mercury Players present a little GI fable, a drama of life in these United States, the year 1944. The scene, a little bungalow not far from the aeroplane plant, where our hero, Harvey Watson, is employed. As we look in on him now, Harvey is puttering around the kitchen. Oh, happy days are here again. Oh, happy days are... Just a minute. Happy days are here. Hello, Newton.
Hello, Harvey. What are you so happy about?
Why shouldn't I be happy? My wife's coming home tonight. She's got a 2-week furlough. Oh, happy days are here again. Come in, Newton. Don't slam the door. I've got a cake in the oven. Somebody's coming to our house, to our house, to our house.
How did Judy
to...
manage to get a furlough so soon?
Oh, she did something very clever, and they rewarded her for it. Seemed some of the girls were repairing the colonel's Jeep, and one of the girls started to install a bazooka instead of an exhaust pipe. Judy discovered it just in time to keep the wax from having the only colonel in the Army with jet propulsion. What a girl. There she is. How do I look?
Oh, fine.
Oh, I don't. My hair's a mess. Help me out of this apron. Coming.
Harvey.
Judy. Gosh, you look wonderful. Let me look at you.
Oh, Harvey.
Oh, Judy. Darling, you got your stripe.
Uh-huh. Technician, 5th grade.
How wonderful. Kiss me. Honey, you're a 1st grade technician.
Well, I guess I better be going.
Hey, what's your hurry, Newton? See you next month.
Oh, gosh, how I've missed you.
Not half as much as I've missed you, honey. I'm proud of you in that uniform and everything, but did you have to join up on our honeymoon?
Well, darling, you know I wanted to wait till we got back from Niagara Falls.
Oh, I know your mother talked you into it. We never should have taken her along.
Well, let's forget it, dear. I've got a 2-week furlough. What's wrong with having our honeymoon now?
What's wrong? Oh, Judy. I wonder who that is.
Mother! Oh, your majority has come through. Gosh, gold maple leaves.
Hello, Mother, and congratulations, Major.
Eddie, smoke if you like.
Gee, you look wonderful in that uniform, Mother.
Don't be so formal. Call me Major. Well, come on in, Mother, and sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Now, quit polishing the apples. Well, I finally got to the outfit I've been hoping for.
Which one is that, Mother?
112th Paratroopers.
Well, I'm so happy for you, Mother. I mean, Major.
Won't you stay and have dinner with us?
I might as well. I'm hungry enough to eat a bear. Go ahead, Harvey. Get the chow on.
Yes, sir. I mean, Mother. I'll put the food on.
How long is your furlough, Judy?
2 weeks?
So's mine. Say, I've got a wonderful idea. I'll stay here with you, Judy. You could use a little indoctrination.
Harvey! Harvey, what happened?
I dropped the mashed potatoes.
Oh, that was a wonderful dinner, Harvey. Wasn't it, Mother?
It might have been with mashed potatoes.
Oh.
Come, Judy, let's have our coffee inside while Harvey cleans up the dishes.
Well, couldn't I come inside and talk a while, too?
Come, Harvey, no gold bricking. I said do the dishes. That's a detail. Now get on the ball.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Old battle axe, button into everything.
What are you planning to do with your furlough, daughter?
Well, Harvey and I haven't really had a honeymoon, Mother, so I'm just going to spend this 2 weeks with Harvey.
Sounds monotonous. That's right, Butterfingers.
Butterfingers. Steady, Harvey. Put that knife down. You'll never get away with it.
Well, Mother, we won't be together every night. On Fridays, Harvey usually goes to the fight.
Oh, the fight. Those men who say they're going out to the fight.
Ground glass might do it. Ground glass would show up in the autopsy. Let me see now.
Well, all I know is I was married for 20 years, and my husband never left home to see a fight.
He didn't have to.
Before your father and I agreed to a divorce, he never drank, never smoked, gave me his pay envelope sealed, and never stayed out one night. He was a pretty fair man. I guess he's dead now.
He's not dead. He's hiding.
Yes, your father was a good man, Judy. And when I think of the men you could have had, and what you wound up with. You better tell him to stop, Judy, before he wrecks the plumbing, too.
I'll be through in a minute, dear. A revolver might do it. You see, Your Honor, we were just looking at the gun. I didn't know it was loaded. No, that's an old one. That won't do it.
Oh, darling, let me finish.
Nonsense, you're tired. Let Harvey do them. Come to think of it, we must all be tired. Maybe we'd better turn in.
All right. Mother, you take the bedroom, and Harvey and I will manage all right down here on the day bed.
You'll do nothing of the sort. You deserve a good, soft bed.
Mother's right, Judy.
Well, if you insist, Mother.
I certainly do. Go right upstairs. I'll be up in a minute. Harvey can sleep down here. Well, lucky I brought the field kit. We'll have something to eat out of tomorrow. Good night, Harvey.
Good night, Mother.
Good night, Harvey.
Good night, Judy. Night, Judy. Oh, no, Judy. Well, guess I might as well turn in.
No.
Oh, the cat. Here, Tom. Here, Tom. Come on. We've been out late enough. Come on, Tom. Get in here before Mother takes away your good conduct ribbon. What's the matter? What's the matter?
Everybody up!
I'm sorry, Mother. I didn't realize it was after 5. I'll get the coffee on right away.
Very well. Call me. I'll be in the garden.
Good morning, Harvey.
Oh, Judy, I can't stand this any longer. I've had 2 weeks of it, and it's driving me nuts. I'm going to a psychoanalyst.
Oh, but, darling, look, I can't say anything to her. She's my superior officer.
But does she have to play soldier all the time? Just because I forgot to kiss her goodnight, I got gigged.
KP again today?
Yeah, KP, and those GI practical jokes of her.
Now, honey, look, she won't be here very long.
I know, but I don't care if she is your mother. I don't like anybody tying knots in my dental floss. Well, I just don't, that's all. What if I do like a little snack late at night? That's not funny, putting a booby trap in the icebox.
Well, where's breakfast?
I was just going to get it, Mother. Here we are.
Well, this hasn't been a bad furlough. But I think I'll go back to camp this morning.
Oh, do you have to, Mother? Ow!
Excuse me, dear. Was that your shin that bumped into my foot?
There's a train in 15 minutes. Wonder if I can make it.
Can you make it? We'll help you. Grab that sack, Judy. I've got this one.
Push me down!
Goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Judy, dear. You may kiss me now. I've a number. Parker. Up, 2, 3.
I guess I've got a little goodbye kiss for Mother, too.
Don't get mushy.
Oh, Judy, darling.
Oh, Harvey, alone at last. Now, look, don't feel badly about Mother, dear. We still have all day together. A whole wonderful day.
Yeah. And just think we can sleep right through till 8 o'clock tomorrow.
And no bugle waking us up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Harvey, do you love me?
Yeah. Wait till I put these dishes away.
Kiss me?
You bet I will. Now, who can that be? Judy, it's the Colonel.
Grandma!
Just got a 24-hour pass. Thought I'd spend it with you. Hattie! Smoke, if you like.
A car drives in at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. It's grimy, weather-beaten, and dull. That car looks like Sam Hill. Now we'll allow a few seconds for transformation. That same car drives out like a showroom job. It's gleaming, sparkling, the colors restored. Enter looking like 2 cents, exit looking like $1 million. What went on? Mobile gloss and mobile wax went on. The body of that car got those 2 famous beautifiers, mobile gloss and mobile wax. You can do it yourself or have them applied by your friendly mobile gas dealer. Mobile gloss, which goes on first, cleans the finish and restores its original color and brilliance. Next, a sturdy, shining coat of mobile wax protects the surface, brings up the luster, keeps it gleaming for months. Try it. It's so easy. And the results are a knockout. You won't know your own car, folks. Drive in at the sign of the Flying Red Horse and ask for mobile gloss and mobile wax. Also, get your free use tax stamp protector. Have your mobile gas dealer paste it over the use tax stamp on your windshield. It protects your stamp when the windshield's washed or polished. Get yours free.
Thanks, Lou. And now our Mercury All-Star Jazz combination, which I think we should mention, includes the following great instrumentalists. Kid Ory trombone, Zutty Singleton drums, Bud Scott guitar, Ed Garland bass, Norman Bowden trumpets, and Fred Washington piano. They offer you now Royal... Tonight I'm going to read to you a couple of speeches from Shakespeare's Richard II, in scenes 2 and 3, Act 3. Bolingbroke has risen against Richard. His numbers are growing, and Richard, returning to England, learns that the rebellion may cost him his throne. Of comfort no man seek. Let's talk of graves, of worms and epitaph. Make dust our paper, and with rainy eyes write sorrow on the bosom of the earth. Let's choose executors, and talk of wills, and yet not so, for what can we bequeath, save our deposed bodies to the ground? Our lands, our lives, and all are Bolingbroke's, and nothing can we call our own but death, and that small model of the barren earth, which serves as paste and cover to our bones. For God's sake, let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings, how some have been deposed, some slain in war, some haunted by the ghosts they have deposed, some poisoned by their wives, some sleeping killed, all murdered. For within the hollow crown that rounds the mortal temples of a king keeps death his court, and there the antic sits, scoffing his state and grinning at his pomp, allowing him a breath, a little scene to monarchize, be feared, and kill with looks, infusing him with self and vain conceit, as if this flesh which walls about our life were brass impregnable, and humored thus comes at the last, and with a little pin bores through his castle wall. And farewell, King.
My liege, one word.
He does me double wrong that wounds me with the flatteries of his tongue. Discharge my followers, let them hence away from Richard's night to Bolingbroke's fair day. What must the king do now? Must he submit? The king shall do it. Must he be deposed? The king shall be contented. Must he lose the name of king? For God's name, let it go. I'll give my jewels for a set of beads, my gorgeous palace for a hermitage, my gay apparel for an almsman's gown, my figured goblets for a dish of wood, my scepter for a palmer's walking staff, my subjects for a pair of carded saints, and my large kingdom for a little grave. A little grave. An obscure grave. Or I'll be buried in the king's highway, some way of common trade where subjects' feet may hourly trample on their sovereign's head. For on my heart they tread whilst now I live, and buried once, why not upon my head? O Merle, thou weepst, my tender-hearted cousin. We'll make foul weather with despised tears. Our sighs and they shall lodge the summer corn and make a dearth in this revolting land. Or shall we play the wantons with our woes and make some pretty match with shedding tears?
As thus, to drop them still upon one place, till they have fretted us a pair of graves within the earth, and therein laid their lives. Two kinsmen dig their grave with weeping eyes. Would not this ill do well? Well, I see. I talk but idly, and you laugh at me. Most mighty prince, my lord Northumberland, what says King Bolingbroke? Will his majesty give Richard leave to live till Richard die? You make a leg, and Bolingbroke says aye.
My lord, in the base court he doth attend to speak with you. May it please you to come down.
Down I come, like glistering Phaeton, wanting the manage of unruly jades. In the base court where kings grow base, to come at traitors' calls and do them grace. In the base court, come down! Down court! Down king! For night owl shriek, where mounting lark should sing.
Listen in again next Wednesday night, and the makers of Mobil Oil and Mobil Gas again bring you Orson Welles. Susan Hayward appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, producers of I Love a Soldier. Kay Thompson appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Bathing Beauty. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil bring you Orson Welles.
Good evening, everybody. This is Orson Welles. Tonight, the Mercury Wonder Show is pitching its tent at the Los Angeles Port of Embarkation in Wilmington, and right here, I'm sorry to have to make this announcement. But the guest star we originally planned to have with us tonight just wasn't available at this time, so we had to take somebody else. I know this is a big disappointment to you, but it just couldn't be helped. So appearing with us tonight instead of Bela Lugosi is Lana Turner. Thanks for taking it like this. You fellas are really good sports. Well, I know why you feel this way about Lana. I guess you've heard what a good job she's been doing playing all the Army camps. And not only just the big ones. Last week, Lana played a camp so small, the CO was an acting PFC. Well, we had a nice trip. We had a nice trip coming down here to the camp tonight. The officers were swell, particularly Colonel Herbert. We were very flattered. We've never had a colonel come to Hollywood to escort us to the camp before. Of course, we've never had Lana Turner on the program before. I sat in the front of the car, and the colonel sat in the back next to Lana. It's the first time I've ever seen a colonel with barbecued eagles. And now, just in a minute, we're going to bring you one of our regular Mercury GI fables, a little something starring the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer somebody, Miss Lana Turner, plus the celebrated Private Mulvihill of See Here Private Hargrove, Dr. Keenan Wynn. But first, who's here but Johnny McIntyre?
Well, here it is, folks. Sound Man's Holiday, or the case of the cranky crankcase. Listen. A car goes limping along the road. The crankcase is very low on oil. What little it's got is winter oil, tired out and thin. What it needs is a fill-up of fresh summer Mobil oil, the right grade for midsummer driving. Without fresh oil, that car's headed toward a breakdown. But wait. It's not too late. Just ahead looms the sign of the Flying Red Horse, that famous stop where a friendly fellow sells summer Mobil oil. And that car's turning in. Yes, that thirsty crankcase is going to get Mobil oil. And Mobil oil will ward off wear and friction. It will keep the motor clean and running smoothly. Listen. Hear that? That's more like it. Mobile oil is the proper grade for hot and dusty driving days. That car's all set for summer, and it's set to run much better longer. Take the tip and keep your crankcase filled with regular changes of summer mobile oil, the world's largest selling motor oil.
You know, nowadays, the Mercury Theater is spending most of its time entertaining servicemen with a magic show, and this gets us around to an awful lot of Army camps. Well, in one of the camps, just a week or so back, they told us a story. We can't tell you the name of the camp, but we can tell you the story. Maybe you won't believe this story, but we do. We want to. Here it is the way we heard it. You'll decide for yourself what to think about it. Seems a lot of Joes in this camp were chewing the fat on the front porch of the service club.
Well, it's weird, that's what it is.
Yeah, what was it? How did it happen?
Well, like I'm telling you, some dumb clerk leaves a truck on the hill in back of Barrack C and forgets to put the brakes on.
Yeah.
Now, the first thing I know, the truck starts rolling. Now, here's the truck rolling down the hill, heading off the road, and it's loaded with shells, mind you. So I closes my eyes and I holds my ears. You know how loud noises disturbs me. Well, after a minute, nothing happens, so I opens my eyes. And there's the truck stopped dead in the middle of the hill, and sitting on the ground 6 inches in front of the truck is Private Holloway.
Was he hurt bad?
No, it didn't touch him, I tell you. It comes to a stop 6 inches in back of him, and the truck just stood there, kind of quivering all over.
Well, didn't Holloway see it coming?
No, he was just sitting there looking at a picture of Lana Turner.
No wonder the truck was quivering. I'd quiver a little myself.
Hey, Schnitzer!
What is it, Sarge?
Where's Holloway?
In the barracks, looking at Lana Turner's picture.
Well, go get him.
Oh, no, I ain't going near him. There's something about that guy that ain't kosher. He's looking at that picture. Strange things happen, and he's always looking at it and talking to it. You made me love you. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. You made me love you, and all the time you knew it. I guess you always do it. Oh, gee, Lana, I never get tired of looking at your picture. All the other guys got 15 or 20 pictures, all different girls. I used to have pictures of all the different movie stars until I found your picture. Now I'm ready to settle down. I guess I've always been crazy about you. I'll never forget you in Honky Tonk, where you were married to Clark Gable, and he was always leaving you to play poker. You cried because you didn't think he was ever coming back. I wasn't so sure he was either. Gosh, how you cried. But at the end of the picture, he did come back, and then I cried. You won't remember this, Lana, but I met you once face to face. Honest Injun, I did. I was standing outside the canteen. You came rushing out the stage door and bumped into me, right smack into me. You didn't hurt me, though. You thought you did. You looked right at me and said, "I'm sorry," and patted me on the cheek. That was 1.5 years ago, and I still haven't washed that spot. Then one day I saw your picture on a billboard advertising Swoon Queen Bubble Soap. Well, what's good enough for you is good enough for me, Lana. I borrowed a soup vat from the kitchen and took a bubble bath. Gosh, it was frothy. And just like you said in the ad, Lana, those bubbles sure last, because ever since that day, we've been getting soup with a head on it. I don't have to tell you how I'm feeling. The very mention of your name sets my heart reeling. You know you made me love you. Gosh, Lana, I wish I could see you again in person. When I was a kid, Mother always told me that if you wished hard enough for something, it'd come true. But I guess that's just one of those fairy stories mothers tell their kids.
What makes you say that?
Well, after all, when you grow up, you just know that those things are impossible. They just can't happen. And that...
Well, what's the matter?
Well, You? Lana, I mean Miss Turner, here.
Well, you wished for me, didn't you?
Well, gee, I never dreamed that. A girl here in the barracks. I think it's against the rules. I could get gigged for this.
Oh, then you want me to leave?
Oh, no, please don't. But maybe I'd better find someplace to hide you.
Oh, that isn't necessary. Nobody can see or hear me. Here, let me show you something. Look in that mirror. Can you see me?
No, that's strange. I can see me in the mirror. Maybe there's no room for you. Gosh, this may be all a dream. You may not be here at all.
Oh, I'm here, all right. I'll prove it to you. Here.
Boy, are you here. Now I don't have to wash either side of my face. Gee, Lana Turner right here in the barracks with me. I haven't been so happy since they showed us Jane Eyre. But how did you get here? Where'd you come from?
Now, don't ask any questions. There are some things that can't be explained.
But my sergeant doesn't like things that can't be explained. He wouldn't understand. In fact, there are a lot of things he doesn't understand even after they've been explained to him.
Well, now that I'm here, what would you like to do? Are you hungry? I could arrange a big lunch just by snapping my fingers. Steak, French fried potatoes, apple pie.
Oh, no, thanks, no. We soldiers prefer K rations.
Well, then perhaps we can have some fun. I'll drive into town and we can take in a show and then go for a moonlight drive through the park.
Oh, it's awfully nice of you, Lana, but I couldn't make it tonight. You see, if I stay in camp tonight, I have a chance to hear the Articles of War again.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand you, soldier. Why did you wish for me?
Well, I don't know. I just like to look at you and talk to you and...
Oh. Well, all right, then. Let's talk. What would you like to discuss? Girls?
Please. There are some things we soldiers don't talk about. Lana, I don't like to mention this, but you're beginning to fade a little. I don't see you as well as I did before.
Oh, that always happens when I get a little tired.
Come to think of it, I'm a little tired, too. What do you say? Let's split a salt tablet.
No, what I need is lunch, and I'm going to have a little right now. Abacadabra.
Hey, where did this turkey come from?
Well, now, never mind. Just dig in.
Look at that turkey.
I'll help myself.
This turkey leg is wonderful. This must be made from real turkey. You better duck. Here comes my sergeant. Look out now.
Oh, now, don't worry. He can't see or hear me.
But look out. Here he is.
Holloway, I thought I told you. Hey, Holloway, what are you doing with your hands up to your mouth?
Be careful what you say. He can't see the turkey leg either.
Holloway, I said, what are you doing with your hands up to your mouth?
I'm playing a harmonica.
You what?
I'm playing a harmonica, and it's delicious.
You're playing a harmonica. Leave us hear you play My Old Kentucky Home.
Well, I can't do it without salt and pepper.
Oh, you can't do it. Now, wait a minute, sad sack. What's cooking?
Now, please, Sarge, watch your language. There's a lady present.
Oh, excuse me, miss. Hey, what is this?
Oh, now you've let the cat out. You better explain it to her.
All right, I will, dear.
Well, it's very nice of you, sweetheart. Hey, what's going on here?
Well, Sarge, this is kind of hard to explain. You see, to understand, you have to believe in fairy stories.
Now, wait a minute, soldier. Smile when you say that.
Wait, Sarge. What I'm trying to say is there's a girl here with me.
Oh, hiding a girl in the barracks.
No. She's standing right here next to me, Sarge, only you can't see her.
Oh, I can't see her.
Oh.
I suppose she come with the harmonica.
Well, yes, in a way, Sarge. Oh, I might as well introduce you to you, Sarge. This is Lana Turner.
Well, I'm glad to know you. I'm Charles Boyer.
No, Sarge, I know it's hard to believe, but honest, Lana Turner is standing here right next to me.
Oh, it's not so hard to believe. Look who's standing next to me. Gypsy Rose Lee. Miss Lee, this is Miss Turner, and this is Private Holloway. Why don't we all go up to Miss Muffet's house and sit around on some tuffets and eat some curds and whey? Come with me, you G.I. Cinderella. At ease. What is it, Sergeant? I got Private Holloway outside, Lieutenant. I think you better see him. What's the trouble? I think he blew his top. What? Maybe I'd better explain. I walked into our barracks just now, and Holloway has got a harmonica, only I can't see it, and he can't play it because he ain't got no salt and pepper.
Just a moment, Sergeant. What was that again?
Well, look, sir, maybe I'd better bring Holloway in.
Yes, do that.
Right this way, Private.
Thank you, Sergeant.
I better go in with you.
Oh, you do,
At ease,
please.
Private.
Yes.
Oh, he's good looking, isn't he?
Handsomest lieutenant on the post.
Flattery will get you nowhere, soldier.
Oh, and he's so cute when he gets mad.
Please, you'll get me into a jam. Don't say anything more, honey.
What was that?
Oh, I wasn't speaking to you, sir.
Well, let's hope not.
Lana, can't you do something? Can't you make them understand, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, soldier. They can't see me, and I haven't the power to make them see me. Here, let me show you. See? I'm waving my handkerchief right in front of the lieutenant's face.
Holloway, how long have you been using perfume?
Well, you've got me wrong, sir. I never use anything but GI soap.
GI soap never smelled that good. If I'm not mistaken, that's taboo.
The sergeant doesn't smell as good as he thinks he does. It happens to be Chanel No. 5.
You're wrong, Sergeant. Chanel No. 5.
He admits it.
That settles it. Come on with me. All right. All right, Holloway. Just sit down and relax.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Oh, you can forget the sir here. Try to think of me as your friend, the doctor. Not as an officer.
Yes, sir. I mean doctor, sir.
You see, Holloway, sometimes when our minds are taxed or strained, we think we see things that don't actually exist.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, if there's anything I can do to help. What do you think you've been seeing, sir?
No, Holloway, I'm afraid you haven't got the idea. I'm talking about you, not me. Now, this vision that you think you've seen.
No, doctor, I thought you'd understand. It wasn't just a vision. It was really Lana Turner. I know her anywhere with her lovely blonde hair and cool blue eyes and luscious red lips and that perfect figure. There was no mistaking it. Why, she even put her arms around me and kissed me. Right here. Excuse me, Doc. That's a pencil you're lighting, not a cigarette.
Yeah, so it is. You see, Holloway, some of us have delusions. But that's all right. The danger is if we believe them.
Well, I don't know what you mean, Doc. I was sitting in my barracks looking at this picture of Lana Turner when all of a sudden there she was standing right next to me.
Maybe we better try the blocks. You see, Holloway, sometimes our imaginations build for us a world that doesn't really exist.
What's the matter, soldier? More trouble?
Oh, Lana, I'm so glad you showed up.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I was just talking to Lana. She's here now.
Now, Holloway, keep calm. Let's talk this over intelligently. Here, have a smoke.
No, thanks. I don't smoke pencil.
Oh, darn it, I did it again. Now, look, son, if you persist in this delusion, this vision that you claim to see of Lana Turner, you will eventually withdraw completely from the world of reality. Your life will become one long daydream filled with Lana Turner.
Oh, is that bad?
Holloway, there's nothing wrong with you. You're as sane as I am.
Saner?
But there are no ghosts, no spirits. We live in a world of facts, not fancy. Science. Science is a wonderful thing. A plus B equals C. Cause, effect. Now, let me show you. This button on my desk, you see wires run from it to a battery, which is in turn connected with a buzzer. I press the button, the buzzer rings. But if I walk away from the desk, if I do not push the buzzer...
Now, don't worry, soldier. I'll get you out of this.
Does the buzzer ring? Does it? Does it? That's the trouble with the wires they make today. Short circuits.
It wasn't a short circuit, Doctor. Lana pushed the button.
She did nothing of the sort. I must have pressed it myself. I often do that without thinking. I like to hear the buzzer buzz. It sounds pretty.
Doctor, I think you need a doctor.
You do? I mean, who asked you? Now, sit down and let's talk this over sensibly. Have a pencil, a cigarette. Now, listen to me, Holloway. If your girlfriend is in this room, she's the biggest hunk of nothing I ever saw.
Well, I like that.
Holloway, you can get 5 years for this.
I wasn't near you, sir. Lana did it. You shouldn't have spoken to her that way.
Lana did it. No. Lana Turner right here in these here barracks. Think of that. That's a lot of scuttlebutt. How do you know, Sarge? I read about a thing like that once in a book, where a guy was nuts about a dame, only couldn't see her because they kept her locked up in a tower with a dragon on guard duty, see? But this guy, he used to think about her so hard that she'd appear in front of him. And if people are crazy enough about each other, maybe it can happen. After all, love is sometimes a very beautiful and tender emotion. Kiss me. Oh, cut it out, son. All Holloway does is he holds Lana Turner's picture like this, huh? Then he talks to it and she appears, huh? That's what Holloway says. And I believe him.
Well, that's right. You believe that. Tomorrow I'll tell you all about the bees and the flowers. Look, Miss Turner, maybe I don't know the right words. Maybe Aunt holding this picture of yours is exactly right. But you can overlook that, can't you? If you could just appear right now. I mean, you wouldn't have to stay long. That is, I wouldn't hurt you or anything. What I mean is, just like to see you. Honest, Miss Turner. Honest. I believe in fairy stories. Maybe you're here now. If you are, Miss Turner, could you leave me know it somehow? Wouldn't have to be nothing elaborate. Just kiss me on the cheek or something. Go ahead. Miss Turner, you're not cooperating. Can't you even say a word to me? Huh?
Sergeant.
Was that you, dear?
Sergeant.
Oh, coming, Colonel.
What's wrong with everybody today? Where's Captain Peters?
He's in his office, sir, talking to a picture of Hedy Lamarr.
What's that?
I mean, I'll get him, sir.
And ask Private Holloway to step in here.
Yes, sir.
Holloway!
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is she
Yes,
still
sir.
with you, Holloway?
Right here next to me. Why?
Asked her to wave her handkerchief under my nose again.
Would you, Lana?
Of course. There.
Did you get it, Sarge?
It's heavenly, ain't it?
Yeah,
The Colonel wants to see you, Holloway.
Well, I'll go with you.
all right, you go along with it.
At ease, Private Holloway.
Yes, sir.
I have a report here that several incidents involving you have upset the routine today. Now, what's the trouble? Are you a malcontent?
Oh, no, sir.
Are you unhappy here? Would you like to be transferred?
Oh, no, sir. I'm very happy. This has been the happiest day of my life, sir.
Well, that's awfully sweet of you,
Oh,
Soldier.
no, I mean it, Lana, every word of it.
I beg your pardon.
No.
Well, I knew you liked me, but I didn't know you felt this way.
Oh, honey, I'm crazy about you.
What did you say, Holloway?
Oh, excuse me, sir. I'm busy. I've always felt this way about you, Lana.
You're busy?
I've always...
Oh, you're so sweet. You know that I could just kiss you for that, Soldier.
I wish you would kiss me.
Holloway, do you realize what you're saying?
Oh, excuse me, sir. I didn't mean you.
Never mind what you meant. And you can unpucker now.
Oh, gosh, I seem to be getting you into one jam after another.
Oh, I don't mind. It's worth it.
What's worth what? What are you talking about?
Oh, now I've got to explain it to him.
Well, go ahead. I'll try to help.
Well, you see, sir, it's this girl. I'm kind of stuck on her, and I think about her so much that sometimes I talk to her out loud.
That's the stuff. Keep punching.
All right, I'll keep right on punching. And then sometimes when I talk to her like that, it's just like she's really there or here.
Come on, now, keep
You know
it
what
up.
I mean?
Look, I'll wave my
Sir?
handkerchief under his nose.
Well, that's all there is to it, sir. And, of course, I don't expect you to believe me, but...
But I do believe you, Holloway.
Hooray! We got him.
You do, sir?
Yes. You see, Holloway, I, too, once felt the way you do about a girl.
Really, sir?
Mm-hmm. Lana Turner.
Oh, you darling, you.
Please, attention! Fall! Holloway, what was that? Did you see anything?
Well, I did, sir, but I don't think you did.
Oh, what was it? Something brushed my face. Here, what is this on my cheek? Lipstick?
It ain't strawberry jam, sir.
Well, that will be all, Private Holloway. Return to your quarters.
Yes, sir.
And Holloway.
Yes, sir.
Holloway, just between us, I don't think we should mention this to anyone.
No, sir.
Well, I guess that straightens everything out. So long, Soldier.
Oh, do you have to leave now? Oh, please, sir, before she goes, can I have a word with her alone?
Why, certainly I'll step outside.
Gee, he's the right guy.
She says you're a right guy, sir.
Really? You may thank her for me.
Gee, I just want to thank you, Miss Turner. It's been wonderful. Do you have to leave now?
Yes, I do.
Will I see you again?
Well, that's up to you, Soldier. But would you do me a favor before I go?
After what you've done for me? Or anything. Just name it.
Would you kiss me, Soldier?
Would I kiss you? Favor, she says. I'll say I will. Boy, this is a wonderful army.
So long, Soldier.
So long, Lana.
Friends, there's a lot of words that rhyme with mile, and every one of them applies to mobile gas. Smile. Will you ever when you see the mileage that you get from mobile gas? Worth your while. That's mobile gas. It's packed with every wartime mile it's possible to give you. In style, I'll say mobile gas is America's most popular, most asked-for gasoline. Don't you want a gasoline that gives you all the mileage that it did in peacetime? Well, that's mobile gas, the brand that war plant workers, farmers, doctors, salesmen, everybody says is mile-worthy. Get it in your car, folks, mobile gas. It's a ration coupon stretcher. In style, worth your while. You drive with mobile gas and smile. Stop in at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. And, P.S. Ask your mobile gas dealer for a used tax stamp protector. It's free. Guards the used tax stamp on your windshield when it's washed or polished. Have him paste it on. Speak up for one. It's free.
All right, now you're going to hear the Mercury All-Star Jazz Combination, plus Lud Gluskin's Blue Blowers, render a little jive. Now, mind you, please, what you're about to hear isn't precisely jazz, but it's fun for the men who are playing it, and we found that the men out here at the camps like it, too. Also, I like it. So, we hope you share our enthusiasm. Take it, Papa Lud. to thank Colonel James K. Herbert for his help and cooperation. Our show out here, and I'd like to tell you that next week our guest is none other than that sumptuous personality, Miss Susan Hayward. We hope you'll join us. Until then, my sponsors, the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil, and all of us in the Mercury Theater, remain as always, obediently yours.
Tune in again next week. Same time, same station, when the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil bring you Orson Welles with Susan Hayward as his guest. Liz Turner appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Bathing Beauty. Keenan Wynn appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Well, this month we're celebrating 20 years of motion picture leadership. John McIntyre speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcast.
Our astrology department says this is the dark of the moon. What says our astrology department?
If you were born this week, your ruling planets are Saturn and Uranus. Uranus stands for liberty and equality. Congratulations.
And now our authority on interesting facts. Mr. Frugelheiser?
Thank you, Herr Dr. Wells. There is no soda in soda water. There is no buffalo on the buffalo nigger. The Klondike is not in Alaska. Bees do not get honey from flowers.
And now a helpful hint for the housewife.
Boiling vinegar will remove the odor of cigar smoke. There is nothing that will remove the odor of boiling vinegar.
Thank you, Prudence Kraft. And now, Dr. Pruitt.
Historical note. Silk stockings were first worn by Henry II of France in 1547.
Nylon stockings were last seen on a lady in Toledo in 1943. We bid you welcome, ladies and gentlemen. To the sign of the Flying Red Horse. Tonight and every week at this same time, over these same stations, the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil bring you Orson Welles. Ladies and gentlemen, February 15th was the anniversary of the birthday of Galileo, who introduced the law of the pendulum and who also introduced the telescope and many of the principles of astronomy. February 18th is the birthday of Jimmy Durante, who introduced Umbriago. The tango is not the national dance of Argentina, and here's a curious coincidence. Mr. Robert Benchley.
So it is.
That's you. You say thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I did say it.
You did, really? I beg your pardon. That's me, then. And it isn't funny, either. I understand you've just completed... Hello, Bob. You better start it again.
Hello. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I understand you've just completed a new short in your How-To series.
Yes, this one is called How to Open a Horse's Mouth with Your Right Hand and Count His Teeth in Such a Way He Doesn't Close His Mouth and Count Your Fingers.
Sounds interesting. How did it turn out, Bob?
Oh, well, just call me Lefty.
I must remember to see that, Bob. You know, there's been a lot of good entertainment lately. Have you seen Lady in the Dark?
No, lately I haven't been doing much. Oh, the picture. No, I haven't.
There's a great picture that's around with Joan Fontaine in it. It's called something Eyre.
Oh, Eyre Mail.
No. Jane Eyre.
Oh, that's it. That's it. I saw you.
That was me. How'd you like the picture? Well, I say, how did you like the picture, Bob? Mr. Benchley, I don't like the tone of what you're not saying.
Well, to begin with, as I was coming into the theater, I almost tripped over 3 girls who had just swooned.
Oh, that happens all the time.
They shouldn't bring those pictures of Frank Sinatra into the lobby.
Oh, now, wait. Wait till you see my next picture, Bob. Imagine, if you will, a boy and a girl on a terrace, her lustrous eyes shining with unwanted brilliancy, her pearly teeth. This is the scene. Really, listen to this. Her pearly teeth glistening in the moonlight, and her heaving chest rising and falling to the sensuous tones of Mersey Dotes.
Well, I don't want to brag, Orson, but I'm probably as romantic as you are.
You?
Well, don't laugh at my jokes too much. People will say we're in love.
Well, I've lost my place, Bob. What's the next line? Broke me up on it. Excuse me, Bob. Yes, I hate to interrupt. What did I interrupt? I promised an interview.
A laugh you didn't expect.
I promised an interview to the Orson Welles Swoon Club. Come on in, girls.
Oh, Wellesley, we just saw Jane Eyre. Oh, Wellesley, say it again. Say what you said to Joe and Fontaine.
Well, you mean, darling, I dare not hope for your love.
I don't understand this swooning. The guy says, darling, I dare not hope for your love.
Bob, what are you shrieking about?
You're standing on my foot.
Oh, we forgot to tell you, Wellesley. We got 3 new members from Glendale.
Oh, now, look, girls. Let's not allow this thing to get out of control. It would be very embarrassing if the lipstick campaign got started. You know those hearts drawn on the sides of buildings that say Frankie loves Fanny Spiewak, you know?
I'm afraid it started already. There's a big heart drawn on the side of this building. It says, Orson Welles, I love you. Signed, Orson Welles.
Girls, where are you going?
Oh, we got a rush. We just got time to catch the late show of Jane Eyre.
Save my seat. And now it's time. Now it's time for Mr. Benchley's lecture. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to present Mr.
Pardon, Mr. Wells.
I give you at this...
Forgive this unseemly intrusion, but earlier this evening, did you make the statement that Galileo was famous for having discovered many of the principles of astronomy?
Yes?
You wish to retract it?
Well, no, I don't think so.
Mr. Wells, it's almost as ludicrous as the error made by Archimedes when he said the locus of all points equidistant from a system of transcendental curves is to be found in the confluence of their respective vortices.
How old are you, my boy?
9.
Getting late for little fellow, son. Ladies and gentlemen, at this
In the
time...
words of the sage, as 10 millions of circles can never make a square, so the united voice of myriads cannot lend the smallest foundation to falsehood.
Oh, yes, that was Copernicus on prevarication.
No, Kupperman on the quiz kids. But that isn't what I came here for. I've been listening to you on the air.
Thank you.
You know, Mr. Wells, I've been dabbling in psychology, and I think I can help you. Is something troubling you? Girls, perhaps?
Well...
Oh, I see. Fear complex. Your particular concern is what girls say about you.
Oh, just what one girl says.
Aha, who is she?
Hedda Hopper.
Come, Mr. Wells, I'm trying to give you a little guidance. Tell me something about your childhood.
My childhood? Oh, I don't want to.
Come.
No, I don't want to. Well, there's nothing to tell. I was a perfectly normal baby. At 4 months of age, I started to walk.
You walked at 4 months of age? How did you do it?
Well, a pretty nurse drove past my crib, and I followed her.
Hyperactivity of the pituitary.
No, she had an average bill.
Please. Now, one more thing. Have you ever been in love?
Have I ever been in love? My boy, you've inadvertently touched upon a great tragedy of my life. It all began in the little hospital where I was born. In the next crib to me was a little baby girl. A little girl who was to change the whole course of my life. She looked over at me through the bars of a crib, and in her eyes there was an inexpressible something she was trying to say to me. And then she did say it to me. She looked at me and said, "Goo." She was the intellectual type. It was madness. I wanted to give her my fraternity pin, but I didn't have a fraternity pin, so I gave her the only pin I had. After that, I remained undercover. I can't continue.
Oh, please, don't try, Mr. Wells. Did you ever see her again?
Many times, but I never dared speak. Never dared tell of my love.
Why not?
The vagaries of chance, the cruelties of fate. An error made by a careless intern, and poof, your dreams turn to ashes.
What do you mean?
son, that little girl, grew up to be Slapsy Maxie Rosenblum.
Was Lud Gluskin's version of Cole Porter's new song, I Love You. And this is old Dr. Wells' Almanac and Joke Book, ladies and gentlemen. Any more curious items, Professor Frugelheiser?
Oh, yes, Mr. Master. At the sign of the Flying Red Horse, you will find the largest selling motor oil on earth.
Mobile oil?
Mobile oil.
That's right. And here's the thing about mobile oil. No oil can guard your engine better against sludge and harmful deposits.
Correct.
No oil will battle more to keep your engine clean.
Absolutely. Please go on, Mr. Master.
Well, I'm steering you straight, folks. Change oil frequently and change to good, fresh mobile oil. You see, you're driving at slower speed today. You're making shorter trips.
And what is the result?
Your oil dilutes and dirties faster. And you know that can waste gasoline. And it'll mean a sluggish motor and big repair bills.
No?
70% of all the cars on the road today are from 5 to 10 years old. And new buggies will be scarce till long after peace is here. So take care of your car. Have your crankcase filled up full and frequently with world-famous Mobile Oil. Your friendly mobile gas dealer wants to see your car run better, longer.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you'll be very interested in our next speaker, the eminent authority on Eskimo love, Mr. Robert Benchley.
Thank you, Eskimo lovers. My subject tonight is the Eskimo. I say tonight inadvisedly because to some Eskimos the night will last 6 months. I sincerely hope to finish my lecture before then. The Eskimo, or Eskimoks, which is the plural, spelled Plural, is seldom found around the equator. My authority for this statement is J.C. Funk, who says, quote, plural is spelled Plural. The typical Eskimo has good teeth, but owing to the character of his diet, worn down to the gums, which he massages vigorously 3 times a day. The Eskimo's suit or outer garment consists of 2 layers of skins, one with the hair outside and one with the hair inside. The Eskimo consists of 1 layer of skin with the hair outside. The skin of the Eskimo's face has a bacony feel. My authority for this statement is C.T. Coots, who has spent a great many years feeling Eskimo faces. The Eskimo is a sharp trader, often getting as much as a can of Sterno and 2 bottles of Pepsi-Cola for one of his wives. The Eskimo subsists mostly on fish and a native drink known as ukla. Ukla is 2 parts whale blubber, 1 part fermented wolf livers, a jigger of dried walrus tusk, a dash of Uncle Jed's horse liniment, a pony of Uncle Jed's horse, and a teaspoonful of vanilla. Ukla, scientists believe, is what accounts for the aurora borealis. When the Eskimo is ready to hunt, he takes his kayak, or canoe, his parka, or hunting spear, and his lakwat, which is a sort of small puna. The Eskimo used a small sharp spear to catch seal, which they call ungak. It's not known what the seal call the Eskimo. The Eskimo has a primitive way of fishing. Standing on the ice, he inserts a hacksaw and proceeds to saw a circle around him. When the circle is completed, he climbs out and retires to his igloo to dry off. He soon returns and lowers a hook through the hole in the ice. Then he sits on the ice for 3 or 4 hours to await developments. After cooling his heels sufficiently, he pulls up the string and decides to bait the hook. By this time, the hole is frozen over. He walks to the nearest A&P and ponies up 12 points for a can of salmon. Contrary to popular belief, the Eskimo is quite literate. One of the many books published is entitled Atwagolutik Nagigin Marmik Tusar Univat. This, of course, is some of the lighter reading. There is also a sequel to Atwagogitik Naligun Marmik Tusar Unzekak, which is called Ump. On leaving an igloo, an Eskimo may remark, Univargikik, and to an American, Lakwat no Puna, which translated means Lakwat no Puna. This, of course, is a liberal translation.
Let's retract that statement.
Well, hello, little man. Lost your mother, have you?
You realize, of course, that you've made an error in fact. Do you wish to retract it?
Well, I'd be glad to if I could remember what I said.
You said, on leaving an igloo, an Eskimo may remark, Ungivarkik. Now, actually, Ungivarkik is an archaic form used only by the Abnaki, Ashtamit, or the Kunakan Papanuk tribes.
That's my boy who said that.
Really, sir, you mustn't be so uncertain of yourself. You seem to be a bundle of inhibitions and complexes. Perhaps I can help you. What is your name, please?
My name is Robert Benchley. I'm 54 years old, and I'm a student at the Bamboo Room with the Brown Derby.
Mr. Benchley, I may be of assistance to you. I've dabbled in psychology. Now, tell me about your childhood.
Well, what do you want to know?
Oh, just start talking. I'll take notes.
Well, I was born in Worcester, Massachusetts. I weighed 3.5 pounds.
I'm surprised the game warden let him keep you.
But I grew rapidly, and at the age of 3 months...
Yes, what happened?
Oh, nothing. I was too young. Well, the next thing I remember, I was left on somebody's doorstep.
Oh, that's unfortunate. How old were you at the time?
28.
It was a very large basket.
Oh, napkins, please.
As indeed it still is.
Especially, do you ever worry?
Only about girls.
Worries about girls. Fear complex.
Well, but before I meet them, I usually say to myself, what have you got to worry about, Benchley? You've got everything. Brains, talent, looks.
Hallucinations. I think I have enough data to make a diagnosis. Mr. Benchley, you are suffering from schizophrenia.
Oh, he's definitely a skis.
Orson, does he mean that I have a split personality?
Yes, you're really 2 persons in one.
Well, that settles it. You'll have to pay me as a team. Hey, but...
Ladies and gentlemen, we have such authorities as Mr. Irving Berlin, Mr. Jerome Kern, Mr. Cole Porter, and yes, Mr. Orson Welles to attest to the fact that the real, genuine #1 stylist of them all still is and remains the lady who confronts you now, Miss Kay Thompson.
Oh, you will shout when it hits you, yes, indeed. You will shout when it hits you, yes, indeed. When the Spirit moves you and when it behooves you to shout, shout, hallelujah, yes, indeed. When the Spirit moves you and when it behooves you to shout, shout, hallelujah, yes, indeed. When the Spirit moves you and when it behooves you to shout, shout, hallelujah, yes, indeed. The Lord once said there was a great day coming, and there's no doubt about it that the Lord was right. The Lord once said, you gotta climb the golden stairs on the judgment day. And there's no doubt about it that the Lord was right. The judgment day, the judgment day. There's gonna be a lot of people talking about an awful lot of angels flying. There's gonna be a lot of people shouting about the judgment day. So put on your Sunday suit with a big brass button. Put on your Sunday suit with a big brass button. It's a big dress-up affair that'll put a ribbon in your hair. For the great day show is coming, coming. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Yes, indeed, yes, indeed. When you get that feeling, you're gonna shout, yes, indeed. When the Spirit moves you, and it behooves you to shout, shout, hallelujah, yes, indeed. Oh, you will shout when it hits you, yes, indeed. Shout when it hits you, yes, indeed. When the Spirit moves you, and it behooves you to shout, shout hallelujah, shout hallelujah, yes,
Folks, before rationing, you bought gasoline not just for mileage, but for quick response and smooth riding on the open highway and over the highest hill. Today, well, times have changed. What you pay for, what you pray for, are the miles alone. Gotta get mileage. That's your motto. And you'll get it in the gasoline called Mobile Gas. Mobile Gas is packed with every wartime mile it's possible to give you. It makes your coupons really count. There's no mystery to Mobile Gas. Its qualities are blended with a master touch. That's all. 1944 Mobile Gas gives you all the mileage that you got from peacetime Mobile Gas. Do you drive to the plant every morning? Do you drive to town for necessary shopping? Do you drive a truck? Then drive with Mobile Gas. Every gallon is war-engineered for distance, made to give you mile after mile after mile. Prove it in traffic. Prove it on the highway. And come in and get it at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. America's favorite gasoline, Mobile Gas.
And now, I'm going to read you a poem by Archibald MacLeish. There's talk, says Illinois. Is there, says Iowa. There's talk on the east wind, says Illinois. Talk about what, says Dakota, says Kansas, says Arkansas. Can't make out. Too far east, says Michigan. East of the roosters, says Indiana. East of the morning crows, says Ohio. East, says York State. East still, says Connecticut. On east. It's down east from here, says Massachusetts. It's east of the Quadras, says Maine, but I hear it. Hear what, says Texas. What can you hear, says Virginia. Can't be sure, says Maine. Surf on the reefs. Ice pounding away on the pans in Penobscot. Listen, says Oregon. Scoop your ears, says Kentucky. Can't tell, says Maine. Too much fog. Bells on the old orchard. Horns at a gunquit. Listen, says Mississippi. Try to, says Texas. It's tall talk, says Maine. It's tall talking. Call it, says Arkansas. It's mean talk, says Maine. Mean about what, says Nebraska? Mean about us. What about us, says Kentucky, says Texas, says Idaho. Gather that don't like us, says Maine. Do tell, says Connecticut. I vum, says New Hampshire. Gather we've low ways, says Maine. That's so, says Kansas. Take my seat, says Michigan. It's how we marry, says Maine. We ain't choosers, seems. We scrabble 'em up and we mingle 'em in. We marry the Irish girls with the shoes and the quick come-after. We marry the Spaniards with the evening eyes. We marry the English with the tiptoe faces. We marry the golden Swedes, the black Italians, the German girls, the Mexicans, the Chilenas for luck, the Jews for remembrance, the Scots girls, the French with the skillful fingers, the long loves. I gather we marry too many, says Maine. Too various. I gather we're bad blood. We're mixed people. And what they say, says Texas? That's what they're saying. What's in their soup, says Arkansas. What they've been eating. What's in their hair, says Maryland. Aren't they men? Can't they make it with a stranger, says Alabama? Are they shy, says Missouri? Or what, says Montana? I gather they're bred pure, says Maine. They're superior people. Have they seen our kids, says York State, the tall girls, the way they walk on the world with their narrow heels? You can tell them anywhere. Tell them in any country. The height of their heads, the tilt of their heels when they walk. Have they raced our boys, says Michigan, fast as black snakes? Have they beaten them? I gather they haven't, says Maine. I gather we're mixed bloods. They don't take to us. Don't they, says Kansas. Have they seen our towns, says Kansas? Seen our wheat? Seen our flat cars in the Rocky Mountains? Seen our four-lane highways? Seen our plains, the big timber, the tall corn, the horses? Have they seen our farms, says Kansas, and who plowed them? Have they seen our towns, says Kansas, and who planned them? Have they seen our men, says Kansas? Gather not. Gather we're bad blood, says Maine. Who says, Missouri? Who's this saying? Where from? Says Montana. Where's he from? Where from? Who says? Can't make out. Way east of the Rhine, it might be. The wind veers, says Maine. I don't make out. East of the Rhine, so that's it, says Montana. The pure blood's by the Rhine, says Carolina. The blood we left behind us, says Wisconsin. The blood we left behind us when we left. The blood afraid of travel, says Nevada. The blood afraid of changes, says Kentucky. The blood afraid of strangers, says Vermont. Strange stars and strange women, the two of them. The blood that never hankered for a strange one. A dark one, says Dakota, with strange hair. Stayed home and married their kin, says Missouri. Married their cousins who look like their mothers, says Michigan. So that's all east of the Rhine, says Wisconsin. So that's all, says Arkansas. All for that. All for the purebred boys, afraid of strangers. Surf on the reef, says Maine. Ice on Penobscot. Yeah, there's talk, says Iowa. Talk, says Illinois. Bells on the old orchard. Bells at Algonquin. Clash of corn in the wind, says Illinois. Now, ladies and gentlemen, time to say good night now. Please join us next week. Till then, all of us in the Mercury Theater remain, as always, obediently yours.
Of Mobile Gas and Mobile Oil invite you to listen in next week, same time, same station, to your Radio Almanac. Mr. Wells' guest is Betty Hutton.
That's right. And I know you all like her, ladies and gentlemen. Our time's about up, but if any of you ever happen to be a little low in cash, here's a word of comfort from Joe Jefferson, the actor who made Rip Van Winkle famous on the stage and was born 115 years ago Sunday. Like most of us actors, he was often flat broke, and here's what he said about it. I've lost everything, and he said, I'm so poor now that I really can't afford to let anything worry me. Now, just remember that, with which poor Orson's Almanac says good night to you again.
Robert Bentley appears tonight for the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is Lady in the Dark. And Kate Thompson appears for the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer, producers of Madame Curie. Celebrated with the stage of the published romantic husband. Jack Matthews speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Just saying hello before the show starts. This is your radio almanac for the first week of February. It's a bad time for gardeners, February. By day, it wheedles the buds out of the bushes, and by night, it blisters them. God only knows why this aborted addle egg among the months, this wayward leap, catarrhal, sly, and stunted, altogether unreliable month, should get another day on leap year. Doesn't deserve it. February 2nd is Candlemas, and a very good day for beautiful music. Two of the greatest violinists the world has ever known, Fritz Kreisler and Jascha Heifetz, were born today. Jack Benny was born in March. The groundhog came out this morning and looked around for his shadow. If he didn't see it, he didn't want to. The moon is in the second quarter for just about another hour tonight.
And my shadow.
I beg pardon?
Strolling down the avenue.
Excuse me, sir. You look just like a groundhog.
I am.
Well, you saw your shadow, groundhog. Why aren't you back in your hole?
Well, you know the housing problem. I just looked out for a minute and some other people moved in.
What's that, lady? I beg your pardon. First time you ever heard a talking groundhog? I bid you welcome to the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Tonight and every week at the same time over these same stations, the makers of Mobile Gas and Mobile Oil bring you Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guest department brings you now one of the stars of Metro Goldwyn Mayer's new production, a guy named Joe. He's a good friend of ours in the Mercury, and an old friend of yours, and a great actor. Lionel Barrymore. Well, Lionel, or perhaps I should say Dr. Gillespie.
Perhaps you shouldn't say Dr. Gillespie, Orson. You know, I'm not really a doctor. I merely act the part of a doctor. Just like you, Orson, can play a part, too. You're not really a comedian.
Oh, you've been reading Hedda Hopper. You, Lionel, how can you say I'm not a comedian? Haven't you seen those big ads in the paper? They say, Orson Welles, comedian.
Ah, you read it wrong. It said Orson Welles, comedian? Also, I've seen the newspaper criticism of your opening program last week.
Oh, the notices, the newspaper? What did they say?
Are you still looking for a place to live in Los Angeles?
Yes?
Well, don't do it. Here's a review from the Los Angeles Examiner.
Well, let me see. Amusement. Page 5. Here we are. Page 5. Amusement. Radio. That's not under amusement. Thank you, gentlemen. Page 8. Here's page 8, radio. For review of Orson Welles' show, see page 12. 10, 11, 12. Here it is. Page 12. Obituaries. Well, here's a paper that's always been very nice to me, the Tijuana Stable News. Listen to this. La semana pasada principio nuevo programa con Orson Welles bajo los auspicios de Mobile Gas y también de Mobile Oil. Y ahora transcribimos un nuevo boletín con últimas noticias sobre The Flying Red Horse, page 420, 360, and 280. Oh, who cares about reviews? When it comes to newspaper notices, I don't give a... I said I don't give... Uh-oh, it's one of the boys from upstairs. Lionel, this is Mr.
Mr. Bristle. I'm the censor.
Censor.
Censor. Oh, yes, censor. Better known as vice president of... Oh, you can't say that. People are having dinner.
Well, Mr. P. Bristle, what's on your evil little mind today?
You know very well what's on my mind, Mr. Wells. It's those love scenes of yours. You've been breathing heavy again.
Well, what if I do breathe heavy? What harm does it do?
What harm? Last week, 6,000 Sinatra fans who were just recovering swooned all over again. It's very disheartening.
Well, now, look here, P. Bristle.
Look here, Mr. Wells can't help the way he breathes. What would you do if you had to play a love scene with Eddie Lamar? Happy little monster, isn't he? Now, really, Mr. Wells, you're going to have to cut down on the way you heave your chest around.
I'm going to have to stop reading Lionel's lines, too. Just how am I going to accomplish that? How am I going to accomplish the feat of stopping to heave my chest around?
Well, try breathing with just one nostril.
One nostril?
Yeah, let's hear it. Say something romantic with one nostril.
Well, like this? Like this?
Mm-hmm.
Art petition. Please.
Ah, Katisha, for years I have adored you with a white hot passion. With a white hot passion that is slowly but surely consuming my very vitals.
No, even on one nostril, you're out blasting Sinatra.
Well, how do you like it, Lionel, with me holding one nostril?
Okay. I was holding both nostrils. Mr. Wells, I'm afraid you'll have to stop breathing altogether. Now, whatever gave you the idea there was too much romance in his voice? Oh, I can tell just by watching my wife. The first time she listened to Mr. Wells, she just sort of glowed a little bit.
Glowed?
Yes, but lately you got her lighting up like a pinball machine. There's tilt, too.
P. Bristle, I'm afraid I can't be held responsible for the voltage of your wife. Any other complaints?
Yes, well, this scene here, this has got to come up.
What scene?
You know, where you show the girl your stamp collection?
Yes.
Then you start to play gin rummy?
Yes.
Then you ask her if she'd care for a glass of ginger ale?
Yes, what about it?
Just what are you leading up to? No, I'm afraid I'll have to cut the whole thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, we on this program have a friend, a real peach of a fellow who always picks up the check, the sponsor. Now, this sponsor of ours has been so very nice to us in the Mercury. We took a vote earlier this evening, we members of the cast, and we voted unanimously in favor of allowing a commercial to be heard on this program. There are, of course, many types of commercial announcers. There's the friendly type. You've heard him. Friends. Friends, you see spots before your eyes. Do your tonsils backfire on hills?
Well, pal, light up a midgie. Midgies come in a choice of 3 distinctive tips: plain, cork, and sandpaper. Smoke a midgie and file your nails at the same time. You see, friends, midgies are a rare blend of the finest aromatic Turkish towels. The makers of midgies found that most smokers throw away the last half-inch of cigarette. I should throw away this script. Throw away the last half-inch of cigarette, and this is a waste of tobacco. That's why midgies are made 3/4 of an inch shorter. And here's the saving. Midgies are 6 inches in diameter. And remember, friends, midgies come scented, not like other faintly scented cigarettes. Midgies really smell. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have that sort of announcer. We have Jack Mather, and here he is. Hello? Well, you see, he's almost sulky. Come on, Jack, tell us what the mobile gas you buy today is packed with, and try to be nice about it.
Well, everybody knows that mobile gas is packed with miles.
You mean the 1944 mobile gas gives you all the mileage that you got from peacetime mobile gas?
That's right. Mobile gas today is still the uncontested champ. It's still America's favorite gasoline. Now, mobile gas would like to help you smooth the bumps of wartime driving. So take these tips, folks. 1, when your engine's cold, warm it up for 30 seconds before you drive away. 2, don't tramp on your accelerator. That wastes gas. Press down easy. 3, drive a pace that's neither middle road nor speed nor crawl. You'll get more mileage. 4, don't leave your motor idling. That can eat up gas. 5, this is mine, folks. Switch to mobile gas and get your coupons worth. Get every wartime mile it's possible to give you. Drive in, that's the sign of the Flying Red Horse. Drive out with mobile gas.
Don't go, lady. There's another commercial later in the evening. Thanks, Jack. There's one thing I'd like to add. We don't make any wild claims for our products. We realize our listeners appreciate honest advertising. However, mobile gas does contain sulfanilamide. Quiet, P. Bristle. Your motor will never catch pneumonia. You know a commercial didn't rate that applause. Our listeners realized that there was a big man beating his hands together and urging you on to that. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your cooperation, and I think you ought to know right at this point that a little old lady from Little Rock writes me she thinks we ought to have something in our almanac for the young folks. Now, we aim to please, and so with our hand firmly on the pulse of young America, we bring you now a treat for the tiny tots. The Kiddies' Corner, conducted by your Uncle Lionel.
Good evening, kiddies. You know how Uncle Lionel loves you, little kiddies. Oh, by the way, Jackie Cribbletaber of 134 South Flores Street, he has a 5th birthday today. Congratulations, Jackie. Now, if you just run down to the cellar and shovel all the coal out of the bin, there's a surprise for you near the wall. Now, go ahead, Jackie. When he gets the coal all shoveled out of the bin, will he be surprised? There ain't no present there at all. And now for our bedtime story. Now, hang on to your seats, my little darlings. Your Uncle Lionel is going to scare you green.
Kiddies, your Uncle Lionel has turned aside to make his lightning transformation into the character of a rootin'-tootin' old horse and buggy doctor. So we'll start without him. Our story opens in a dentist's office. A young man, our hero, enters and seats himself in the chair. Rip him out.
What? Rip 'em out. But your teeth seem perfectly good.
So is my money. Pull 'em out.
But it wouldn't be ethical to pull out healthy teeth unless there's a reason for it.
Pull 'em out.
And so the dentist pulls them all out, and the young man is equipped with his temporary grinders, which he sucks at and gnashes. and pays for with almost his last dollar. He goes out, gets into his roadster, and drives out of town as if pursued by the finance company, as he certainly would be if they caught sight of him. At nightfall, I'll say that again, as he certainly would be if they caught sight of him. Thank you, Mother. At nightfall, he arrives at that part of the country where old, miserly uncles live in remote, dilapidated farmhouses. Our young man is fortunate in possessing one of the oldest and richest of these uncles, whose house is the remotest and most dilapidated of all. Arriving at this secluded dwelling, our hero drives up before a porch upon which no money has been squandered for years.
So much the more in the old sock.
What do you want?
The young man is horrified to see a plump blonde whose mouth is wide and red, a slice of watermelon. She is dressed in what might be called a nurse's uniform, but the fact that her garters are bright puce and magenta causes him to wonder if his dear uncle is getting the very best professional care.
Good evening. I have driven all the way from the big city to see my poor, dear, bedridden old uncle. I did not expect to see so charming a nurse.
Oh, yeah?
At this moment, a peculiar sound, like the croaking of giant bullfrogs, arises in the dim depths of the house. This is the good old uncle himself vociferating toothlessly. The old boy knows very well that his relative is after money, and he is eager for the pleasure of turning him down.
My dear uncle, what a pleasure it is to see you again. But why are you so thin and pale?
You're not so rosy yourself.
Hard work, Uncle. It isn't easy to make good these days without any capital.
Don't you drink anymore?
No, Uncle, I never drink now.
Well, that's tough. In that case, I can't ask you to join me. I have, thank heaven, a good doctor. A typical tough, bluff, hard-hitting, straight-shooting country doc of the old school. We call him the horse and buggy doc. He recommends me this as medicine. I suppose you still have your frolic with the girls?
Girls? What an odious suggestion. It's years since I've even looked at a girl.
That's too bad. The old horse and buggy doc has up-to-date view. It was he who sent me Birdie.
And turning to the nurse, who happens to be arranging the old man's pillows, he gives her a certain sort of caress, such as is far better imagined than described.
You don't go away, Birdie. I'm coming back, honey boy.
No wonder, my poor old uncle, you are so thin and pale.
No paler than you, and you're half my age.
Well, perhaps your doctor is right. His system is costly. I suppose, dear uncle, you would not care to give me a little money.
No, I would not.
I thought as much.
If you really want to know, I've lifted all to the old horse and buggy doc. A true, downright, straight-living, hard-faced, crusty, soft-hearted country sawbones of the old school. And you cannot imagine how agreeable his treatment is to me.
Is that really so? Fortunately, I have made my plans against just such a contingency. Allow me, my dear uncle.
Here, the young man twitches the pillow from his uncle's head and presses it over his face. The old uncle gives a kick or two, but what with one thing and another, there's very little life left in him, and soon that little is gone. The nephew undresses, borrows his uncle's nightshirt, then stowing the shrunken body under the bed, he climbs into Uncle's place between the sheets. Finally, placing his false teeth into a clean pocket handkerchief, which he has brought especially for that purpose, our hero leans back upon the pillows, the very spit and image of the old man.
Birdie! Birdie! Why, honey boy, where's your worthless nephew gone?
Well, he's just slipped out for a stroll. I've misjudged that young man. I want you to send for the lawyer so that I can do him justice in the will.
Why, Daddy, what's made this change in you?
Change? Well, there's no change in me, my dear, except perhaps I feel my latter end approaching. Otherwise, I'm just the same.
And to reassure her on this point, he gives her a friendly little caress, exactly as his uncle had done. Where's Mr. Feebristle? The nephew lies at his ease, waiting only for the arrival of the lawyer.
I shall dictate a new will and sign it before the eyes of the lawyer in the old man's crabbed hand. I shall replace my poor uncle in the bed, put on my clothes, put back my teeth. What's that?
Here a large, rough-hewn individual strides into the room.
Hello. Oh, I'm glad you've come. I'm eager to make out a new will. I wish to leave everything to my nephew.
My dear old friend, I fear your malady has reached the brain. Who would have thought my old pal could have mistaken me for the lawyer? You must let me make a brief examination.
With that, he pulls down the sheet and begins to probe his nephew, or rather the nephew, with a hard, it isn't that funny, everybody makes mistakes. I see, you don't want jokes, you want mistakes. With that, the old rootin'-tootin' horse and buggy doctor pulls down the sheets. We'll get back to the script if it takes 3 hours. And begins to probe the nephew with a hard and horny finger. The nephew realizes too late that this is no lawyer, but the horse and buggy doctor himself.
I fear very much. There's something very wrong somewhere in here. I must act at once.
And as he speaks, he turns the nephew over in his bed and whisks out from his black bag a monster hypodermic.
Fortunately, I am always prepared for emergencies.
The young man hardly knows what to say, fearing that his uncle will be found under the bed, and circumstances would tend to his prejudice. The doctor, all in a moment, ejects a pint of icy fluid into the small of his back, which numbs his whole middle and paralyzes all his faculties, except that of rolling the eyes, which he indulges to the point of excess.
I'm only an old, rough, tough, gall-darn horse and buggy, Doc, but I keep abreast of the times. Mental derangement is often caused by abdominal derangement. If you'll get out my instruments, nurse, I think we'll soon find the source of the trouble.
In a moment, the unfortunate nephew is laid open under his own eyes, which he never ceases to roll. The doctor unpacks him like a Gladstone bag.
Miss Inkfeather?
Yeah?
Hot water.
Cold water.
Cold water, then. Take this and put it on the washstand.
Yeah?
Put these on the chair.
Yeah.
Now, don't get them mixed up or I'll have the devil of a job getting them back together again. It's a pity that nephew isn't back. It's more ethical to have the consent of a relative before operating. I see nothing wrong with this kidney, considering the age of the patient. Here, put it on that chest of drawers. Hang these over the bed rail. Hold the candle a little closer. I still haven't found the cause of his madness. Look out! Don't let it drip all over the place. It's hardly hygienic. Anyway, he certainly is crazy. He wouldn't think of leaving his money to that scalawag of a nephew. It's just as well you let me know, my dear, instead of bothering the lawyer. When this is all over, we'll take a little trip together.
Saying this, he gives the nurse a caress similar to that which both uncle and nephew had bestowed on her. The sight of this causes our hero to roll his eyes for the last time, and next moment, he is a goner.
Ah, dear me, I fear we've lost our patient. Well, after all, I did my best for the old boy, and he remembered me in his will. Just think, had he lived, he might have altered it. Hand me over those things, will you, dear? Thanks. I'll put them back, roughly, into position. Nephew will be back shortly. I reckon he'd hate to see him lying around, I'm sure. Thank you, my dear. Thank you.
And so the rough old typical tough bluff hard-hitting, straight-shooting, rootin'-tootin', rusty-crusty, rip-snorting, gall-darn horse and buggy doc and Bertie the nursie lived happily ever afterwards. Good night, kiddies. Folks, 4,000 cars are being scrapped each day.
In many cases, this is why. Their owners neglected to change oil regularly. So keep your precious buggy rolling. Change oil often and change for good to good, fresh Mobil oil. It's tough. It's made especially to fight impurities and guard your engine's vital parts from wear. You see, you're driving slower these days, and you're making shorter trips. Well, with that kind of driving, your oil gets watery and dirtier quicker. And you can waste power, waste your gasoline, and run up big repair bills. Now, I'll let you in on something. We surveyed 10,000 cars not long ago, and 6 out of every 10 needed fresh oil. So have your crankcase filled up frequently with Mobil oil, the largest selling motor oil on earth. You'll find it at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
And, that was Split-Second Lud Gluskin and his Merry Melodians, ladies and gentlemen. And our astrology department, by the way, says tomorrow is a good day to set eggs. That's really what they asked me to tell you. And here's a fine old recipe for clearing the skin. Rub it with a tomato twice a day. That's really an old recipe. This being an almanac, Lud Gluskin, if he can pull his little scripts together, is celebrating with a Victor Herbert song the anniversary of Victor Herbert's birthday. Carnegie once said that his idea of heaven would be to hear... Thank you, Mrs. Gluskin. Andrew Carnegie once said that his... Stick around. We'll think of something funny yet. Andrew Carnegie... This was supposed to be a touching moment, too. Andrew Carnegie once said that his idea of heaven would be to hear Victor Herbert twice a day. And let's hope it turned out just the way he wanted it. And right here is where you're supposed to applaud Mr. Gluskin. Please do so.
Well, I guess I was one of the first people ever to hear that song. You know, Victor Herbert plays it for me himself.
Well, while we're on the subject of music, Lionel, I'd like to invite you to come around next week and hear a new composition we're playing on this program. The music was written by somebody called Lionel Barrymore. Really was. Come around next week, Lionel, hear what we do with it.
I'll be here, Orson. I'll be here. Now, go on with your own life.
Well, Friday, I think, is a better anniversary for national celebration than George Washington's birthday. 155 years ago Friday, George Washington was unanimously elected our first president. There's some words Washington spoke, words I'd like spoken again on this program. I'm going to ask Lionel Barrymore to read them to us.
Citizens by birth or choice of a common country, the name of American belongs to you. The unity of government, which constitutes you one people, is a main pillar in the edifice of your real independence, of that very liberty which you so highly prize. It's easy to foresee that from different causes and from different quarters, much pains will be taken, many artifices employed to weaken in your minds the conviction of this truth. As this is the point in your political fortress against which the batteries of internal and external enemies will be most constantly and actively, although often covertly and insidiously directed, it is of moment that you should properly estimate the immense value of your national union to your collective and individual happiness, that you should watch for its preservation with jealous anxiety, indignantly frowning upon the first dawning of every attempt to alienate any portion of our country from the rest.
Thanks, Lionel. Time to say goodnight now, everybody. The makers of Mobile Oil and Mobile Gas and all of us in the Mercury Theater remain, as always, obediently yours. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome, one and all, to the sign of the Flying Red Horse. The makers of Mobile Gas and Mobile Oil bring you Orson Welles.
This is Orson Welles and the Mercury Wonder Show. Tonight we're pitching our tents at Long Beach, California. The coach, Pete, stepped down of the bus and Anthony took me in tow and said, "Nice thing is ship shape. Just step up this way." I'm glad he did. Incidentally, perhaps I'd better explain to our listening audience what an ensign is. It's the second lieutenant who can swim. This is really a wonderful place you have out here, though, gentlemen. Although it gets pretty hot on the beach, I understand you have very sudden windstorms. Every once in a while, it must be very embarrassing for you fellas. You roll a 3 and a 4, and the next thing you know, it's a 1 and a 2. You know, we were out this way with the Mercury Wonder Show just a few weeks ago at the Ferry Command Base at Long Beach, and Marlena Dietrich was our guest star. I'll never forget it. In the middle of the program, she kissed me. It was the first time I ever told a joke and circled over the field to see who was laughing. But I'm really partial to Coast Guard on account of my Uncle Choo-Choo Will. He's a pilot in the Signal Corps. Well, he's not exactly a pilot. He doesn't fly planes over the ocean. He helps carrier pigeons across puddles. Now, naturally, I wanted to follow in Uncle Choo-Choo's footsteps and join the Coast Guard when I was 12 years old, but Mother wouldn't let me. I was always tied to her apron strings. In fact, I was 16 years old before they found out whether I was a boy or a yo-yo. The Navy is always, the Coast Guard has always fascinated me, especially their uniforms. There's one thing I never could figure out. Why do they wear the pants so wide at the bottoms when they need the material so desperately up above? But, enough of this banter. Here's why you're here. She's one of the loveliest of Hollywood's brightest new stars. She's appearing in Goodnight, Sweetheart, and we're glad to welcome her to the Mercury. Her name is Ruth Terry.
Ladies and gentlemen. And as they say on Trafalgar Square, cheerio, Orson.
As they say in Long Beach. You know, Ruth, one of the main reasons I wanted to see you tonight is because I've been chosen to send some pictures of pin-up girls to the fellas overseas.
Pin-up?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Why didn't they choose Bing Crosby?
Well, he's only had experience pinning up boys. You see, Ruth, I'm going to take my own pin-up pictures, and I'd like you to be the first one. How about posing for me right now?
But, Orson, I haven't posed for a picture since I was a tiny baby.
You must have dropped a little of that developing fluid on you. No kidding, Ruth. I do pretty nice work. Here's a picture I took of Gypsy Rose Lee. How do you like it?
I don't see anything.
Darn it, I guess she hung her hat over the keyhole again. How about singing a number for us, Ruth?
I'd love to, Orson.
What'll it be?
Is you is or is you ate my baby?
We're glad to have you aboard, Ruth. As you can plainly see, everything is shipshape. If anybody wants me, I'll be up on the poop deck.
Hi. I want to tell you about a guy. In his line, he's a stand-up. What a job he can handle. Cars, that's where he stars. I mean that Ace Automobiler, your friendly mobile gas dealer. He knows that cars today are aging fast. Knows they've got to last. So what's his cry? Don't let them die. That fellow's happy with helping a motor keep its pep, but making your old tires wear, he's right there. And he's a sensation at helping you stretch your gas rate. I mean that Ace Automobiler, your friendly mobile gas dealer. His wartime service is worthwhile, and don't miss his smile. Your car deserves it. Drive in, watch him dive in. He'll look your car over top to bottom. Whatever products it needs, he's got them. Listen to what he tells you. Notice he never oversells you. He's a conscientious, knowing fella, a help your car keep going fella. I mean that Ace Automobiler, your friendly mobile gas dealer. You'll find him, of course, at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Right now, everybody, we bring you the latest and last of the series known affectionately to us as Mercury Fables. It's been our frantic effort to recreate as accurately as possible life as it is lived in the various branches of our armed forces. Tonight we bring you life in the Coast Guard, a typical slice of it. The scene, the Wilmington Patrol Base.
Hector, guess what I just heard?
Oh, you're always coming around with scandal. Where did you hear it?
You know where. But this is a definite room. I heard that our leaves are coming through any day now.
Gee, I hope they don't come through. I'm on mess duty, and I'd hate to miss it.
All right, you guys. The mail's in. Come and get it.
Oh, good.
Where you been? Hey, I'm expecting a package. Oh, here it is.
Well, open it up. Let's see what's in it.
Yeah, I will. Take it easy. Well, look at this. Just what I needed. A pair of water wings.
Oh, isn't that nice? Well, look what I got, Basil. Some new pin-up pictures.
Hey, that one's a beauty. Who is she?
Whistler's mother. I think I'll hang it right next to my picture of Eli Whitney's cotton gin. Yes, that's where I think I'll put it.
Who's this babe in the bathing suit?
Isn't it exciting? It's Marjorie Maine. And look, you can see her knee where the suit is torn.
How can they send that stuff through the United States mail?
Hey, excuse me, sailors. The CPO sent me in. He says I'm supposed to bunk you.
Oh, you're the new man.
Yeah. The CPO told me that this barrack was just like a home away from home.
Oh, yes, it is. It's a dandy. Oh, my, just remember, there isn't a comfortable bed left. Shucks. Language. I'll tell you what I'll do. You take my bed. It's got a Beauty Rest mattress. And I'll go over to the... Well, it does. And I'll go over to the day room and sleep on the pool table.
Well, gee whiz, I'm sorry. I mean, won't it be uncomfortable for you sleeping on a pool table?
Oh, I don't mind. It's only 60 cents an hour.
Well, this certainly is a nice camp. Oh, by the way, how are the women around this town?
Please, don't talk like that in front of Hector. He's very bashful.
I am not. I am. Of all people, you ought to know better, Basil. You were with me in town last night.
So what?
I did as good as anybody in that little whistling episode in front of the drugstore.
Sure, but you didn't even turn around till the dame whistled for 5 minutes.
Oh, let's forget about women. I feel devilish. How about a little fun?
Good. What let's see?
How about charades?
I have a Monopoly set.
Well, no, I was thinking of the game with the little cubes that have dots on them. What do you call them again?
I think I know. Soldier told me about them once. Dice, ain't they?
Yes. I just happened to have a pair on me. They were given to me as a going-away present. Seriously.
Well, what luck. Who gave them to you, Hector?
My Aunt Agatha. She's a shill at the Blue Goose Gambling House. Come on, now, let's go. I shoot a package of cents in.
How much that way, Jeff?
Gee, I've never done this before. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Come on, you 7 snake eyes. Crawl under a rock and boxcars. Get off my siding.
Hey, you say you never played this before?
No, never. All ready, fellas? I'm coming right out for a buck. Hader from Decatur.
Kickers, fellas. It's the lieutenant.
Attention! Be with you in a minute, Lieutenant. Wasn't that nice? 8 was my point, and I made it. Now, what was it you wanted, sir?
Oh, it wasn't important. I just thought I'd like to have an inspection.
Inspection? You look all right the way you are.
No. I mean you fellas. Now, you take yourself, Seaman. Your bed isn't even made.
Well, frankly, sir, I intend to get back in it very shortly. I've got to catch up on my sleep.
But you're scheduled for an hour of close order drill, a half hour of calisthenics, and then you have to police the entire area. How can you sleep?
I force myself.
Well, good for you. Say, the real reason I came in here, though, is to get a volunteer for a detail.
Goody.
You see, I have a date with a movie star this afternoon, and I can't make it. Who'll take it for me, huh? Oh, come now. I don't want to get mean about this. If nobody volunteers, I'll have to pick somebody.
Oh, gee. I'd like to go, but I worked hard for this good conduct ribbon.
Well, now look, fellas, it's not really a date. You see, Captain Peters has an idea that he could help our bond drive. He's got a slogan, buy a bond and kiss a movie star. That's why somebody's got to talk to Ruth Terry and ask her to help us out.
Kiss him, Ruth Terry. Oh, well, in that case, I'll talk to her. So, you see, I've had a little experience in that line. I was at a bond rally a couple of weeks ago where Betty Hutton sold kisses for $25, $50, and $100 bonds.
Well, how does that work? It's the same kiss, isn't it?
No, for a $25 bond, she holds you. For a $50 bond, you hold her. And for a $100 bond...
Yeah.
you hold on to your hat. I'll go right over and try to get Miss Terry to cooperate on our buy a bond and kiss a movie star idea.
Hello?
Miss Terry, this is the room clerk. While you were out, the Hollywood canteen called and wanted to know if you'd bake some more cookies for the boys.
Oh, I'd be glad to. Did they want the butter cookies or the sugar cookies?
Well, I don't know. They said they were sending a man over to talk to you.
Oh, that's probably he at the door. Thank you, clerk. Come in.
Miss Ruth Terry, please.
Yes, come in.
Thank you. I'll only be a minute. I was sent to speak to you about a little matter of...
Yes, I know. I just had a message from your organization.
Well, then you'll do it?
I'd be glad to. I know how much the boys appreciate my work.
Oh, you have no idea.
Do you think they'll want them hot or cold?
Well, I didn't think you'd have any cold ones.
Funny, most of the boys like them hot, even if they are a little sticky. You know, they prefer to have them right off the pan, although a few of the boys like them cold. You know, at the canteen last week, I gave a few cold ones to a gob on shore patrol. He was crazy about them.
Oh, those SPs, they take anything they can get. I see you've had quite a bit of experience in this particular line.
Yes. I get such a kick out of it when I give them to the kids at the canteen. You ought to see the way some of them enjoy it, especially when they dunk them in milk.
That I gotta see. Yours must be very exceptional, Miss Terry.
Oh, they are. Mine have vitamins in them.
Gee, the places you find vitamins these days.
Would you like to try a sample?
Well, gosh, that's awfully sweet of you, Miss Terry. I'm just an ordinary sailor, and it might be a novelty. We usually don't get anything like that in camp, you understand what I mean?
You know, I'm working on a new one now that no one's tasted yet.
You put a lot of time on this, don't you? Seems to be quite a hobby. How about that sample you promised me? I'm getting kind of interested.
All right. How many would you like?
How many would I like? Well, I don't want to be a pig, but I could handle your entire output.
Now, don't overestimate yourself, Taylor. You know, they're very fattening.
On me, they have the opposite effect. Maybe it's because I have to work so hard for the ones I get. I don't know, but it's just the way it works out. I find it
all right.
reduce me.
Close your eyes.
Close my eyes? Gosh, you really make a production out of it. Okay, my eyes are closed.
Are you ready for it?
Let me have it, sis.
Here you are.
Miss Terry, you shoved a cookie into my mouth.
Well, what did you think I was going to do? Kiss you?
Oh, now, look, there's some mix-up here. I was sent here to ask you to help out with our new bond drive. Buy a bond, kiss a movie star. You know, I was...
Oh. Yeah. Then you were expecting me to kiss you just now.
Well, I wasn't expecting no cookie. You made a kiss sound so interesting that I thought I'd try one and find out what everyone was raving about.
Oh, I'm sorry I disappointed you, Sailor. Here.
Let me try one of those cookies again.
Kissed very nicely, Sailor.
Now, look, I got to get back to camp.
You have perfect cadence.
Please, this is strictly business. Do you want to help our drive?
I will if you'll take me out.
Please, this is strictly business.
Oh, gosh, Sailor, you're slow. Last night I was out with Orson Welles, and I wasn't with him the minute that he didn't have his arms around me.
Oh, Orson Welles, but he's got jet propulsion, you know. What do you say? Do you want to help out our bond drive?
I'd be glad to, but first I've got to turn out a batch of cookies for the canteen.
Well, I'll help you. I know all about baking and cooking, baking. On my last leave, I had some people for dinner, and I prepared a terrific meal. In the top compartment of the stove, I roasted the chicken and the turkey, and in the bottom compartment, I broiled a goose. But you know something, Ruth? I think I used too much sherry.
Now, what makes you think so?
Well, when I opened the top compartment, the turkey was doing a Roomba with the chicken, and the goose stuck his head out of the bottom compartment and yelled, "Stop that dancing up there!" I'll make these cookies here. I'll follow this recipe of yours. Now, let's see. This recipe. I hope it's a little more entertaining than that joke. 2 eggs. Where's the egg?
Right in front of you.
These round white things with the shells on them?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you must have some old-fashioned chickens around here. The ones that work for the Navy lay them powdered. I understand some of them are part of the Coast Guard, too, but I'm not sure that that's not a rumor. Well, I'll do the best I can. Break 2 eggs, it says here. Messy, isn't it? Now separate them. Okay, I'll put one on the table and one on the sink. This one belongs in the sink. Now, what's next? Oh, I see. Miss Perry, where's your scotch?
Scotch?
Yes, it says beat the egg whites until stiff. Oh, that means the eggs, not me. I wasn't sure about that. Let's see what's next.
Just get the pan. I've got the batter all ready.
Well, all we have to do is put it in the oven.
Let's see, let's sit in the parlor while we're waiting, shall
Sit in
we?
the parlor? Oh, no. None of that stuff.
Why
Sit
not?
in the parlor. I know that sit in the parlor routine. First, it's let's turn the lights down low, and then it's let me hold your hand, then it's put your arms around me, and then...
Yes?
First thing you know, the cookies are all burned.
Thank you, America. Thank you for heeding our plea and taking care of your car. Our country's transportation system would be crippled if you didn't. You know that. You know, too, that new cars are a long way off, that you can't get one for an estimated 2 years after the war. So I'm thanking millions of you motorists for driving in at the sign of the Flying Red Horse, because there, a friendly mobile gas dealer's equipped to help your car run better, longer. Keep remembering to have your oil changed often, and your car's a lucky car if you get Mobil Oil. Mobil Oil, the largest selling brand of motor oil on earth. May I repeat that? It's the largest selling brand of motor oil on earth. Mobil Oil is built especially for wartime driving. It works to keep your motor clean, to keep it running smoothly. How it guards each vital engine part against rust, wear, and friction. Folks, the oil in the crankcase can make a difference in the life of your car. So keep it fresh, keep it full up, keep it Mobil Oil.
Comes time now for some of the hottest music ever written. The Mercury offers you with enthusiasm an old friend from Cuba, a terrific performer, the inimitable, the overwhelming Miguelito Valdez.
Babaloo, Babaloo, Django, Babaloo, ayer está empezando los velorios, hay que le hacemos a Babaloo, dame 17 telas pa' ponerlo en cruz. Dame un cabo de tabaco Mayén y un jarrito de aguardiente. Dame un poco de dinero Mayén, ay pa' que no te la sueltes. Yo quiero pedir, ay que mi negra me quiera, ay que tenga dinero y que no se muera. Ay, yo le quiero pedir a Babaloo, ella una negra bembona como es que no tenga toro negro, ay pa' que no se fuera. Mi Babaloo, mi Babaloo, mi Babaloo, ay mamá. Cara que ni nyambo, Babaloo, ay papá. Hey, pues mamá, que queremos meter gente dice como que llama como tu que tienes un día con los mi mano, como que te la voy a dar para cajataro. Si viene que yo como yo le rompo la levita, si viene que yo se viene inventa cosas, si viene que yo bondrón yo le pato con los 3 años, saca tu cara mamá que si mañana yo me muero. Si mañana yo me muero, mamá, tierra manga cosa buena, pero me invita para que como la papá que oh, Babaloo, aye, Babaloo, aye.
I'd like to read you now a short story, especially written for me to broadcast by one of the first talents in American literature, John Steinbeck. The name of the story is With Your Wings. He knew, most of all, that he wanted to go home. But there was something at home he had to get, and he didn't even know what it was. During the long, hard training, there had not been time to think of himself, nor to want anything. The ceremony at the end was unreal. He stood with the 16 others, all of them rigid as cypress logs, and the silver wings were pinned to his blouse over his heart. There was a speech by the colonel, and half of his mind heard it. The other half was going home. He walked to his Model A Ford and got in, slammed the door. From the corners of his eyes, he could see the gold bars on his shoulders. The silver wings were heavy over his heart. He started the clattering open roadster and listened for a moment to the flapping pistons and drove away in the sunny golden afternoon. The front wheels waggled loosely, and he let the steering wheel slip back and forth in his hand. A training plane flew over and banked. He glanced up and knew that the pilot was not going home. Now he was frightened of his success. He tilted his cap a little and sat very straight behind the wheel. Then he turned off the highway and into the rutted lane. The meadowlark flew ahead from fence post to fence post, singing his coming like a herald. The young cotton was strong and dark and clean in the field. The porches of the cottage were crowded as he drove by. Children washed and dressed in their best and starchiest clothes, hair bursting with ribbons, and the older people standing behind on the porches. At each house, they watched him pass, and then the families walked solemnly down the steps into the lane and followed him, like people going to church, men and women and children in their best clothes. He could see them in the sun-cracked rear view mirror, moving into the lane behind him. His own folks were standing on the porch waiting for him, his father in white shirt and black string tie, dark church clothes, his lean chin held high. His mother in her blue and white print dress, each hand in front of her, holding the other to keep it from escaping. His grown sister, pretty and breathless, her lips a little open. His young brother, with eyes so wide that his forehead wrinkled up. Second Lieutenant William Thatcher stopped his car and got out slowly and moved slowly toward the porch, and the gathering neighbors came up behind him. He planned how it would be. He'd treat the whole thing casually as though it were nothing at all. He planned to say, "Hello, Pa," kiss his mother and sister and pick up his little brother and tousle his hair, but it wasn't like that at all. It wasn't nothing. It was something. He walked slowly toward the porch and stood looking up at his father. He could hear the rustle as the neighbors moved silently near and formed a half circle behind him. It was as though his own people were sitting in judgment on him. The sun was warm on the porch and on the roses against the porch. And the sun was hot on his golden shoulder bars. He could see them shine from the corner of his eyes. He thought to come home in triumph, and it wasn't that at all. He took off his cap with the gold eagle on it and held it in his hand. He saw the tall father lick his lips, and then his father said softly, "Son, every Negro in the world is going to fly with your wings." And then he knew. His breath caught sharply against his throat. He climbed the steps and went blindly past them into the house and into the bedroom where he'd grown up. Lieutenant William Thatcher lay down on the white bed. His heart was pounding. He could hear a little quiet murmur of voices in front of the house. He knew they were going to sing in a moment. And he knew now what he was to them. say goodnight now, and I'm sorry to tell you this, but it's also time to say goodbye. This has been a new venture for most of us in the Mercury Theater, this comedy variety show. We've learned a lot in 26 weeks. We've had a lot of fun. We hope you've shared in some of it. We'll be back on the air next season, maybe with another kind of show, maybe not. It depends a lot on you. Your letters are a great encouragement. We thank you for them. Most of all, we thank you for listening. And while I'm handing out thanks, I'd like to mention Lud Gluskin, who's made most of our music, and the men in our all-star jazz combination, and Harry Esman, our producer, and Robert Fresnel from the agency, and Gary Harris, our Miracle Man engineer, who's brought this show to you loud and clear from all the Army camps we've played. And I'd like to thank our writers, too. We're proud of the job they've done for us, and we're very fond of them. Bud Pearson, Lou White, Les White, and Lou Quinn. I'd like to thank the men and officers of the Coast Guard station here tonight at Long Beach, particularly Captain W.F. Toll, District Coast Guard officer, for their help and cooperation. Finally, and most of all, our thanks go to our sponsors, the makers of Mobile Gas and Mobile Oil. They've made this a pleasant and rewarding engagement. We say goodbye with regret, and we take pleasant memories away with us. You'll be hearing from the Mercury again, everybody. Until then, you remain, as always, obedient to yours.
Bruce Terry. Bruce Terry appears through the courtesy of Republic Pictures, producers of the musical Atlantic City. Lou Merrill speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome, one and all, to the sign of the Flying Red Horse. Of Mobile Gas and Mobile Oil bring you your radio almanac with Orson Welles. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Orson Welles. You've been listening to radio programs these many years, and yet in all that time, no one has bothered to explain to you listeners what a radio studio is like. Tonight, I shall fill that gap. The most important feature of a radio studio is a studio audience. A lot of programs give out tickets which listeners fight for, or to get in to see the shows. We don't do anything as uncouth as that. Our studio audience consists of a group of people who were strolling along Sunset Boulevard when they fell through a trapdoor. When all the seats are occupied, I make my entrance, and the audience gets into a frenzied state of whistling. They applaud, stamp the feet, and make sundry other noises, but no matter what they do, the doors are locked and they can't get out. So much for the studio audience. Now, many of you have seen a broadcast of Britain in Action. Who are the people who live in the glass fish bowls? Now, ladies and gentlemen, those are not a fish, and those are not fish bowls. They are control booths, and the occupants are people who've been around radio comedy programs so long that their lungs just can't handle fresh air. So we have to keep them in those glass-enclosed airtight chambers with specially constructed exhaust fans which take out the oxygen and bring in the air from last week's program. You'll notice there's one dentist in the control booth who tells the performers how they're coming across by using hand signals. If he holds his left ear, it means my performance is too fast. If he holds his right ear, it means my performance is too slow. If he holds his nose, it means just what you think it means.
Mr. Wells?
Yes, Miss Grimmins?
Transfer your masseurs here.
Oh, send him in, my masseur. Good enough.
Bonjour, 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 Monsieur Wells.
Hello, Francois. Ready for the reducing treatment?
Oh, but yes. I've been making a study of your body, and I get a total of 424 muscles.
I got?
No, you need. Alors, we start the treatment.
That's just a joke, you know. Got a lot of muscles. Count my muscles. Go ahead, feel my muscles.
Got to find that.
Get back to the script. I'm the one that's supposed to be funny. Just because I don't get a laugh, you shouldn't try for one. Go back.
We will start the treatment now. Throw out your chest. There. Now pull in your stomach.
I can't.
Why not?
They both go together.
Oh, too bad you do not have the figure like one of my other clients, Monsieur Monty Woolley.
Monty Woolley, Francois, don't ever mention his name on this program. Whenever I get a job, he goes after it and tries to steal it away from me. That inflated, summertime Santa Claus. What's he got that I couldn't grow? Monty Woolley. Sounds like an ad for Snuggles. Ladies, when wintry winds blow, put on a pair of Monty Woolleys. That ought to take care of that character.
Pardon me. Is this the Goodwill Hour?
This is Orson Welles' office. I'm his secretary, Miss Grimmett. And whom shall I say is calling?
His mother.
Really, now, you don't want me to tell him that.
Why not? He had one, didn't he? Or was his father a magician, too? Now, run along, little girl, and tell him Monty Woolley's here.
Oh, you're Monty Woolley.
What do you think I was, a flying red horse? Thank you so much for recognizing me after hearing my name. I shall reward you for that by taking you out some evening.
Oh, Mr. Woolley, do you mean that?
Certainly. Bring your broom and we'll go for a ride. And now run along, Miss Gremlin.
Can this be Monty? Oh, Monty Woolley, am I glad to see you.
Can this be Orson Welles?
Well, yes, Monty. What do I look like?
Well, you look as if you just stepped out of a grave and couldn't find your way back in. What do you mean by telling people that my face is holding back television?
Well, I'll explain that later. I tell you what, Monty, let's be sensible. Would I say things like that about you?
Well, I don't know why not. I'd say them about you.
Well, now, Monty, believe me, from the very depths of my heart and with a sincerity that knows no bounds, I tell you that never have I uttered a solitary, deprecatory syllable concerning you.
Get away from me, you frustrated vitamin Flintheart. I heard you on the air last week.
I'm taking your name.
I heard you last week on the air playing Hamlet.
Really? You heard me? How'd you like my performance of the Melancholy Dane?
You played the Dane as though you were expecting a visit from a St. Bernard.
How can a man look so clean and laugh so dirty?
Anything you do after last week, Orson, anything, can be considered a comeback.
Monty, how can you say things like that to me when I am so fond of you?
Are you really?
Yes, I am. My whole family is. I have an aunt who looks at your picture and sighs for hours.
Really? Now, how long has she been doing this?
Ever since the Brillo shortage.
Just a minute, you moon-faced merchant of menace.
Mr. Wells.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. What's the matter?
He's here.
He's come. He has arrived.
Who's come? What is my staff talking about?
The sponsor. The sponsor of your radio program.
Mr. Octane, the sponsor.
The sponsor, eh?
Is that a laugh, or are you auditioning for Inner Sanctum? Now, Monty, please, don't make any trouble, because we've got to be careful how we handle this sponsor, particularly with you here, Monty. You see, when we first went on the air, our sponsor, Mr. Octane, took an oath not to shave until I got my first laugh on this program. Now, remember, he's very sensitive about his beard. So, your being here isn't going to help any. Show him in, Miss Grimmett.
Here he is.
Oh, Mr. Octane. So happy you could come.
How do you do?
Mr. Octane, I'd like to meet our guest for the evening, Mr. Monty Woolley. Mr. Woolley, Mr. Octane, our sponsor.
Get the spinach on this guy.
Monty, please.
That's the first place I've ever seen with a built-in hayloft.
Monty, that's my sponsor, and he's very sensitive about the hook.
No, pardon me, fox in the bush. Have you got a cough drop on you? Very funny. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. He's a happy little monster, isn't he? Happy little monster. That's funny. May I have your name, sir? I wouldn't marry you if you were the last person on earth. Very funny. I'm very funny.
Here's your lunch, gentlemen.
Lunch. What? Mayonnaise and no spoon? Oh, now sit down, Miss Octane, like a nice little sponsor. Oh, thank you.
What are you thanking him for?
For patting me on the cheek. I wasn't patting you on the cheek. I was wiping my hands on your whiskers. And what do you think you're doing? Wiping my hands on your whiskers. You wiped yours on mine, didn't you? Yes, but yours are darker. It doesn't show. Very funny. Mr. Wells, why can't you say things like that?
That does it. If you're so crazy about Mr. Woolley, You can have him, Mr. Octane. As for me, I'm leaving this program when I go through this door. I'm not coming back. You hear me? I'm not coming back. Lucky for you, I heard your apology through the door.
Oh, Mr. Wells.
Yes, Mr. Octane.
When does the entertainment start?
The entertainment? Oh, yes, Mr. Octane. Here we go.
Friends, I want to talk to you about the new summer-proof service at your mobile gas dealer. Latest reports are no new cars till 2 years after peak. So take care of your auto. Here's fair warning. If you're careless, you'll be carless. Right now, what your car needs is a new lease on life. It needs sprucing up after long, hard months of winter driving. And your friendly mobile gas dealer is ready to put it in tip-top shape for summer. Ready with a complete summer-proof service. He'll change you over to the right grade of fresh, clean mobile oil. That'll work to guard your engine against rust and wear. He'll carefully check your transmission and differential and all the vital parts of your car that need lubrication. To complete this thorough summer-proof service, your radiator, battery, tires, spark plugs, air, and oil filters will be checked and thoroughly gone over. This expert service can add miles to the life of your aging car. It's the way to guard against repairs and breakdowns, a way to stretch more miles from racing gasoline. Don't drive into summer without summer proofing. Head for Pep Up Headquarters, your mobile gas dealers at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Encore! Encore! That was wonderful! Oh, my. He wasn't patting me on the cheek. He was wiping his hands on my whiskers. Oh, Mr. Woolley, you're a card. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard in years. I like you, Mr. Octane. I like you. You laugh at life, and I think it's mutual. That's priceless. Oh, Mr. Woolley, you ought to be on our radio program.
Oh, no, wait. Whoa, wait a minute. Mr. Octane.
Oh, quiet, Wells. Just do your job.
Yes, sir. Do you want the light or dark polish on your shoes?
Light.
Yes, master.
Mr. Woolley, what would you think about doing some of your funny stuff on our program tonight?
Oh, Mr. Octane.
I've got it. We can do the life of Monty Woolley.
That's all. That's enough. Mr. Octane, I've stood for enough around here. That tops everything. I will not, under any circumstances, for you or anybody else, do the life of Monty Woolley. That's final. Wild horses couldn't make me do it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The makers of Mobile Oil and Mobile Gas bring you the life of Monty Woolley. This is your new announcer, Orson Welles. Monty Woolley was born in Gloucester, Massachusetts on February 14th, 1672. Let us turn back the pages of history to that momentous moment when the doctor stepped into the corridor.
Doctor, what's the news?
Congratulations, Mr. Woolley. You're the father of an 8-pound beard. At the age of 3 months, through an era, the infant Monty was left on somebody's doorstep.
My goodness, what's this in this basket? Oh, you cute little thing. I'm so happy someone left you. You're just what I've always wanted. Now I'll take you inside and give you a bath.
3 months later, when the kindly old lady discovered he wasn't a Cocker Spaniel, she threw him out. As a child, young Woolley was not considered overly bright, and many cruel jests were played upon him. The dogs in the neighborhood often tied cans to Monty. In his first year at school, he stood at the corner so often that he grew up with a triangular forehead. However, by careful diet, different than most people's heads. However, by careful diet, his parents were able to develop a child who was neither listless nor sluggish.
Mobile gas lubrication does it every time.
Everybody wants to get into the act. That's an imitation. So after this, Woolley became very popular at school, and because of the paper shortage, won the Good Housekeeping Award for turning out a plastic spitball with jet propulsion.
Orson?
Yes, Monty?
Why don't we do the life of Orson Welles, and I'll get all the laughs?
Wait, Monty. Now, wait. Your big scene comes now. Years pass. And now Monty Woolley has grown to manhood, which was the only place he could have grown to. Monty was 21, and it was spring when the leaves turned green, the birds turned north, the weather turns warm, and John turns to his other wife. Yes, love came to Monty Woolley, little Aggie, his childhood sweetheart. Remember her? Now grown to glorious womanhood.
Glorious, you did.
Ah, poor Aggie. Poor Aggie. She was always torn between two loves, her love for Monty Woolley and Monty Woolley's love for Monty Woolley. Can you picture them now alone together in the moonlight?
Oh, Monty, we shouldn't be doing this. Our elders frown on sitting on the lap of one's beloved.
What's the matter? Am I too heavy for you?
Oh, no, dear. You know how much I love you. You're so big and strong. I'm crazy about your bulging biceps.
Thanks. I like yours, too.
I'll never forget the day we met. I was a silly little girl with pigtails and buck teeth. Remember? We were sitting in the park and you carved a heart in the tree.
Yes, and you gnawed an arrow through it.
It was your beard that first attracted me.
Well, I can understand that. Mine is the only beard in existence that contains vitamin D. No other beard can make this statement.
Oh, Monty, darling, will you marry me?
Yes, dear.
You've made me the happiest woman in the world.
We'll go on a marvelous honeymoon.
And then?
We'll settle down and raise a lot of little goatees.
It was at this point in his career that Monty Woolley became a professor at Yale University. Monty was very popular at Yale. He was the only professor who paid track odds. Then came, these people are too young to remember when there was race, Big Barney. You and I can remember it, though. All too well. Then came his big chance. This is Monty's big chance, everybody, not mine. Monty's big chance to play the mean, despicable, vicious old character in The Man Who Came to Dinner. Remember him in that? Remember that? Oh, I'm wrong. There are quite a lot of old folks in the audience. Finally, on April 12th, 1944, appearing on the Orson Welles program, Monty Woolley was destined to give his greatest performance. Monty, seriously, I want you to play your greatest role.
By Orson, I'd love to.
Now, would you love? We'd love to hear you.
Yes. You mean right here?
Yeah, we'd love to have you do it. We'd love to.
No, really, I wouldn't. Okay.
We'd love to, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, Monty Woolley in The Man Who Came to Dinner, as the scene opens, is walking up the front steps. He knocks on the front door. He walks up the front steps again. He knocks on the front door. He knocks again. He knocks again. Thank you, Monty Woolley.
Now, wait a minute. What about The Man Who Came to Dinner?
Is it my fault there was nobody home?
I hope this rhyme catches you in time. We surveyed the situation. Boy, the autos that we checked. And that showed us one good reason why so many cars are wrecked. Yes, friends, we made a survey. Checked 10,000 cars, and what we found was this. 6 out of every 10 of those cars required fresh oil. Now, you know what happens when you neglect regular oil changes. Your car's in line for big repair bills, even a serious breakdown. Today, protect the life of your car with regular changes of fresh, clean Mobil oil. Now, this famous oil is built especially to stand up under wartime driving. It works to keep your engine free of rust and sludge formation, to give it resistance against friction and wear. Mobil oil for you, my friend. Why fool around?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been our custom to end these programs with a serious reading. Tonight we bring you a few words from the Bible, from the letters of Paul to the Corinthians, to the Hebrews. We're sure no one will find this a sacrilege. It's in the great Christian tradition for clowns and jugglers and the likes of us to entertain on the cathedral steps, sometimes even before the altar itself. I cannot think that laughter is incompatible with the love of God. I cannot think that the words I'm going to read to you now are ever out of place anywhere in the world of men. I, brethren, when I came to you, came not with excellency of speech or of wisdom, declaring unto you the testimony of God. I was with you in weakness and in fear and in much trembling, and my speech and my preaching was not with enticing words of man's wisdom, but in demonstration of the Spirit and of the power, that your faith should not stand in the wisdom of men, but in the power of God. We speak the wisdom of God in a mystery, even the hidden wisdom which God ordained before the world unto our glory, which none of the princes of this world know. For had they known it, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. But as it is written, eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man the things which God hath prepared for them that love him. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? Brethren, I delivered unto you first of all that which I also received, how that Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures, and that he was buried, and that he rose again the third day, according to the Scriptures. But some man will say, how are the dead raised up? And with what body do they come? Thou fool, that which thou sowest, that is not quickened except to die. Thou sowest not that body that shall be, but bare grain. It may chance of wheat or some other grain. But God giveth it a body, as it hath pleased him, and to every seed his own body. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall all be changed. Watch ye. Stand fast. Quit you like men. Be strong. Let all your things be done with charity. For though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not charity, I am become a sounding brass, or a tinkling cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith so that I could remove mountains, and have not charity, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and have not charity, it profiteth me nothing. Charity suffereth long, and is kind. Charity envieth not. Charity vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, doth not behave itself unseemly, seeketh not her own, is not easily provoked, thinketh no evil, rejoiceth not in iniquity, but rejoiceth in the truth, heareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. Charity never faileth. But whether there be prophecies, they shall fail. Whether there be tongues, they shall cease. Whether there be knowledge, it shall vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when that which is perfect is come, then that which is in part shall be done away. When I was a child, I spoke as a child. I understood as a child. I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put away childish things. For now we see through a glass, darkly. But then, face to face. Now I know in part, but then I shall know, even as also I am known. And now abideth faith, hope, charity, these three. But the greatest of these is charity. Now the God of peace that brought again from the dead our Lord Jesus, that great shepherd of the sheep, through the blood of the everlasting covenant, make you perfect in every good work to do his will, working in you that which is well-pleasing in his sight, through Jesus Christ, to whom be glory forever and ever.
Makers of Mobile Gas and Mobile Oil invite you to listen in next week, same time, same station, to your radio almanac. Mr. Wells' guest, Sir Charlie Woolley, is currently working in the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production When Irish Eyes Are Smiling. The part of the sponsor was played by Billy Gilbert. John McIntyre speaking. CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Just saying hello before the show starts. We hope this finds you well and leaves you better. This is your radio almanac, the first of a new series. An almanac, you'll remember, usually has at least a little bit of just about everything. And, well, that's us. Mostly we want your almanac to be fun for you, real fun for all of you, wherever you are. This is January 26th, St. Polycarp's Day, and the eve of the feast of St. Chrysostom. There was a new moon yesterday morning at 8:33 at 4 degrees Aquarius. Our astrology department says for me to tell all you Aquarians who were born this week that you're in for a very active year. They want me to say that everything looks pretty good for you. 156 years ago today, the British settled Australia. I mention these things because they belong in an almanac. And here's another interesting item. 3 weeks ago today exactly, Dick Tracy was kidnapped by Flat Top. Homely philosophy and nuggets of wisdom come later, along with Groucho Marx. January 26th, our time, 1944, is the date Groucho Marx appears on this show at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. I beg your pardon?
I said,
It's very pretty, but what does it mean?
Well, it means we just can't tolerate this sort of thing. You see, I'm from upstairs. My name is Mr. Trivers.
Trivers? Oh, yes, the censor. The censor, better known as vice president in charge of... That's dirty. What's on your mind, Mr. Trivers?
We've told you a dozen times, Mr. Wells, that there's some things you can't do in radio.
Why? What have I done?
What have you done? Last week in your love scenes, you were breathing heavy again.
I was?
Yes, sir. You embarrassed the whole Middle West.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Trivers. It won't happen again.
Won't happen again? Look what you're doing now. You got red horses flying around in here.
Now, Mr. Trivers.
You can't do that.
The flying red horse is symbolic. It's our signature. It opens the program. Let me show you. The makers of Mobile Oil and Mobile Gas, with their compliments, invite you to join us. Invite you to join us. If you're not careful, Mr. Trivers, you're going to wear out your Invite you to join us at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Tonight and every week at the same time over these same stations, the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil bring you Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, this particular new moon is a total eclipse of the sun. But despite the conjunction with the moon's south node, and its opposition to Pluto, which give vent to the foregoing luminaries, behold some very good aspects.
Mr. Wells, immediately after this broadcast, you're to proceed to the lobby of the Wilshire Fish Market, which is having its grand premiere. You will remove your shoes, and at 11:55, imprints of your feet will be preserved for posterity in the fresh cement. There's just one other matter. I have to fill out these forms for Social Security. Now, the name is Orson Welles, and what is your occupation?
Well, I'm a dispenser of wit and humor. I bring smiles to people's faces. I make the whole world laugh.
Mm-hmm. Unemployed?
You can say that again. Might I inquire, miss, who you are and what you're doing here?
Well, they sent me over. I'm Miss Grimmett, your new secretary.
I don't need a secretary. Who sent you over?
Your sponsor.
Oh. Well, pull up a knee and sit down. I guess I could use just one more little secretary. Now, on with the show. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, that the average family in the United States consists of 3.5 persons?
Oh, isn't that kind of messy, having a half a person around the house?
I'd rather you didn't interrupt, Miss Grimmett. This is a radio program.
Well, you'd better look over your script first. I've made a few changes.
You've made a few changes?
Yes. You plan to introduce as your first guest star Cordell Hull?
Yes, I thought I'd start with the Secretary of State and sort of build from there. Great idea, isn't it?
No, I've canceled Cordell Hull. We can replace him with Frank Sinatra.
I'm sorry, that's out of the question. That's out of the question. We couldn't possibly use Frank Sinatra on this program. These microphones have no handles. Got enough to do without picking him up. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the next item on your radio almanac is a little philosophical playlist, a drama. A censor again. What's on your mind this time, Mr. Trivers?
Oh, we fellas upstairs. We've just been studying your script. Now, this drama you got on for tonight. You can't do that on the air.
Why not?
Oh, Mr. Wells.
What is wrong with the love life of a gypsy moth?
Why, the sound effects alone are censorable.
What sound effects?
Well, take this one you got indicated right here.
Yes?
See? Sound of two caterpillars necking. That's got to come out.
But why? What a wonderful thing. I say, just imagine, if you will, two caterpillars necking. Listen to them. There's a pause, and we hear nothing. Now, see, caterpillars being so soft and silky, they don't make a sound when they're necking.
That's what I mean. Much too suggestive.
Well, now, what's suggestive about it? These caterpillars aren't making a sound.
That's just it. They're being very sneaky about it.
All right, we'll cut the caterpillars. We'll use sea lions. You have to have a fish in your pocket. Any other complaints?
Yes, scene 3. The one about love at first sight.
Love at first sight?
Yeah, that's got to come out.
Which scene is that?
Well, it's this one here, see? Where the moth flies into the closet and sees a sweater.
Well, it's a charming scene. What's wrong with this?
Oh, come now, Mr. Wells. Whose sweater did you really have in mind?
What do you mean?
You know very well, Mr. Wells, that when you put a sweater in this story, you were thinking of only one person. And I don't mean John's other wife. I'm afraid, Mr. Wells, I'll have to cut the whole script.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you will send a stamped, self-addressed envelope together with 2 feathers from the wings of the Flying Red Horse and 25 cents to cover handling and mailing, I will send you the censor.
mention that was Lud Gluskin's orchestra playing I Know That You Know.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was what she said it was. Thank you, Miss Grimmett. I don't know about almanacs, but in every radio show long about this point, a charming fellow walks up to the microphone, beats you over the head with a commercial. You've heard him, says, folks, have you tried Perkins pickles today? Why not? Don't you know that Perkins pickles are tangy? Haven't you heard that Perkins pickles are cram full of squishy goodness? Friends, Perkins pickles are scientifically grown to contain 108 warts per pickle. If Perkins finds a pickle with 107 warts, he throws it away. And remember, Perkins pickles, spelled backwards, reads Selkip Snickrip. We don't have an announcer like that. We have a fellow, his name is Ray Collins, by a coincidence. Very nice boy. Unquote. Reserved. Very reluctant to talk about the product. So let's all give him a nice round of applause. Here he is, Ray Collins. Hello? See what I mean. Ray, isn't there something you'd like to say to these lovely people?
No.
You wouldn't last long with Perkins pickles. Ray, there must be something you want to say to them.
Yes, there is something I'd like to say, but don't you think it's a bit late for it?
Not at all. It's the time for it. Go right ahead.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Well, that's very sweet of you, Ray, but I was thinking of something else. Have you done any writing lately?
Oh, sure.
Well, tell the folks about it.
Oh, they wouldn't be interested in my bicycle.
Your bicycle is not what I'm talking about, Ray. You drive a car, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Well, how do you make it go?
Why, I turn on the ignition. Well, just what are you getting at, Orson?
I don't want to be obvious about this, Ray, but when you drive a car and you want to get plenty from your ration coupons, you just...
Oh, you mean mobile gas?
That's it.
America's favorite gasoline.
Right.
Oh, well, sure, Orson. When it's miles that matter, people say mobile gas. Mobile gas is just crammed full of miles. All the miles it's possible to give you under wartime measures. Oh, sure, other gasolines are good, but all I know is in wartime as in peacetime, mobile gas remains America's favorite. And 20 million drivers can't be crazy. Why, it looks like love, the way your engine and this master gasoline team up together. The qualities of mobile gas are outstanding with respect to mileage and power. The two things that count most today. On your speedometer, mark the miles you get from every gallon. And is there anything that you want more from gasoline today than mileage?
I think I can say without fear of contradiction, Ray, that's what we want is mileage.
Mobile gas, Dr. Wells. Mobile gas. Friends, stop in at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. Get your miles worth from your gasoline coupons with mobile gas.
Well, thank you very much, Ray. And ladies and gentlemen, there's just one thing I'd like to add. We don't make any exorbitant claims for our product. We're all adults. I don't think any of us are taken in by some types of advertising. However, mobile gas does contain vitamin A. No other gasoline can make that statement. I beg your pardon? Pardon me, folks. I just found out we can't make it either. We continue now, ladies and gentlemen, with old Dr. Wells' Almanac and Joke Book, Depressing Information Department. In the islands of Hawaii, and this is true, there is a law dating back to King Kamehameha which prohibits lovemaking on the public highways. Encouraging Information Department, powdered glass is not poisonous. Mystery writers, please note, powdered glass is not poisonous. Old Dr. Wells, however, doesn't recommend its use as a substitute for powdered sugar.
We interrupt this program, ladies and gentlemen, to bring an interruption.
Groucho Marx. Well, Groucho.
Thank you not to interrupt my interruptions, Wells. So this is the new Orson Welles program, and you're the new Orson Welles. Well, you don't look new to me. In fact, if I ever saw a used Orson Welles, you're it.
partially correct, Groucho. This is a new program, the Orson Welles Almanac.
Oh, it is? Well, did you know, Orson, that yesterday was the 150th birthday of Robert Burns? And after writing poetry for all these years, he winds up in Van Buren, Arkansas, playing a bazooka?
Did you know, Groucho, that Professor Unger Dunger of the Harvard University Sociology Department has just turned in a Ph.D. thesis proving that most people would be better off if they hadn't been born?
Yes, but that seldom happens to anybody.
Groucho, tell me, what are you doing here?
Your sponsor sent me over.
Oh, you know my sponsor?
Do I know your sponsor? He's over at my house every night drinking Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Had to wait for the second page for that. How do you think you got hired?
Oh, gee, I thought he drank nothing but mobile gas. Now that you're here, Groucho, perhaps you can help me with a problem. Where am I going to live out here in California?
Why don't you come and stay with me in Beverly Hills?
You're joking. What sort of a neighborhood is it?
Judge for yourself. On one side of me lives Betty Grable.
Oh, who lives on the other side?
Who cares?
I take it you're fond of Betty Grable.
Well, I lean towards that type.
You do?
Yeah, I lean towards it, but Harry James keeps pushing me away. To get back to you, Orson, something I'm not crazy about. You'll be crazy about my place. All modern improvements, gas lighting, inner-door mouse traps, and a pot-bellied stove in every room. That is, every room except mine. We couldn't get a pot-bellied stove for my room, so we hired Sidney Greenstreet to stand in the corner.
I don't know. Do you think I'd be comfortable there?
Why, you'll be as comfortable as a bug in a rug, and we got some of those, too.
I'm afraid I couldn't impose on you, Groucho. You see, I left my ration book in New York.
What if you haven't got a ration book? I'll take care of you. What's the best food in the world? Milk. Where does milk come from? Cows. What do cows eat? Grass. You can eat grass, too. And who knows? No, it's impossible. So you see, you'll be... So you see, you'll be very happy at my place.
I'm sorry, Groucho. I'm afraid it's out of the question, especially if I couldn't get anything to eat.
Well, you can't have everything. Look at Solomon with 1,000 wives. Do you think he had everything? Well, maybe he did. My luck, I had to think of Solomon just now.
Well, suppose I did move in, Groucho. What would you charge me?
Money. You speak to me of filthy legal letters. Only a cad would take money from a friend.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that, Groucho. Shake hands with a friend.
Shake hands with a cad. Would $500 a month be too much?
Oh, come now, Groucho. Money isn't everything. Can money bring you happiness?
No, but I like to have it around so I can choose the type of misery that's most agreeable to me.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Wells. I have a message for a Mr. Marks.
I'll take it. He's a friend of mine. In fact, we used to know each other. He was a great guy when I had it. What's the message?
There's a milkman outside. He wants his horse back.
Tell him he'll have it back the first thing Friday morning, as soon as I get back from my ranch.
You, a rancher?
Why, only this morning they sent me 600 head of cattle.
Jerseys or Holsteins?
I don't know. They only sent the heads. I think they were the heads. Now, look here. Now, look here, Prairie Flower.
Take your hands off me.
Don't get excited. I'm just trying to trace my 600 sides of beef.
Miss Grimmett, certainly you recognize Groucho Marx.
Indeed. You know, Mr. Marks, I can hardly wait for your program to come on the air every Saturday night, so I usually don't.
We're going to get along gloriously, Miss Grimmett. Couldn't we steal away somewhere together after the program, just you and me?
Put me down.
Quiet. Do you want to get into pictures? Oh, you can't fight it, Miss Grimmett. It's bigger than we are. Can't you see us sitting on a park bench, you and me? No moon, no stars. Just a beam from a policeman's flashlight.
Well, did you ever?
Fool me? Oh, once or twice. Orson, who is this woman?
My secretary.
Come, Orson, secretary, indeed. You can fool me once and you can fool me twice. But you can't fool me all the time. Remember, I'm some of the people. Now, come clean, Wells. Do you or do you not want to get into pictures?
Put me down.
Oh, pardon me, Orson. I always wanted to pick you up.
So you're a producer now?
Certainly. Shall I draw up the contract?
Oh, you're a lawyer, too?
Yes, and you'll have a contract as soon as we can get hold of another lawyer.
If you're a lawyer, Groucho, why don't you handle it yourself?
I don't fool around with shysters. Now, the first thing we do is to give you a big publicity build-up. Monday, you get lost in the desert. Tuesday, we send Hetty Lamar out to look for you. Wednesday, I go out to look for Hetty Lamar. And Saturday...
Wait a minute. What happened to Thursday and Friday?
I found Hetty Lamar. And don't interrupt. Can't you see we want to be alone? All right, Orson, there's your contract. The party of the first part, hereinafter referred to as Orson Welles, agrees to appear in 7 pictures the first year, 12 pictures the second year, and 18 pictures the third year. Wells, you're fired.
Fired? What for?
You're making too many pictures. The public is sick of you. Miss Grimmett, my cloak. And Orson, put 2 pair of shoes on the Flying Red Horse. I'm getting out of here. Goodbye, everybody.
What happened, Groucho?
Silly horse. I told him he couldn't wear wedgies.
It says here I'm next. Go right ahead, Raymond.
Thanks.
That's all right.
Well, sir, I like good round figures myself. Don't you, gentlemen?
Oh, you old devil.
Well, especially, I might say, when they're revealing.
Well,
these figures are 70% of all the cars on the road today
now it stops getting
are
funny.
from 5 to 10 years old. 70%. New cars will be scarce for a long time after the war's end. Folks, you've got to take care of your car. That means frequent oil change, and that means Mobil oil. Perhaps you think because you're making shorter trips at lower speeds, you needn't change your oil so often. On the contrary, under these conditions, oil is apt to get dirty quicker. That encourages burned bearings, worn-out cylinder walls, and wasted gasoline. So change oil frequently and change for good. To good, fresh Mobil oil. It helps your car run better, longer. Drive in at the sign of the Flying Red Horse for Mobil oil.
Department of Interesting Statistics. Mobil oil is the world's largest selling oil. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear from Wells's favorite songbird. And one who looks just as good as she sounds. You're going to agree that that's quite something. The name is Martha Stewart. Miss Martha, tell the folks what you're going to sing for them.
Besame mucho. That means kiss me a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you've just heard is the title of what you're going to hear. Does not... By the way, the President will be 62 years old Sunday. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Here's my dime. Sunday is also the 7th anniversary of Hitler's repudiation of the Versailles Treaty. And 5 years ago today, the Loyalists surrendered Barcelona to Franco. You know, just about the longest, loudest argument in our United States history has to do with states' rights. I saw the word states' rights in the headlines this morning. And 114 years ago today, Daniel Webster stood up on the floor of the Senate and spoke for that other sentiment. You all remember how it goes. Most of us had to learn it in school. That other sentiment. Dear to every true American heart, liberty and union, now and forever. one and inseparable. While we're on the subject of liberty, particularly eloquent on the subject of liberty, let's celebrate Thomas Paine's birthday 2 days early by reading a few lines of his, lines written in 1776. I call not upon a few, but upon all. Not on this state or that state, but on every state. Up and help us. Lay your shoulders to the wheel. Better have too much force than too little when so great an object is at stake. It matters not where you live or what rank of life you hold. The evil or the blessing will reach you all. The far and the near, the home countries and the back, the rich and the poor will suffer or rejoice alike. The heart that feels not now is dead. The blood of his children will curse his cowardice, who shrinks back at a time when a little might have saved the whole and made them happy. By perseverance and fortitude, we have the prospect of a glorious issue. By cowardice and submission, the sad choice of a variety of evils, a ragged country, a depopulated city, habitations without safety, and slavery without hope. Look on this picture and weep over it. And if there yet remains one thoughtless wretch who believes it not, let him suffer it unlamented. Where was there ever a war on which a world was staked till now? Thomas Paine wrote the words you've just heard. They apply very well to this year of grace, 1944. I think they apply very well to the fourth War Loan Drive. I leave it to you. Now it's time to say good night. And please, if you've enjoyed this program, let us know about it. And more important, if there's anything you like or you think you'd like changed, write us care of this station where your dial will find us next week at this same place on your clock. The makers of Mobil Oil and Mobil Gas, Agnes Moorehead, Martha Stewart, Ray Collins, Lud Glusk, and all of us in the Mercury Theater want this show to be exactly according to your specifications of a good time. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, I remain as always, obediently yours.
Your car on the home front is as vital to victory as a long Tom field gun on the battlefield. Keep it rolling with expert care at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Ladies and gentlemen, they want me to make an announcement which it seems I forgot all about. So I'm going to ad-lib it. You'll excuse me, it won't take a second, but I think we've got just a second. We have a guest next week, and I forgot to tell you that we have one. And he's an old friend of ours, a very distinguished lecturer, a world authority on undersea life, treasurer's reports, and other curiosa of the American scene. I know you'll be as happy as to hear about this gentleman as I am to be able to announce that he is coming with us. The distinguished lecturer, author, and world authority, Mr. Robert Benchley. Groucho Marx appeared through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company. Martha Stewart and Ray Collins appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. Producers of the current hit, Madame Curie. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
for the sign of the Flying Red Horse. The makers of Mobile Gas and Mobile Oil bring you Orson Welles.
Good evening, everybody. This is Orson Welles and the Mercury Wonder Show, broadcasting tonight from the Air Service Command Training Center at Fresno, California. You know, we've been doing magic shows in the Army camps for more than a year now, so tonight we thought we'd do a few of our tricks for you on the broadcast. I usually open the show with the Indian rope trick, and as my assistant, I usually use Gypsy Rose Lee. She's quite a magician herself, you know. You should see her make things disappear. But the Indian rope trick is one in which I cause a coiled rope to rise slowly from the floor and to stand on end. Then I have Gypsy Rose Lee climb up the rope and vanish, followed by a serviceman from the audience who also climbs up the rope and vanishes. I had to stop doing the trick. Took me 30 seconds to get him up there and 2 weeks to get him down. So, come on down the midway, folks. You're just in time to see the greatest magic show you've ever listened to.
Hurry, right this way for the big show, folks. The Mercury Wonder Show for servicemen. That means you, soldier. If you got your girl with you, bring her in. She'll be amazed. She'll be astounded. She'll be thrilled. There are no lights in the balcony.
Oh, the magic show. Let's go in.
Oh, not too bad, honey. Let's get going.
What's your price?
I only got a 6-hour pass.
The Mercury Wonder Show, folks.
It's a 4F joke, you know that.
Orson the Magnificent.
Gentlemen, I greet you in the words of the mysterious East. Mashallah, inshallah, abacadabra. Sure. May your shadows never be less. Tonight, we're going to attempt to entertain you with a few feats of conjuring, sleight of hand, legend and main, prestidigitation, and hanky-panky.
Bring out the tape.
For my next illusion, I shall produce from thin air, not a goldfish bowl, not a rabbit, but a beautiful lady. Now watch me very closely. Gabasa, inshallah, mashallah, abacadabra. Sure. Nothing happened. Maybe I sang it in the wrong key. Sure. Slide whistle. Heavens to Betsy, I hit the jackpot. There are 2 of them. Gentlemen, I give you a double feature. 2 scintillating young stars with one name and one face. That gorgeous parley from the picture Andy Hardy's Blonde Trouble, the Wild Twins. Whoa. Hello, girls.
Hello,
girls. Oh, you said hello. Certainly nice to meet you, girls. Face to face. You know, when you girls arrived here this afternoon, there was quite a reaction from the men around the field. It's the first time I ever saw a pilot come in ahead of his plane. Which one of you girls is the spokesman for the team?
I am.
Well, maybe I'd better start out by asking you to identify yourselves. Which is Lynn and which is Lee?
She is.
Well, let me put it this way. If I were to ask Lynn for a date tonight, who'd be waiting for me when I arrived at your house?
Our mother.
Your mother doesn't... Girls, doesn't your mom allow you to go out with boyfriends?
Oh, she's angry with Lee now because Lee's in love.
Lee's in love. Well, love's a perfectly natural thing.
I know, but she's in love with an old man. He's 27.
27?
How old are you, Mr. Wells?
29. I'm practically falling apart.
On the screen, you look much younger.
Oh, on the screen I look much younger.
Yes, I saw you in Jane Eyre, and I thought it was wonderful.
Oh, really? Thank you. What'd your sister Lynn think of it?
Oh, she's the intelligent one.
Well, as you know, girls, we're in the midst of a magic show. I wonder, how would you two like to assist me in a trick?
We'd love to.
Fine. Assistant, bring out a box and a saw.
Well, what kind of a trick is it, Mr. Wells?
You'll see. You girls always work together.
Always.
Never been parted.
Never.
Tonight it's going to be different. Oh, by the way, girls, this is my assistant, Ben Ali Hakim Itznik, known locally as the Yodeling Goldbrick.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Don't be so formal, girls. Run your fingers through his hair. I said his hair, not his pocket. Are you the Wild Twins or the Summer Sisters? All ready with the equipment, Hakim?
Yes, Master.
Now watch closely, everybody. I'll now saw 2 women in half. This is known as making a 4 the hard way.
Oh, Mr. Wells?
Yes, girls?
Instead of doing a trick, why can't we just sing a song?
Well, for that you need an orchestra. I merely utter the magic words, Lud, Gluskin, and presto.
I fell in love with the leader of the band. I was alone and he seemed to understand, but he had no ring for this finger on my hand. So I said farewell, farewell to love. I'll never, never fall. No, I'll never, never fall. I swear I'll never fall in love again. Then I lost my heart to the boy who played the sax. Night after night he recorded tunes on wax. I wanted romance, but he wanted to relax. So I said farewell, farewell to love. I'll never, never fall. No, I'll never, never fall. I swore I'd never fall in love again. Then he blew his horn and my heart turned upside down. He blew his horn and I bought a wedding gown. He blew his horn, then he blew right out of town. So once more I shoved romance away. Beats the drum. He was divine, as romantic as they come. But he made that noise with his bubble chewing gum. So once more I gave romance the bird. We'll never fall again for our leader or his man. We're through with all musicians from now on. We're going back to that shack by the track in Hackensack. I'll marry Jim, maybe Joe, or even Jack. We're leaving for good and we're never coming back. Goodbye, boys, farewell, so long, adieu.
Little girls, don't go away.
No, you can't make us stay.
Well, just one moment before you stray. I've got some jive I'd like to play.
We're staying, Mr. Wells.
Hallelujah, glory be.
'Cause you send me when you play, and I just can't go away. So I'll stay, can't go away. Stay, I guess I'm still in love with the leader of the band.
Listen, my listeners, and you shall hear of the summer driving of Mr. Revere. Now, Mr. Revere was a far-sighted man, and Mr. Revere was a Mobil Oil fan. He said, summer's coming, preparedness pays. I should change the oil for the hot summer days. My car will run better, said he, and what's more, this car's got to last me till after the war. At the sign of the Flying Red Horse, Revere stopped. A habit, my listeners, that you should adopt. The right grade of Mobil Oil, that's what he got for motoring days that are dusty and hot. Why, Mobil Oil, folks, is the world's favorite brand. For warding off friction and wear, boy, it's grand. Yes, Mr. Revere did just right by his car, and all summer long was his car up to par. So, do like Revere. Here's my warning and how. The summer is coming. Get Mobil Oil now.
For my next illusion, I should like the assistance of two members of the audience. Anyone at all, you, sir, in the first row. Thank you, and you. Thank you very much. We're continuing now with our magical extravaganza. Here we are. What is your name, please? What's your name, Sergeant?
Jimmy McDevitt.
Sergeant, say that again in the microphone, will you, over there, Sergeant? Sergeant
Jimmy McDevitt, technician, 4th grade.
And you, sir?
Frank Adams.
And your rank?
Private.
I said your rank?
No class.
Oh, I see. Well, Private Adams, this is Sergeant McDevitt.
We've met.
Good. Well, I'm going to ask you... I'm going to ask you, Private Adams, to assist me in putting the sergeant into that small, uncomfortable-looking box over there. Do you think you can do it?
I'll force myself.
While the sergeant is stepping in, Private Adams, will you test the box to see if there are any secret panels?
Yes.
Just test it. You did that knocking very professionally, Private Adams. In civilian life, were you a magician's assistant?
No, hotel detective.
I see. Well, Sergeant, before we close the lid on you, I want to explain the trick. On the count of 10, you will have vanished from this box, and in your place, there will appear a beautiful woman. Very well now. You crawl down, Sergeant. We close the lid, and you count to 10.
1, 2, 3.
While the sergeant is counting to 10, I'd like everybody to watch me very closely. I take this magic prayer paper, and whoosh, whoosh, I touch a match to it, and who have we here but that luscious starlet from Universal Pictures, Miss Lois Collier. These magic prayer papers are $1 apiece. They're agents in all aisles of the theater.
Excuse me, Orson. I'm sorry if I'm a little late. I had to pass those sentries again.
Oh, yes. Those sentries are really doing their job. When we arrived at the gate this afternoon, the sentries took no chances. The microphone's a little high for you, dear, and I'd have to get down on my knees. They let me right in, but they searched Lois for 2 hours. They searched so long they forgot what they were looking for. I'd like to explain this trick to you. There's a sergeant in this box who's just counted to 10 and disappeared. Look, I open the lid.
28, 29.
We'll come back to that later.
You know, Orson, I've always wanted to entertain servicemen. I sort of envy a performer like yourself. You do a big magic show for them, but, well, it's different with me. What have I got to offer these boys?
Well, no coaching from the audience, please. Private Adams, I'm going to need your cooperation this time. I'm going to ask you to put your arm around Miss Collier. Do you think you can do it?
I'll force myself.
All right, wait a minute, soldier. You just put your arm around her, you know. She's an actress, not an infiltration course. Maybe I better explain this trick so you know what you're doing.
He knows what he's doing.
Well, now, when Private Adams counts 3, the young lady will vanish before your very eyes and appear in this box, from which Sergeant Collins has just disappeared. As you can plainly see, I opened the lid.
101.
Sorry, Lois, it doesn't seem to be working out quite on schedule. Maybe I'd better throw myself into a trance. I close my eyes. I'm drifting miles above the earth, high up above the clouds, high. Pilot the tower, coming in for a landing. What's that, Donovan? Oh, sure. And presto, I open the lid.
101.
602.
Now Lois Collier's in the box. That's half the trick, Sergeant. You're supposed to have vanished.
Myself. Sure.
The original Miss 5x5, one of the great blues singers, Miss Helen Andrews, and our all-star combination of jazz players in blues in E flat.
Here's some bad news for the Axis.
Wednesday, May the 24th, Torrance, California. Here today at the Flying Red Horse Refinery, another TCC unit went on stream. This is the second of two double refining units built by the makers of Mobil Gas and now devoted exclusively to the production of aviation gasoline for war.
Friends, those new TCC refining units, part of the world's greatest catalytic cracking development, are now turning out vast quantities of aviation gasoline. This is the gasoline with flying horsepower. An amazing new super fuel whose power ingredients enable our warplanes to take off quicker, fly faster, and carry heavy bomb loads than ever before. The Army and Navy said to the men of Torrance Refinery, "We expect you to produce more than 900,000 barrels of aviation fuel components during the next few months. Can you do it?" The refiners answered, "You bet. That's a lot of gasoline, but you'll get it, and maybe more." Yes, we know our air forces will not lack the power to fight and win while men like those at Torrance are on the job. And after victory, their skill will mean new and better gasolines for American motorists when flying horsepower comes to Mobil Gas at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Half a century ago, there was a Dr. Hyde who was a missionary in the South Seas and who's remembered today because he wrote a public letter to a reverend brother of his, a certain Dr. Gage. In this letter, Dr. Hyde attacked the character and memory of a Catholic priest who had died 2 years before in the leper colony at Molokai. This priest, Dr. Hyde declared, was dirty, coarse, headstrong, and bigoted, and not pure in his personal life. Now, this priest, whom Dr. Hyde called dirty and impure, was none other than the martyr, Father Damien, whose selfless devotion to his island parish was climaxed on that Sunday morning in 1885, when he commenced his sermon not with the accustomed words, "My brethren," but with the terrible and heart-rending address, "We lepers." Dr. Hyde's letter was printed in a Sydney newspaper, and that miserable cleric may well have regretted to his dying day that it was ever noticed by the literary gentleman whose answer I'm going to read to you now. Sydney, February 25th, 1890, to the Reverend Dr. C.M. Hyde, Beretania Street, Honolulu, Sir. You may remember that you have done me several courtesies, for which I am prepared to be grateful, but there are duties which come before gratitude, and offenses which justly divide friends. Your letter to the Reverend H.B. Gage is a document which, in my sight, if you had filled me with bread when I was starving, if you had sat up to nurse my father when he lay a-dying, would yet absolve me from the bonds of gratitude. You belong, sir, to a sect, I believe my sect, which has enjoyed and partly failed to utilize an exceptional advantage in the islands of Hawaii. This is not the place to enter into the degree or causes of their failure, but this much must be plainly dealt with. In the course of their calling, the missionaries, or too many of them, grew rich. It may be news to you that the houses of missionaries are a cause of mocking on the streets of Honolulu. It will at least be news to you that when I returned your civil visit, the driver of my cab commented on the size, the taste, and the comfort of your home on Beretania Street. No, your sect, and remember, as far as any sect avows me it is mine, has not done ill, in a worldly sense, in the Hawaiian kingdom. When calamity befell their innocent parishioners, when leprosy descended and took root in the islands, to that prosperous mission and to you, as one of its adornments, God sent at last an opportunity. I know that others of your colleagues look back on the inertia of your church and the intrusion and decisive heroism of Damien with something almost to be called remorse. I'm sure it is so with yourself. I'm persuaded your letter was inspired by a certain envy. But, sir, when we have failed and another has succeeded, when we have stood by and another has stepped in, when we sit and grow bulky in our charming mansions and a plain, uncouth peasant steps into the battle under the eyes of God and succors the afflicted and consoles the dying and is himself afflicted in his turn and dies upon the field of honor, the battle cannot be retrieved. It is a lost battle, and lost forever. Your church and Damien's were in Hawaii upon a rivalry to do well. You having in one huge instance failed and Damien succeeded, I marvel it should not have occurred to you that you were doomed to silence. That when you had been outstripped in that high rivalry and sat inglorious in the midst of your well-being, in your pleasant rooms. And Damien, crowned with glories and horrors, toiled and rotted in that pigsty of his under the cliffs of Kalawao. You, the elect who would not, were the last man on earth to collect and propagate gossip on the volunteer who would and did. I think I see you, for I try to see you in the flesh as I write these sentences. I think I see you leap at the word pigsty. He was a coarse, dirty man. These were your own words. And you may think I am come to support you with fresh evidence. In a sense, it is even so. Damien has been too much depicted with a conventional halo. Such information as I have, I gathered on the spot from those who knew him well and long, who beheld him with no halo. These gave me what knowledge I possess, and I learnt it in the place itself, Kalawao, which you've never visited. You, I imagine, to be one of those persons who talk with cheerfulness of that place which oxen and wain ropes could not drag you to behold. You do not even know its situation on the map, probably denounce sensational descriptions, stretching your limbs the while in your pleasant parlor on Baratania Street. When I was pulled ashore there one early morning, there sat with me in the boat two sisters, bidding farewell in humble imitation of Damien to the lights and joys of human life. One of these wept silently. I could not withhold myself from joining her. Had you been there, nature would have triumphed even in you. And as the boat drew nearer and you beheld the stairs crowded with abominable deformations of our common manhood, and you saw yourself landing in the midst of such a population as only now and then surrounds us in the horror of a nightmare, what a haggard eye you would have rolled over your reluctant shoulder toward the house on Baratania Street. Had you gone on, had you found every fourth face a blot upon the landscape, had you visited the hospital and seen the butt ends of human beings lying there, almost unrecognizable, but still breathing, still thinking, still remembering, you would have understood that life in the lazaretto is an ordeal from which the nerves of a man's spirit shrink, even as his eye quails under the brightness of the sun. You would have felt it was, even today, a pitiful place to visit and a hell to dwell in. And observe that which I saw and suffered was from a settlement purged, bettered, beautified. It was a different place when Damien came there and made his great renunciation and slept that first night under a tree amidst his rotting brethren, alone with pestilence, and looking forward with what courage, with what pitiful shrinkings of dread, God only knows, to a lifetime of dressing sores and stumps. You say that Damien was coarse. It's very possible you make us sorry for the lepers who had only a coarse old peasant for their friend and father. Damien was dirty, you say. Think of the poor lepers annoyed with this dirty comrade. Damien was headstrong. I believe you're right again, and I thank God for his strong head and heart. Damien was not sent to Molokai, but went there without orders. I have heard Christ in the pulpits of our church held up for imitation on the ground that his sacrifice was voluntary. Damien had no hand in the reforms, you say. If ever man brought reforms and died to bring them, it was he. There's not a clean cup or towel in the bishop home, but dirty Damien washed it. Damien, you say, was impure in his personal life. How do you know that? Is this the nature of the conversation in the house on Baratania Street, which the Camden envied, driving past racy details of the misconduct of the poor peasant priest toiling under the cliffs of Molokai? When I was there, I heard complaints of Damien. Why was this never mentioned? True, I'd heard it once before. I must tell you how. There came to Samoa from Honolulu one who in a public house on the beach volunteered that Damien had been guilty of misconduct and had sickened from having contact with lepers. The man sprang to his feet. I'm not at liberty to give his name, but from what I heard, I doubt if you would care to have him to dinner in Baratania Street. You miserable little, here's a word I dare not print, it would so shock your ears. If the story were 1,000 times true, he cried, can't you see you're 1,000,000 times lower for daring to repeat it? Reverend sir, I'll suppose your story to be true. I will suppose, and God forgive me for supposing, that Damien faltered and stumbled in his narrow path of duty. I'll suppose that in the horror of his isolation, perhaps in the fever of disease, he, who was doing so much more than he had sworn, failed in the letter of his priestly oath. He, who was so much a better man than either you or me, who did what we would never dreamed of daring, he, too, tasted our common frailty. Oh, the pity of it. The least tender should be moved to tears, the most incredulous to prayer. And all that you could do was to pen your letter to the Reverend H.B. Gage. Is it growing at all clear to you what a picture you've drawn of your heart? You had a father. Suppose this tale were about him and some informant brought it to you, proof in hand. I'm not making too high an estimate of your emotional nature when I suppose you would regret the circumstance. That you would feel the tale of frailty the more keenly since it shamed the author of your days. And that the last thing you would do would be to publish it in the religious press. Well, the man who tried to do what Damien did is my father, and the father of the man in the public bar, and the father of all who love goodness. And he was your father, too, if God had given you the grace to see it. Signed, Robert Louis Stevenson.
Same time, same station to Orson Welles. Mr. Welles' guest is Lynn Barry. Lois Collier appears through the courtesy of Universal Studios, whose current release is This Is the Life. Lee and Lynn Wilde appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the White Cliffs of Dover. John McIntyre speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. At the same time, over these same stations, the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil bring you Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been in the habit before the show starts of doing a few magic tricks, and we're on the air now, but I think we've got time for one little tiny mystical experiment. Now, there's one thing I think I ought to warn you. A lot of radio programs hold up signs telling you when to laugh and when to applaud. We don't do anything as vulgar as that. However, at the end of each joke, an ice pick will come up through the center of each seat. You may regard that as a hint. For my first effect, I will use an ordinary pack of playing cards and an ordinary member of the audience. Now, I have been accused by a lot of people of using Confederates or plants. I make a standing offer of $10,000 to anybody who can prove to me that I use a Confederate. Now, I'd like anybody from the audience at all. You, sir, thank you very much for volunteering. You step up on the stage, please. Don't be nervous. Now, sir, just step right over here. I've never seen you before, have I?
No, boss.
The offer held good until midnight last night. Now, I want you to take any card at all, sir. Any card at all. Not that one. Just select a card, sir. Just select an ordinary playing card. When you look at the card, remember it, please, and tell me what it is.
Crestview 92911. Ask for...
That's all, brother. That's all, brother. How did that get in the day? Hello? Yeah? What? She packed everything and left. She didn't even leave a note. Now, don't get panicky, dear. We'll get another maid. Anyway, who did the housework before we had a maid? That's right, and I can do it again. The cook is complaining, too. The cook, she doesn't like my work. Why, I iron beautifully. Oh, her thing. Well, I can't help it. The iron catches in that lacy stuff. Now, look, dear, you keep the cook from quitting. I'll get another maid. Goodbye. Where's my assistant, Mr. Gristlehorn?
Oh, no. I don't do that kind of work. Besides, I've got dishpan hands. Look at them. See what I mean?
Well, you shouldn't bang them together that way. It chips off the enamel.
Call the Times for me, Miss Gristlehorn.
Yes, Mr.
If I
Wells.
can find out who hired that maid Beulah away from us, I'll take it up with the OPA. Hello? Times, I want to insert an ad. $50 reward for information leading to the whereabouts of a maid, experienced or inexperienced, part-time or full-time, male or female, young or old, dead or alive.
Oh, Mr. Wells, Miss Mary Boland to see you.
Oh, ask her to come in right here. I'd like our listeners to know that I agree with them about our guest tonight. Mary Boland is one of the finest comedians in all the world, and here she is, everybody.
Oh, Orson, I'm so excited. I've gotten the most wonderful maid. She never complains about the toast being cold. Well, I bring her breakfast in bed.
Well, how did you get her?
No, she was very unhappy in her previous job. It seems she worked for some... I don't remember his name. An actor who was always doing card tricks. And you know, Orson, she tells me such interesting things about his home life.
Miss Boland, the OPA doesn't tells you such interesting things about his home life.
Yes. The other day, she heard him saying, "Darling, you're wonderful. You're charming."
Well, what's wrong with a man saying that?
He was looking in the mirror. Oh, and here's something else. Whenever he comes into the house, he sprinkles a handful of confetti, and all the servants have to applaud.
Excuse me, Master. The man who gives you the reducing treatments is here.
Oh, my trainer sent him in. Excuse me, Mary. You see, Francois works only by appointment.
Bonjour, Monsieur Wells. You've been checking the exercises. What did you do when you got up this morning?
Well, I got out of bed, reached for the floor, picked up one leg, picked up the other leg, and then I lifted.
Monsieur, that is very useless exercise.
Oh, really? Can you tell me another or better way of getting your pants on?
Oh, Monsieur, he makes the joke.
Yes, he loses the place, too.
Oh, but that is very, 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 very funny. That is very, 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 very funny. I do not think so. Come on, we'll give the treatment. Sit down on this overstuffed sofa.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, Francois, please. This is Mary Boland.
Madame, I should be delighted.
No, you don't. I've already reduced. Oh, look, here's a picture of me when I was really plump.
You were a trifle buxom. Who is that standing in back of you?
Nobody. That's still me. Oh, I'm in good physical trim, but I need a good cook. Oh, Francois, do you cook?
Oh, but with gas. However, I'm committed to Monsieur Wells.
Well, that's not very funny, I don't think.
Well, this is Mr. Wells.
If I thought it was funny, I would have said it.
Francois, what does Mr. Wells pay you a week?
Oh, $35, 3 cans of mobile gas, and a pass to Jane Eyre at my neighborhood theater.
Oh, I pay my cook $50. Of course, we don't have a mobile gas pump, but we do have a cellar where you can get lubricated any time.
This has gone far enough, Francois. I'll see you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, it's drama time on your radio almanac. We bring you now Lassie in the Dark with Ginger Boland. The scene: the editorial offices of that chic fashion magazine for women, Vogel. Vicky Vogel, that glamorous career woman, is talking to her assistant.
Oh, Michel?
Yes, Vicky.
I'm so confused, Michel. Do you think I need to be psychoanalyzed?
Well, psychiatry is a wonderful science, dear. And rather interesting, too. Unlocking the door to a person's mind.
Yes, but for sheer excitement, do you think it will ever replace the old-fashioned keyhole? Misha, did you hear that?
No, what?
The strangest noises go on in my head. I must do something about that rattling in my head. I think I'll drop in and see my chiropractor.
Chiropractor?
Yes, you know. A man who gets paid for what other men get flat for.
Well, darling, you do need a psychiatrist, and I know one who's simply wonderful. Dr. Precox.
Oh, don't be absurd. But there's nothing wrong with my mind. Just something loose in my head.
Come right in, madam.
Oh, how are you, Dr. Precox?
Not so good. Haven't been feeling myself lately.
Oh, what seems to be the trouble, Doctor?
I don't know. I've been feeling faint lately. I get dizzy spells and peculiar headaches. There it goes again. Did you ever get that feeling?
Yes, but mine has a cowbell in it. Well, maybe you just need a change of scene, Doctor.
Oh, do you think that'll help?
Well, if it doesn't, try some of these goopy pills I've been taking.
Thanks, I will. That'll be $5, please. Now, what seems to be your trouble, madam?
Well, half the time, Doctor, I don't know whether I'm me or gingeritis. And when I think I'm gingeritis, I die. Like this. Then I know it's me.
You'd better tell me something about your background, madam. Any sanity in your family?
Well, I remember my father. He used to sit for hours in the living room and spin yarns. And then sometimes he used to just sit, and the living room would spin.
I see. Tell me, madam, do you have any hobbies? Do you like music?
Oh, I love it.
You do?
Oh, yes. Some of my favorite songs are music.
Some of your favorites? I see. Just one thing more. Have you ever knowingly done anything you weren't supposed to?
Yes. Yes, I have. I'm being punished. Oh, I know it.
Calm yourself, madam. What was it you did that you shouldn't have?
Oh, how was I to know? I was just a girl.
No names, please. There, you can tell me.
Well, you know those chewing gum machines that say, push, don't pull?
Yes?
I pulled.
Oh, now, you mustn't blame yourself for a mistake made in childhood. I, too, have heard. After all, man is a creature of primitive emotion. The best of us are none too strong. The flesh is weak. Do you hear me? The flesh is weak. Pardon me. Hello? Really? Best performance you ever heard? As good as you could have done? Oh, thank you.
Who was that?
Vitamin Flintheart. Now, my dear, I'm going to solve all your difficulties. I'm going to hypnotize you. Look me in the yolks of the eyes. Repeat after me. Alakazam.
Alakazam.
Sim, Sam, Halabam.
Sim, Sam, Halabam.
LSMFT.
LSMFT.
I must sleep.
I must sleep.
I must sleep.
I must sleep. She's fast asleep.
No, I'm not. You are. And you do as I command.
Yes, master.
I'm speaking to you. You, Mary Boland. Pick up that telephone, call your home, and fire your maid.
Yes, master.
You don't have to dial. The phone's hypnotized.
Thank you. Hello? Beulah? Oh, you're the best maid I ever had, Beulah. But you got along so well with the cook at that actor's house, you know. I think, oh, that's fine. Goodbye.
Everything all settled now?
Yes. My maid got a cook for me from those same people.
An American pilot takes off from England. His destination, Berlin. His assignment, to drop just a few bombs, only enough to challenge German pilots into combat. Because current brilliant strategy is this. To make invasion possible, the German Air Force must be knocked out first. Flying horsepower is helping to do that job. This sensational superfuel is in that fight, bringing brand new power ingredients to aviation gasoline. Today, our planes are going farther, climbing higher, carrying heavier bomb loads than ever before. The makers of mobile gas are producing this miracle fuel right here in California, in the town of Torrance.
And this plant is only one to share in their vast $90 million program, the greatest catalytic cracking program in the world. After victory, you'll have flying horsepower for your car, and you'll enjoy new motoring pleasure. Flying horsepower is going to mean flash getaway, dynamic power response. It's coming in mobile gas. That's a sign of the Flying Red Horse.
This is your radio almanac, ladies and gentlemen. The birthday department. The painter Goya, the writer Gogol, and the clarinetist Goodman were all born this week. Also Edmond Rostand, the French dramatist. By way of celebration, we bring you now a scene or two from his most famous play, Cyrano de Bergerac.
Cyrano was a poet, a satirist, and a swordsman. He lived in the days of the musketeers, and he will never die. He had the biggest nose that ever sniffed at pomp and circumstance, and a heart to match. Above everything, he was incorruptible.
We have a slight acquaintance, Monsieur de Bergerac.
Not slight enough, Count de Guiche.
I am here as a servant of His Majesty, who has fallen under your spell, Monsieur. He desires that you adorn his court.
A promotion?
At least a title. The king desires you as a friend, as verse maker extraordinary, and as...
Court jester? I'm grateful to His Majesty for his offer, sir.
Not so quickly, Cyrano. There's fame and fortune and greatness in it for you.
I have not only considered, but found my rhyme and meter for His Majesty's tender ear. Write verses for a king. And sign my name to drooling flattery. You call that fame? You call that greatness when men of letters toadies and smirk before their social betters? Bow themselves silly at every dinner board? Grin like a dying horse at every lord? Scratches the back of every pompous ass who comes to see their play on a critic's pass? The devil take those geniuses who learn the dainty ways of serving men, who turn their talent into little fireworks for garden fates, and sweat with quips and quirks to cheer a pack of fancy dullards up and bring their nosegay epigrams to sup in palaces. Know this, I'll never wear my stomach out by crawling on it there. I'll know no master, be 3 times crowned. My white plume sweeps the sky, and not the ground. And only where I want to be, there am I found. I'll whistle in the wind, hat-cocked, and kick stones as I walk, laugh like a lunatic, growl, guzzle, belch whene'er I want, and scribble, if not great epics, never servants dribble. If ever fortune comes to seek my shelf, it shall not come from kings, but from myself. Whatever rags I wear into my tomb, I still shall wear unspotted my white plume.
Cyrano was a lover. He loved greatly and wooed eloquently the beautiful Roxanne. But Cyrano felt the ugliness of his monstrous nose, and it was the handsome Christian who won her. We shall see now by what means.
I must tell you this, Christian. Roxanne, she loved you.
I'm dreaming.
She wants you to write her. I pledged her I would ask you to write her.
Write her what?
What? Odes, letters, sonnets, madrigal, ballades.
Oh, but I cannot write. I'm no poet.
So handsome and so dumb.
Dumb only to her.
Dumb, I say. You have the exterior, the perfect binding. But the book is empty.
What can I do? She'll expect wit, eloquence.
If only I had your nose.
I've traded for your tongue.
A moment, sir. A notion Apart, we are both useless, but together we might make one lover with the perfect nose and the perfect tongue. You, sir, will provide the exterior, that accidental arrangement of the features called beauty, and I the voice. I will speak for you, think for you, write for you, make love for you.
Why?
Why? Because it gives me chance to speak my love, relieved of this unsightly beak.
How can you write for me who love her so?
Poor driveling Adelphi. Sit down and rest your doubts. We that were never loved know best the epistolary arts. We're full of phrases, hatched in our lonely nights, of dreams and praises never heard. Our loves are like mad ghosts that unsuspected haunt the lovely coasts of Arcady. Yes, I will write quite well. And my reward? When she feels love's spell, though her sweet arms embrace you, yet my art, my words, my dreams will be that fill her heart.
Cyrano was a great soldier, but he's met his end in a common street accident. Christian had died in the wars, and the lovely Roxanne, whom Cyrano had won for Christian by his eloquence, whom Cyrano had loved so long and so hopelessly. Roxanne, all unknowing of his hurt, came to him in a convent garden in the last moments of his life.
Roxanne,
Cyrano.
at last. But I'm late for our appointment. An unavoidable delay. An old friend. Met in the street.
An old friend?
Yes, an old bore whom I've often shaken off. But this time, I've promised to meet him in an hour.
Cyrano.
The leaves are falling. How gracefully the summertime resigns. Gay leaves, dancing away to death.
Cyrano, you're ill.
Oh, an old wound. An old wound from the war.
Yes, old wounds bring pain sometimes. I have one here in my heart. I keep his letter over it.
His letter?
Christian. His farewell. The tears and blood are faded on it. But the words still breathe. They were alive and always near me.
I'd like to read it.
Here.
Farewell, Roxanne. Farewell to love and you. Tonight I have a soldier's rendezvous to keep. Rebelliously I join the dead, mourning to leave so much of love unsaid.
How sweetly you read it.
No more your eyes will light to me the day. No more your lips will smile the dark away. No more your lips with mine will touch or wed to bring me ecstasy beyond what's said.
You're not looking. You're not reading.
For the last time, I remember now the small trick of your hand against your brow. Farewell. Farewell. Till I shall cease to be. Till that last moment, you remain with me.
You wrote that. It was you.
No.
Yes, that letter and all the other letters. Then you wrote them.
No.
The words I love
No,
were yours.
no,
That
Roxanne.
tender mind I love. That deep soul that has haunted me was you.
No.
You loved me.
No.
Your no grows weaker.
No, dear love. Sweet love. I did not love you.
Oh, Cyrano, there was no Christian. There was only a voice that spoke to me, and that was you. There was no Christian. These are your words. Even the tears are yours.
The blood was his.
Why did you keep your secret, Cyrano? Why not have told me? Why not have let me know whom I loved?
I guessed it. It was madness, Cyrano. The doctor ordered you to your bed.
I have had a previous engagement.
Fool, madman. You killed yourself by coming here.
What is it? What happened? Cyrano, what is it?
On Saturday, a fat and ancient grenadier, while rescuing his foolish hat, was trampled by a horse. Who dreamed to die like Caesar. Was run over by a horse.
Cyrano, live for me.
Run over by a horse. Oh, fate! I'll save my little breath. Having botched all else, 'twas only fitting that you botch my death. I'm not to leave you but my epitaph. Here lies a nose that was too big by half. Here lies a moonstruck brawler, rhyming hack, a fool and fiddler, mastermind and jack of all trades. Here lies Hercules the brute, a swooning Romeo without the knack of love, an Orpheus who loved to toot his songs against the wind, and two, a crack philosopher. In short, here lies, now mute, a certain Cyrano de Bergerac, who was all these men, and nobody to boot.
Dear Cyrano, rest now.
Not here. I'll not die sitting down. I'll stand for death. Come forth, you snub-nosed skull. My hand still draws a sword. Come forth, eternal ghost. 'Twas in lost causes that I love the most to fight. Oh. What devilish figures these that swarm at me? Look. Look, my enemies. I recognize them all. The smug, the snide, who live by lies and cringing override their betters. Here, varlets, is my sword again, against all who act unjust to honest men. No quarter then, no quarter now. Attack! For here, as always, stands Diplomat. You've taken all. The laurel and the rose. My little lute won by 1,000 blows. But when all's gone, when you strip me fine, one thing I'll hold aloft that still stays mine. I take it with me. And when I stand tonight before God's house, I'll show it clean and white. And bowing to him, sweep the doors of doom. With this I own unstained, with my white bloom.
I loved but one man, and I lost him twice.
Orson Welles will be back in a moment. But now let me ask every motorist in our audience, aren't you driving slower these days? Aren't you making fewer, shorter trips? That way your oil thins out and dirties quicker. What can follow? Wasted gasoline, worn engine parts, and finally a nasty breakdown. So it's Mobil Oil for you. Get your crankcase filled up full and frequently with oil you're sure of. Mobil Oil flows freely, clings to every engine part. It works to keep your engine clean and operating in ace order. Mobil Oil today is specially refined for wartime driving. To every man behind the wheel, we say, conserve your car, change oil often. Make it Mobil Oil, the world's best seller at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Time to say goodnight now, everybody. The translation of Cyrano I read from was written by Ben Hex. Our guest next week is Dennis Day. Please join us next Wednesday. Until then, my sponsors, the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil, and all of us in the Mercury Theater, remain as always, obediently yours.
Makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil invite you to listen next week, same time, same station, to your radio almanac. Mr. Wells' guest is Dennis Day. John McIntyre speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The following program will be interrupted to bring you any late news developments.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Instead of our regular program at this time, the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil and the Mercury Theater bring you a special broadcast.
My dearest son, I guess June 6th and 7th will be always remembered in history. I know that none of us will ever forget those days, even we who live at home. Your father will have more to remember about these 2 days and more to tell you. I don't know where he is now as I write this. Somewhere in the north of France it must be. But when he comes back, and oh, my dear little son, I pray to God he will come back. When he comes back, I know he'll have a better story to tell than this. Anyway, here's our side of it, here on the home front. That's what the papers call it, the home front. Sometimes I feel kind of ashamed of that expression. It really isn't much of a front. We do have trouble getting houses, and there isn't much room on the streetcars. Sometimes the steak is a little tough, but there aren't any of us living on K rations, and altogether the war is pretty easy to fight here in sunny California. We work hard, and don't let anybody tell you we've let down because we haven't. And we won't. And our work is important. But nobody out here sleeps in a bomb shelter. And for the last 2 days, everybody's started to realize that again. And I think that's part of the reason why the whole city's been so quiet ever since Monday night. You know, even the people out here who don't have anybody to worry about, even those people are telling themselves again how lucky they are. And sometimes luck can be sort of embarrassing. We first heard the news at 12:35 a.m. I work on the P-38 Center Section Assembly over at Lockheed, and I was having trouble fixing the air hose.
I just hope I can get Josie, that's all. She's the only one who knows how to do my hair. Hand me that, will you, please?
Why don't you go where I go, Lillian?
Well, I hate to change.
I tell you what, we'll meet for lunch tomorrow, and I'll take you. I used to have a lot of trouble. They always left it too flat at the sides. It made my face look too hard.
Attention, everybody. We have just heard the following news on the radio. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France.
That's funny. I've been waiting for this, and I don't know.
What do you mean?
I always thought it was going to be different. I thought maybe everybody would cheer.
Too early to cheer.
Here is the text of the order of the day from General Dwight D. Eisenhower announcing invasion of Europe. You are about to embark upon a great crusade. The eyes of the world are upon you, and the hopes and prayers of all liberty-loving peoples go with you. You go with superior arms, security from the air, and incontestable right on your side. Let us all observe a minute's silence for prayer.
My shift was over then. Lil and I walked to the parking lot together, neither one of us talking. Nobody around was talking much. I said goodnight to Lil. I wanted to get to a radio, and I don't have one in my little 39 Chevy. So I stopped off at Joe Fernatti's. That's a greasy spoon not far away from Lockheed. A lot of the kids hang out there. Only I'd forgotten Mr. Fernatti doesn't have a radio.
The radio?
Yes, I want to hear the news.
Why don't I get one of them? Who's going to play my jukebox?
But Mr. Fernatti,
You want to hear the news? That what they captured Rome yesterday. Good, huh? All the potatoes,
Mr. Fernatti, haven't you heard the invasion started?
Oh, sure, I know.
Yes, the invasion. They just announced it.
All the time to make announcement yesterday. Invasion. The day before the
Invasion,
telegraph
that's a fake.
Sure, it's a fake. The day before telegraph girl,
Yeah,
she
that
make a
telegraph
mistake,
girl,
huh?
sure, that's a mistake.
About an hour ago, some fella come in here. He said the German. He sent over news. That's a fake, too. Gonna be lots of that. You watch. They don't go over till September.
You're crazy.
But, Joe, he heard it at the plant. They made an announcement on the loudspeaker.
You hear that, Flo?
Yeah. Is that right, Lenny? Yes, it came over the loudspeaker at the plant.
What was that?
Yes. Well, I got a radio in my car.
in a minute.
For headache caused by hyperacidity.
What's going on? It's the radio. It's about the invasion.
Effective civil administration of France
I'll bet you
provided by French. All persons must continue in their present duties unless otherwise instructed.
Henry!
Those who
General
have common
Eisenhower.
What?
It's General Eisenhower.
Their country will be removed. As France is liberated from her oppressors, you yourselves will choose your representatives and the government under which you wish to live. In the course of this campaign, with the final defeat of the enemy, you may sustain further loss and damage. Tragic though they may be, they are part of the price of victory. I assure you that I will do all in my power to mitigate your hardship. I know that I can count on your steadfastness now. Heroic feats of Frenchmen who have continued their struggle against their Nazi and their Vichy satellites.
All right. Turn that thing down, will you please? Wake up the whole neighborhood.
Yeah, but officer,
You heard me. Got it on too loud.
Officer, it's the invasion.
What?
This land is
Invasion. Quiet.
in Western
I want to hear
Europe.
this.
Great battles lie ahead. I call upon all who love freedom to stand with us. Keep your faith strong. Our arms are resolute. Together, we shall achieve victory. We return you now to New York.
This is Bob Trout in the Columbia Newspaper. You have just heard General Eisenhower.
Hey, mister, what about that shot? They got nice balls. What about that?
While we're waiting for more bulletins, which are coming in now, here's an item from a South England embarkation port. An officer explaining to a private who asked where he was going said, "You're going to have a nice holiday by the sea. You won't have any KP or fatigue details or training or anything. Just relax."
Some relaxer.
The Columbia Network will be on the air 24 hours a day, ready with complete news
We
bulletins.
stood there in the middle of the
every
street,
aspect of the
a
invasion.
whole crowd of us standing around the car, all of us listening.
Warning the French people.
After a while, I think a lot of us felt like getting home. I know I did. So then when the King of Norway went on the air and started speaking Norwegian, I went back over to my car and drove as fast as I could go to the apartment. Oh, it looked so strange. The apartment building, I mean. Everybody's lights were on all over the place. Even old Mrs. Borgeson, who's never up after 8. Her little dog was barking, and Levinson's little baby was crying. And, of course, everybody was playing their radios.
Hello, dear. You heard the news?
Good evening, Miss Borgeson. Yes, I've been listening.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Just wonderful.
You heard about it?
What's that, Mr. Levinson?
Airborne troops, they landed there. Thousands, he said, already in parachutes.
Mr. Levinson, I keep telling you, he said airborne. That's something different than paratroopers.
Look like I'm telling you, airborne is paratroopers, paratroopers is airborne. It's all the same to me. What do you think they got? Maybe jet propulsion.
Look what we got now around here. Mr. Major George Fielding Elliott already.
Excuse me, what's he saying now?
French. Yeah. Before that, they had on the fellow from Holland. But by me, the main news is the paratroopers. This looks to me very strategic.
Quentin Reynolds we got. So, Mr. Big Mouth, now you got up the baby already.
The baby is up, so leave him be up. A night like this is going to hurt him. Besides, we can't ask everybody to turn down their radio, so the baby is up. All right.
Like I tell you, Mr. Levinson, if airborne troops and paratroopers were all the same, the man wouldn't talk about both of them.
Wait a minute. Who should know better? Ask Helen. Her husband is a paratrooper.
Max, sha.
What's this sha business? So what did I say? The lady's husband is a paratrooper? So I
Max.
would... Oh. Excuse me. I didn't think.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Levinson.
Just tuned in, but I can see we're not going to have time. We're going to switch you now to a live correspondent, Bryant in London. Come in, London.
Hello, New York. In the first hour of D-Day, the first spearhead of Allied forces for the liberation of Europe landed by parachute in northern France.
In the navigator's dome in the flight deck of T-47, I rode across the English Channel with the first group of planes from Troop Carrier to command to take our fighting men into Europe. All day Monday, we watched the weather, and then, well, there was a tenseness in the air that nobody talked about. In the early evening, Major Richardson came into the enclosure. He stood for a moment watching the men in the small recreation area, and then he called them into the briefing room, and the pilots, co-pilots, navigators, and radio men clustered around the Major in the briefing room. There was a large-scale map on the wall showing the course to be followed.
Ben, I think this is it. All I want to know now is there anyone who doesn't know exactly what to do? Okay. Get your stuff and report to the operations room immediately. I'm going down to the colonel to get the weather report. You all want to get back, don't you?
You can say that again, sir.
Then, damn it, get in there and fight.
The crews piled into their trucks to go first to the operations office and then to the line where their planes were drawn up ready to go. As they moved toward the airport, the vast, long columns of airborne troops appeared, trudging slowly under their full loads of battle equipment. General Eisenhower visited them during the afternoon, quietly passing among the men and chatting with them, asking their names, about their homes and their jobs. Outside the door of each C-47, the soldiers assembled, checked their equipment. Ground crews and combat crews gave the planes a final tuning up. Heavily laden transport planes began taxiing along in a long procession toward the runway. The paratroopers adjusted their packs on their Mae Wests and chutes and climbed into the planes. Each was so heavily loaded that he had to be pushed from behind and pulled from above to get up to the steps on into the plane. As the men settled in their bucket seats on the plane I was to fly in, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Cole, the commanding officer aboard, came up to them.
There's a doc coming over to give you some pills. That'll keep you from getting airsick. Make yourselves as comfortable as you can. Better try to sleep a little. Well, I know one thing. My parachute's okay. My mother checked it.
Your mother checked it? No kidding. She works in the Pioneer Parachute Company in our town. And her job's giving the once-over to all the chutes that come out of there. Well, I'm okay.
Almost before we knew it, we were trundling past operation buildings and the control tower, and then, foot by foot, almost inch by inch, we began to rise above the fields and trees of southern England. All about us and below us was such a glimmering fabric of light as I had not seen in the 8 months I had been in blackout England. 4 times we circled the field, its runways, perimeter, outlined in sparkling white lights. Through the sky, formation lights of the planes strung almost to the limit of vision. Looked for all the world like holiday decorations. As the long procession straightened out in its pre-established course, signal lights blinked, and navigators checked their speed and direction, of the pilots began their continuous plotting of position. We were right on course, and 1 minute early. I went back to see how the paratroopers were riding. More than half of them had taken the colonel's advice and were dozing with their heads back against the wall and their feet stretched out in front of them. The rear door was open, and down below I saw more signal lights blink, and then we crossed the coast of England and pushed out over the channel. The sea was calm, and soon the moon brightened. The water made the ripples below us twinkle.
Hey, Tiny, tell the colonel it's 30 minutes till jump time.
I looked straight ahead, and I caught my first glimpse of the coast of France. Navigation had been perfect. We could see the beach ahead precisely at the point we'd studied it on the maps and aerial photographs. The moon was almost full. And as our strong ship crossed above the breakers into the air of France, we plunged into a bank of cloud or fog and lost sight of the plains around us. In a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, we were flying formation on instruments. Then we emerged into clear moonlight. The small fields looked peaceful with their orderly hedgerows. Now the paratroopers were on their feet, each adjusting his pack, snapping his ripcord over the static line. That's a cable which ran along the center of the cabin ceiling, so that each chute would open automatically as each paratrooper jumped through the door.
Are you all set? Everybody get everything? Here, get this thing hooked for me, and let's get going.
That was Colonel Cole taking his place with his men. The jump lights, a small bank of signal lamps, were gleaming beside the door.
They blinked, and then, before I could get ready to watch, the paratroopers started jumping. I wanted to know how long it would take the 18 men to jump. I tried to count. 101, 102, 103. To the estimate of the number of seconds, you know. It may have been 11 or 12, but no more, and then our passengers were gone. All except one. They jumped so swiftly, one had been pushed against the door frame and was thrown back into the cabin so violently that he was dazed. The men behind him had shoved him aside and gone on. After a moment, he climbed to his feet and started for the door. Staff Sergeant Eberle stopped him.
I'm okay, Tanny. Let me go.
Easy, soldier. Past the drop zone.
I don't care. I'll find him. I'll get back.
It's too late.
You gotta let me, Tiny. The guys will think I'm yellow. Please, Tiny, I'm all right, I tell you.
Relax, soldier. Nobody's gonna think you're yellow. You can't jump now. We'll be over the channel in a minute. Sit down and take it easy. You'll get another chance.
I went back to the front of the ship and looked out the glass dome. Tiny streams of tracer bullets were curling upward from the ground behind us. One of the pilots in our squadron had unwittingly left all of his formation lights on. The tracers came close to his wingtips, but we saw nothing that looked like heavy ack-ack, except in the far distance. We'd been over France only 11 minutes. Behind us, we could still see an occasional flare, and below a few more ships, but we couldn't tell what they were. The Battle of Europe had begun, and our squadron had delivered the first Allied soldiers to their scene of action. This is Bright Bryant in London, returning you now to New York.
Yes? Come in.
Excuse me. I got here a little soup. I thought maybe you was hungry, huh?
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Levinson.
You've been listening?
Yeah.
We've been listening. Who hasn't? You know that one fellow, something went wrong who didn't jump? You shouldn't worry too much. Maybe that fellow, he could be your husband, huh? Could be.
Oh, it wasn't his fault. He wanted to jump. I hope it wasn't my Ned.
You hope it wasn't?
Or maybe I shouldn't say that. I know Ned wouldn't want that to be him. He'd want to get there first. That's why he's a paratrooper. Whoever it was, he wanted to jump. It wasn't his fault. He'll go the next time. Let's see what they're saying.
You don't know where the next blow may fall. Prepare yourself for all eventualities. Today, tomorrow, or at any time.
Before we knew it, it was daylight. Mrs. Levinson and Miss Jameson made coffee for us all and fixed a little breakfast.
Come on, honey. Have a little toast at least. Do you good.
Thanks, no, but I will have some more coffee.
Eat something, darling. Look how you look.
I'm going to take a shower. I've got to get to work pretty soon.
Look, already they're 10 miles in.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, Mr. Harriman.
Already they're 10 miles in. Wait and see, Mama. It's going to be quicker than we thought.
Don't be so sure. They got into Italy all right. But after that, look how long it took. It's ain't easy.
You never can tell what'll happen. One little thing goes wrong. Look at Dieppe.
But that was a different thing. That was 2 years ago. From this, we learned a lesson. Yeah. The way it turns out, the fellows that died there wasn't wasted.
I like what the king said. He said the spirit of the people burned up like a bright flame. And he said now is the time when we don't fight to keep the Nazis away, but to win the war. He said everybody should pray. Keep on praying.
Yeah, that's what he said.
And the Queen said so, too. Of course, they said it better.
I tried to get a little sleep, and then about 1 o'clock I went over to Lillian's, and we sat by her radio for a while. She phoned the beauty parlor and canceled our appointments. And then we got to talking and decided to go and sign up for nurse's aid. You can do that on a part-time basis. And then we went to work. there's going to be an announcement.
Attention, everybody. Attention, please. During this last shift, the President made a special broadcast. For the benefit of all of you who've been working and couldn't hear it, we're now going to read you his message. My fellow Americans, in this poignant hour, I ask you to join me in prayer. Almighty God, our Son, pride of our nation, this day has set upon a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. Prevail over the unholy forces of our enemy. Help us to conquer the apostles of greed and racial arrogances. Lead us to the saving of our country, and with our sister nations into a world unity that will spell a sure peace. A peace invulnerable to the schemings of unworthy men, and a peace that will let all men live in freedom, reaping the just rewards of their honest toil. Thy will be done, Almighty God. Amen.
Lillian slept in my apartment Tuesday night. Of course, we didn't really sleep. We listened and read and listened. We heard today from our headquarters that we're making progress on the whole front. We heard all kinds of things. Rumors and facts and more rumors. Some things were important and some weren't, but I don't know. Somehow these last few days, everything seems important. One little story made a big impression on me for some reason. It was about a book on G.I. Joe in Rome. Papers didn't give his name. He got up on the balcony where Mussolini used to stand. We've all seen it in the newsreels. And then he made a speech like Mussolini used to make. Oh, it must have been funny. That Brooklyn boy making faces and shouting double talk and the crowd below him loving it. I got the idea. They'd heard double talk from that balcony before. Only now, this time they could laugh at it. Out loud. And speaking of double talk, the first official Japanese statement about the invasion was pretty funny, too, in its own peculiar Japanese way.
The anti-Axis landing operations on the European continent must be highly welcome to the Germans. We can well imagine the jubilation in the German High Command on the receipt of the news of the invasion. Thank you.
And then this afternoon we heard from Switzerland that a large Allied fleet was seen off the French-Italian coast. That about takes it up to now. I'm going to put this letter away for you to read later on. Maybe your father will join in reading it when he comes back. And when you're old enough, my dearest little Robert, I think you'll like to know about these last 2 days. I know I haven't had anything special to say. I've been a long way off from where things have been happening. I've just been one of the millions and millions waiting at home and listening to the radio and reading all the papers. That's all. But I've tried to show you what it was like here, what we felt like, and what we thought about. When you're old enough, little Robert, I hope you'll read very carefully the words of General Eisenhower. They'll probably teach them to you in school. But I'm putting them down here in this letter anyway.
Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force, You're about to embark upon the great crusade toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving peoples everywhere march with you. You will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well-trained, well-equipped, and battle-hardened. You'll fight savagely. But this is the year 1944. Much has happened since the Nazi triumphs of 1940-41. The United Nations have inflicted upon the Germans great defeat in open battle, man to man. Our air offensive has seriously reduced their strength in the air and their capacity to wage war on the ground. Our home fronts have given us overwhelming superiority in weapons and munitions of war, and placed at our disposal great reserves of trained fighting men. The tide has turned. The free men of the world are marching together to victory. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We'll accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck, and let us beseech of Almighty God His blessing upon this great and noble undertaking.
That was his order of the day, General Eisenhower. They say it went to every man who had a part in the invasion. I guess maybe I shouldn't use that word. The president wants us to call it the liberation. I'm sure that's the way your father thinks of it. And now, my little Robert, this is the end of the first letter anybody ever wrote to you. It has to be ended now because your mother has a lot of work to do. A whole lot of planes to help build. And she hasn't got much more time for work. And even if by any chance your name shouldn't be Robert, if it should turn out to be Dorothy, I know you'll want to hear about these last 2 days. June 6th and 7th, 1944. Your loving mother.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Agnes Moorehead and the Mercury Theater in a special broadcast brought to you by the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil instead of our regular Wednesday night program. Please join us again next week. Till then, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil bring you the Orson Welles Show. Listen, America, listen to how an amazing new chemical discovery is speeding victory. For the first time in history, the synthetic bead catalyst, created by the makers of Mobil Gas, is now being used in the refining of aviation gasoline. In Torrance, California, the fourth unit of our vast refining plant is now on stream. It's the first and only refining unit in the world now charged with the catalytic bead. This sensational advance in petroleum chemistry makes possible the production of new and better gasoline for our warplanes. Gasoline that's much more powerful than 100-octane fuel.
We call this new super fuel flying horsepower. Its tremendous power ingredients enable our planes to take off quicker and carry heavier bomb loads than ever before. Today, the new synthetic bead catalyst that looks much like an iridescent pearl has just one single job: to improve the quality and increase the quantity of aviation fuel for war. But after victory, it will help to produce new and better gasoline for your car, because flying horsepower is coming in mobile gas at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Orson Welles. Tonight we're broadcasting from the Wrigley Building here in Chicago. We came down here to do a Bond show night before last. Martha O'Driscoll was on my plane. You know Martha O'Driscoll. She got blonde hair and green eyes and, best way to describe the rest of her. But Martha was on my plane when we started out from California. The Treasury Department assigned 2 Secret Service men to keep an eye on her. By the time we got to Albuquerque, they had 4 Secret Service men keeping an eye on the 2 Secret Service men. Well, I was sitting next to Martha. It was embarrassing the way the stewardess kept coming over to tell me to stop smoking. It wasn't her fault, though. How was she to know I didn't have a cigarette? Thank you, Mother. Jack Benny was sitting in front of me on the plane. Every time we came in for a landing, he handed me his wallet and said, "Orson, if anything happens, you owe this to Mary." I also do Ronald Coleman. "Orson, if anything happens, you owe this to Mary." I got off the plane in Chicago, and there were thousands of people, really thousands of people, waving, shouting, whistling. It's quite an impressive sight. But no matter what they did, they couldn't get a taxi. Chicago, as you know, is a convention city now. The Republicans are having their little get-together. Of course, the hotels are all crowded. Quite a few of the delegates are traveling with their relatives, though, this year. 1 or 2 had their wives with them. Some of them brought their mothers. Most of the delegates came with old granddad. Not me, though. I brought a lovely young lady, I mentioned her before, who couldn't fail to brighten up any convention, Martha O'Driscoll.
Thank you. Hello, Orson.
Hello, Martha. I haven't seen you since we arrived. Where have you been?
Well, I know the convention doesn't start until Monday, but I just couldn't resist hanging around Convention Hall.
Well, I can understand that, Martha. After all, you must have been a very little girl the last time you saw a Republican. The convention spirit's really in the air, though, isn't it, Martha?
What do you mean?
Well, you must have noticed all the way from California we had sunny weather, but the minute we got over Chicago, everything began to get a little dewy. I suppose you noticed there are quite a few women delegates coming to the convention this year. What do you think of them, Martha?
Women delegates are fine, Orson, but when it comes to a really important issue, it takes a man delegate. Why, when he gets up there, he really sways the people. Why, he takes off his coat and his hat and he rolls up his sleeves.
I don't know. Gypsy Rose Lee could do the same thing. It'd be more enjoyable.
Then you're in favor of women delegates?
No, I'm in favor of Gypsy Rose Lee. But frankly, Martha, women delegates frighten me a little bit. They really do. They scare me.
Why?
Well, I don't know. I get a picture of a group of women delegates in one of those famous smoke-filled rooms, in a committee room. They're all seated about the large conference table in the hotel. They're all quietly discussing their candidate.
Girls, really now, we must get something done. We're here to pick a candidate for president. We've been here for 15 days, and we've had 95 ballots, and it's still Frank Sinatra.
Say, that reminds me, girls. There's a wonderful sale at Marshall Field today.
Gee, what have they got? Girls, we're picking a president, remember? Now, look, all we need is one more vote to put our candidate, Gutzum Googledorfer, across. Yeah, we'll never get it. You know those women. Wait a minute. There is a man delegate at this convention, isn't there? A man? Yeah.
Say, Clarence crowed me from Wisconsin. But he's been voting for Sinatra.
Margie, bring this Clarence right in. And the rest of you girls just leave me alone.
Oh, God,
come in.
Hi, I'm Clarence. You said you wanted to see me?
Oh, yes. Come in. Won't you sit down?
No, I've got to go out and cast my ballot.
Oh, please sit down.
No,
Oh, that's better.
What's better?
You comfortable?
Yes, thank you. Not too heavy for you, am I?
Not at all. Have a cigar.
No, thanks. Don't smoke cigars. You can smoke one, though, if you want it. I love the smell of good cigar smoke.
Thanks, I will.
I really do.
Clarence.
Havana cigar. Yes.
Who are you voting for?
A good cigar. Well, my wife told me to vote for Frank Sinatra.
Oh, come, Clarence. Haven't you a mind of your own? Don't you wear the pants in your family?
Yes, but only because my wife is too chubby for slats. Only kidding, really. You know what I mean. My wife would murder me if I didn't vote for Sinatra. Wife would murder me. She dreams about him all the time. All night long she keeps saying, Frankie, I love you. Frankie, I'm crazy about you. Oh, Frankie.
Doesn't that make you mad?
No, I'm too busy dreaming about Hedy Lamarr. It's all in the script, you know what I mean? It's a situation.
Well, now look, Clarence.
I get back in character.
Clarence.
Yes.
We're all getting behind Gutsum Googledorfer. You better
I beg
hop
your
on...
pardon?
I said we're all getting behind Gutsum Googledorfer. And you better hop on this bandwagon.
I beg your pardon? That's mean, isn't it?
Don't you want to vote for Gutsum Googledorfer? He's the people's choice.
I'm glad I don't have to say that.
Come on, vote for my candidate.
Does it say hop on the bandwagon here? Did you
yes,
say
it
that?
says hop on the bandwagon, and I said it.
All right, I will.
No, I'm afraid not.
All right, I'll ask somebody if they're going to vote for Gutsum Googledorfer.
I'll say, Clarence.
Yes?
Will you please vote for Gutsum Googledorfer?
You
better
won't
hop
stop.
on this bandwagon.
You'll prove it to me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, just open that door, you say, and ask anyone around, and I say, all right, I will. Excuse me, buddy. Who are you voting for?
I am voting for Gutsum Googledorfer. Gutsum Googledorfer is an upstanding, honest, forthright, intelligent American citizen. And I'm proud to say that I am voting for Gutsum Googledorfer.
Thank you. And what's your name?
Gutsum Googledorfer.
You see? See? Now what do you say?
No, I better stick with Sinatra.
Do you really want Sinatra to get in?
No, it's my wife that wants him, but don't worry, Sinatra hasn't got a chance.
What makes you be so sure?
Well, I happen to know. When last seen, Sinatra was dropping a letter in an office building mail chute, and the downdraft sucked him in. A 1-cent stamp would take him anywhere.
Clarence.
Yeah.
Googledorfer is the people's choice. You do want to vote for him, don't you? Don't you?
Please, you're mussing my hair.
It'd make me feel so happy if you'd vote for Googledorfer.
No, I don't want it.
Oh, you do want to make me happy, don't you, Clarence?
Lady, do you know what you're doing? If you don't, you better ask somebody.
Now, who are you going to vote for?
Sinatra, the people's choice. I'm going to vote for Sinatra.
Clarence.
I'm going to vote for the Sinatra. The voice of the people. I'm going to vote for Sinatra.
Clarence. Kiss me, Clarence.
I'm going to... Say, that Googledorfer had some good points, too, hasn't it?
Then you're going to see to it that Googledorfer gets the nomination tonight?
Yes, but I'm going to hate myself for this in the morning.
Your pardon?
What a pretty girl.
Which one of you is the announcer on this program?
I am.
Oh, no, you can't all be talking about mobile oil.
I'm the announcer, and believe me, everybody's talking about mobile oil. And now's the time to change to summer mobile oil, the right grade for warm weather driving.
Oh.
Do you realize every car needs special care these days? No one ought to drive through summer with the crankcase half full of worn, tired-out winter oil.
That can lead to breakdowns, big repair bills.
Yeah, that's right. So you give your car the world's best seller, Mobil Oil. You got a car?
Uh-huh.
Then Mobil Oil for you, for summer and forever. Fresh, clean Mobil Oil.
It's built to ward off wear and friction.
Huh? Oh, sure, you bet. It's built to keep the motor clean and running smoothly through the hot and dusty driving days ahead. I tell you what, you change right now to summer Mobil Oil.
Me?
You and everybody.
Drive in right away, folks, at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Say, who are you? How come you know all this? And what's that you're reading?
Here, it's your commercial. I found it on the floor outside the studio.
Well, I'll be.
Gee, I think you're wonderful. Why, you don't even need a script.
Well, I'll be.
Well, I'll be getting summer Mobil Oil. I'm sold.
This is Orson Welles again. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, we're broadcasting from the great, big, beautiful city of Chicago, which tonight furnishes the background for our Mercury fable. The scene, a modest little apartment on the north side of Chicago. Victor Brill, a modest little businessman, is talking to his modest little wife, Martha. Put down that shade, dear. I don't want anybody to know we're home. Not that they'd stop in, anyway.
Oh, don't be so bitter, dear. You've been brooding for weeks now. Why don't you go out and bowl with the boys for a while?
I couldn't, Martha. I can't face them. No sense in pretending, Martha. They don't show it, but they know.
Well, what if they do know? You still got to look them straight in the eye. Now more than ever, our child needs it.
Oh, I understand that. I'm trying to be modern about it, but that doesn't lessen the shame. Think of it. Our Harvey is the only child in Chicago who has never been on the Quiz Kid.
That's all right, dear. I know how you feel.
We have a small group here in Chicago, everybody, but all good friends, and we're so glad you came. I thought I'd go right ahead.
Darling, I know how you feel. It's tough on both of us.
Well, it's not so bad for you, dear. You can hide in the house all day. I've got to go out among people. Their stares, their whispers. And it's the things they don't say that hurt most. Why, do you know I haven't been invited to the Elk Smoker for 5 weeks? Any day now we may hear a rap on the door and a voice say, "Brill, turn in your elk stew."
Don't you care, dear. It looks better on the elk than it does on you.
I've done everything I can. I can say that again. I try in every way to make up for Harvey's shortcomings. Whenever I'm with the boys, I'm the first one to buy a round of Alka-Seltzers. Then the conversation starts. Did you hear what my little Joe said on the Quiz Kid Sunday night? Did you hear what my little Frank said, my Ted, my Fred, my Henry? And it's my turn. What do I say? Have another Alka-Seltzer, boys.
Please, darling, you mustn't let this get you down. After all, Harvey's a healthy little boy.
Healthy, yes. The things he says, sometimes he frightens me.
I don't understand you, dear. I've always believed Harvey's conversation to be perfectly normal.
Normal? Darling, the boy is 9 years old, and he only speaks English. Discouraging. You walk up to a youngster on any street in Chicago and say, "Nice weather we're having," and he immediately replies, "Nice weather indubitably." The barometric pressure indicates a reading of 30.14 inches. With a mean precipitation of 69.428, tomorrow cumulus cloud strata, not untinged with cirrus.
That's very clever, dear. Very clever.
Sure, but you walk up to Harvey and say, "Nice weather we're having," he says it stinks. Discouraging.
But, darling, maybe you're expecting too much of Harvey. What do you want him to do? Grow up to be another Orson Welles?
If he does that, I'll drown him.
Oh, Victor, please.
Hello, Mom. Hello, Pop. Nice weather we're having, isn't it?
It stinks. Look, Harvey, I want to have a little talk with you.
That's right, boys. You have a nice little talk, and I'll go in and prepare supper.
Make a lot, Mom. I'm hungry.
Make a lot, Mom. I'm hungry. Is that all you ever think of, your stomach?
Pop, that's a plain case of the pot calling the kettle black. You eat like there's no tomorrow.
Harvey, let's face it, I'm disappointed in you.
Why, Dad?
Well, I'll show you why. What time is it, Harvey?
6:30.
I knew you'd say that. If I'd asked Joel Kupperman, he'd say 6:30 in Chicago, 7:30 in New York, 12:30 in London, 3:30 in Madrid, and 6:30 in Cairo.
Yeah, but by the time he gets through with that whole routine, it's 10 minutes later in Chicago. What good is information like that, Pop?
It's important. Suppose you flew to Lisbon. How'd you know the time there?
I asked a Lisbonian.
You'd ask a Lisbonian.
What would you do, Pop?
What would you do, Pop? I'd fly back to Chicago and ask Joel Kupperman. Harvey, I don't understand you. How do you ever expect to get promoted in school?
That's easy. An occasional apple for the teacher, a box of cigars for the principal. You know, a little greasing in the right places.
Harvey, don't you ever want to get on the Quiz Kids program?
I've got work to do. Excuse me.
Oh, don't mind me. Go right ahead. Phone, Harvey. I'll be going inside.
Hello, Joe. This is Harvey. 5 across the board on Knickerbocker in the 6th.
Victor, what are you doing in those knee pants?
Martha, I can't stand the shame any longer. This is a little like Hanley Stafford, I think I'm playing. Martha, I can't stand the shame any longer. I'm going to do something desperate.
Oh, you mean you're going to...
Yes. He picks up his cues better, Hanley does.
You mean you're going to...
Yes, hand me my lollipop and I'll be off.
Mom, didn't you hear me? I said, where's Pop?
Quiet, Harvey. I want to hear this program.
All right, children. And tonight we have a new member of the Quiz Kids who has never been with us before. Harvey?
My name is Harvey Brill. I'm 9 years old and I'm a student at the Betty Rowland High School.
That's Pop. He's using my name.
Quiet, Harvey.
Harvey is rather big for his age, folks, but we have an affidavit and a birth certificate proving he's only 9 years old.
Yes, I'm big from age. I eat spinach and I eat spinach. And
Harvey, since this is your first appearance with us, perhaps you'd like to tell us some of the things you're interested in.
I'm not fond of spinach, but I like books and flowers, and I'm crazy about moving pictures. Jane Eyre is my favorite.
And he's only 9 years old.
Jane Eyre.
All right, here's our first question. Mrs. Panston of 218 North Pine Street wants to know if a horse can run a mile in 2 minutes and 16 seconds with a handicap of 20 pounds, how fast can he run 7 furlongs with a handicap of 24 pounds if the wind is 8 miles an hour against him on the backstretch and 4 miles an hour with him on the home stretch, provided the home stretch is half the length of the backstretch, which runs southeast?
Jane Eyre.
Harvey?
Well, let me see. How far can Mrs. Panston...
No. How fast can a horse?
How fast can a horse carry Mrs. Panston, who weighs 24 pounds?
No,
that's it.
2 minutes, 13 and 3/10 seconds.
No coaching from the audience, please. Harvey, I'm afraid I'll have to give you the answer. It's 2 minutes, 13 and 3/10 seconds. All right, here's the next question. Let's see what you can do with this, Harvey. If a chicken and a half lays an egg and a half in a day and a half, how long would it take a monkey with a wooden leg to kick all the seeds out of a dill pickle?
Would you repeat that, please?
Well, this is a coincidence. This question was submitted by Harvey Brill.
Hey, Mom, they're using my question.
Quiet, Harvey.
Surely you must know the answer to it, Harvey.
I submitted it?
Well, you're Harvey Brill, aren't you?
I submitted it. Oh, stupid of me to let it slip my mind. Of course I did.
All right, Harvey.
Now, grown-up Ed Wynn.
What's the answer, Harvey?
Well, let's see. An egg and a half goes into a thicken and a half. No, it don't. It comes out. Oh, I got it. Don't tell me. An egg and a half divided by a wooden leg. If you move the decimal point over behind the thicken, the answer was it takes 2 hours and 10 minutes for the thicken to kick all the pickles out of the monkey.
Victor, you haven't touched a bite of food. You must eat something.
Sorry, dear. I'm just not hungry.
How far can a horse carry?
Harvey, I said we weren't going to discuss it.
I'm sorry, Harvey. What do you want me to say?
Sorry, Smart. You made me look like a jerk.
It wasn't all my fault, Harvey. Fine question you sent in. That stuck me with you, and you're kicking the pickles out of monkeys. Hello? Oh, I'll wait till I answer the phone for that. Hello? E.F. Hutton and Company? E.F. Hutton and Company, brokerage, Harv. You want to speak to Mr. Brill?
That's for me, Pop. Hello? Speaking. I think you better sell it. What else you got? That sounds good. Buy 5,000 of that and hold it for a long pull.
Harvey, what was that all about?
Just picking up a couple of hot bucks.
Investments. And where did you get the money to invest?
I'll tell you, Pop. You know that bridge on Michigan Boulevard over the Chicago River? Well, I told the cop I was building him a little shack to keep him out of the sun.
Yes?
Well, when he ain't looking, I hang up a sign. Toll bridge 50 cents, and I'm mopping up.
Martha, I've been mistaken about Harvey. Son, you and I are going to do a little trip Monday.
Sorry, Pop. I can't make it Monday.
Well, why not?
I've got to make the nominating speech for Dewey at the Republican Convention.
Pride in no small measure
measure of enthusiasm, the Mercury Theater brings you now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the great singers of our day, a song stylist of high and authentic style, a fine artist, an international favorite, Miss Ethel Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Welles and Friends.
Don't know why there's no sun up in the sky. Stormy weather. Since my man and I ain't together, keeps raining all the time, and life's so bare with gloom and misery everywhere. Stormy weather, just can't get my poor self together, and I'm weary all the time, so weary all the time. When he went away, the blues walked in and met me. If he stays away, old rocking chair will get me. All I do is pray my Lord above will let me walk in the sun once more. Can't go on. All I had in life is gone. Stormy weather. Since my man and I ain't together, keeps raining all the time. Keeps raining all the
And now, if you please, ladies and gentlemen, from Shakespeare. With your kind indulgence, a speech from one of the classic melodramas of our literature, a soliloquy by Shakespeare's greatest villain, the misshapen evil genius Richard, Duke of Gloucester, and later King of England. Here's the plot. Three claimants stood between the humpbacked monster and his ambition for the crown. Yet in those desperate days of civil war, blood and destruction were so in use that it was feasible for Richard to plot a way by trickery and murder over their corpses to the English throne.
Edward will use women honorably. Would he were wasted, marrow, bones, and all, that from his loins no hopeful branch may spring to cross me from the golden time I look for. Yet, between my soul's desire and me, is Clarence, Henry, and his young son Edward, and all the unlooked-for issue of their bodies to take their rooms ere I can place myself. A cold premeditation for my purpose. Well, say there is no kingdom then for Richard. What other pleasure can the world afford? I'll make my heaven in a lady's lap and deck my body in gay ornaments and witch sweet ladies with my words and looks. Miserable thought. More unlikely than to accomplish 20 golden crowns. Why, love forswore me in my mother's womb. For I should not deal in her soft laws, she did corrupt frail nature with some bribe, to shrink mine arm up like a withered shrub, to make an envious mountain on my back, where sits deformity to mark my body, to shape my legs of an unequal size, to disproportion me in every part, like to a chaos or an unlicked bare whelp that carries no impression like the dam. And am I then a man to be beloved? Monstrous fault to harbor such a thought. Then, since this earth affords no joy to me, but to command, to check, and to obey such as are of a better person than myself, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the crown, and whilst I live to account this world but hell, until my misshaped trunk that bears this head be round impaled with a glorious crown. And yet I know not how to get the crown, for many lives stand between me and home. And I, like one lost in a thorny wood, torment myself to catch the English crown. And from that torment, I will free myself, or hew my way out with a bloody axe. Why, I can smile and murder whilst I smile, and cry content to that which grieves my heart, and wet my cheeks with artificial tears, and frame my face to all occasions, and set the murderous Machiavel to school. Can I do this, and cannot get a crown? But were it further off, I'll pluck it down.
To lend the makers of mobile gas and mobile oil and all of us in the Mercury Theater remain, as always, obediently yours.
Marco Driscoll appears in the courtesy of Universal Pictures and is currently featured in Universal's Ghost Catchers. Ed Roberts speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Flying Red Horse. The makers of mobile gas and mobile oil bring you Orson Welles. A smile, I said a smile, is solid gold these days. And there's a guy who's mighty good at smiling. He's your friendly mobile gas dealer, as friendly as the day is long, and his day's mighty long. Cars need care. He knows that these days, and he's all out to keep every car that rolls up rolling. He knows this. 4 workers out of every 5 must get to work in private cars. Your friendly mobile gas dealer knows that every car today needs careful servicing to keep on going. Yet does he oversell you? Never. No high pressure, just what your car needs is what it gets. Is your car all set for summer driving? He's a chap who's got good products, gives good service, and throws in a grin besides. Your friendly mobile gas dealer at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. And here's an extra. Protect the U stamp on your windshield. Your mobile gas dealer will give you a U stamp protector free. Have him paste it on. Then when your windshield's washed or polished, your U stamp is safe. It's free, so drive in.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. The night before last, a whole lot of us in the Mercury Theater went down to Texarkana to broadcast the opening of the Fifth War Loan Drive, and here's something we found out about Texarkana while we were there. If you go south on the main street, you're in the state of Texas, and if you turn around and go up on the left side, you're in Arkansas.
Seems Texarkana itself is actually two cities, with two mayors, separate police forces, and all the rest of it. Well, I got into town a few days early to write the script for the Bond Drive broadcast, a broadcast which attempted to define, among other things, the causes of the war. And while I was thinking about those things, sitting up in my room in the grim hotel looking out over State Line Avenue, thinking about borders and boundary lines and fascist aggression and imperialist greed, a crazy notion popped into my head, remembering that the fascists always hanker for everything that belongs to the other fellow. I asked myself the following loony question. Just suppose that the city of Tex or the city of Ark lost its democratic faith and went the way of the Nazis and the Japs. Suppose the Tex and Ark went to war with each other. Now, I know it doesn't make any sense, but then neither does a war, starting a war, not finishing it. Suppose that the town of Tex or the town of Ark permitted a gang of nuts to take over their government and then, well, that supposition, by kind permission of the good folks of Texarkana, is the basis of tonight's little fable. For purposes of our story, one of the two towns had to play the villains of Jim Bryant and Millard Simmons, chairmen, respectively, of the Tex and Ark War Loan Drive committees, met on the state line and flipped a silver dollar. Arkansas lost, and right here before it's too late, we'd like to say to the citizens of Ark that any resemblance in the following narrative to real persons or places is accidental, unintentional, immaterial, and besides, we're only kidding. Our story begins in the little town of Texarkana on the Arkansas side, where one Alfred Hinkler, a fish peddler, was prone to ply his trade. Hinkler was not a very good fish peddler. Some said it was the fish, some said it was Hinkler. The fact remains that he did very little business. Folks never went so far as to accuse Hinkler of short-weighing them. However, it was generally recognized that he had the heaviest pair of thumbs in the business. Hinkler often tried to sneak up on unsuspecting marketers who, in the confusion, might buy his wares, but if the wind was blowing in the right direction, by the time he got there were no crowds. Somewhat discouraged, he sought new markets on the Texas side. As we see him now, he's pushing his cart down West 3rd Street.
Smelts? Get your fresh smelts today. 30 cents a pound. Anybody want any smelts?
Hinkler continues past the grim hotel, Sears Roebuck, and brings his cart to a stop in front of Smith's Barber Shop.
Smelts? Smelts? Fresh smelts. Get your smelts today.
Bill Smith ambles out of his shop.
Hey, hold everything there, stranger. I reckon you could find a likelier spot to go peddle your fish.
Listen, when I want your advice, I'll ask for it. Get your fresh smelts here.
But you're standing right in front of my barber shop, fella. And these here fish ain't helping my business now.
At this point, Hinkler, enraged, picks up a smelt and slaps the Texan in the face with it. 3 weeks later, when Hinkler emerged from the Texarkana hospital, he was sentenced to 6 months in the county jail for disorderly conduct. It was here that Hinkler wrote his now famous book, My Dream, in which he expounded the theory of superiority of Arkansans and also the doctrine of health through smelt. The book caused some comment. Here's a little group of people in front of Brown's drugstore on the corner of East Broad and Olive.
Very well. What do you think of it?
He's a crackpot.
No, I wouldn't say that. If you ask me, some of them things that fellow Hinkler says makes a darn lot of sense. Really does.
What do you mean?
Well, it's a fact, you know, that us Arkansas folks is, as a rule, an eighth of an inch taller than them Texas fellas.
Where'd you hear that?
I don't know. I read it somewhere. I think it was in that Hinkler's book.
He's a crackpot.
Yes, most people dismissed Hinkler as a hackpot or crackpot. But a few listened. In the back room of a garage on East Front Street.
What's up, Slash? What did the boss send for us for?
Search me. Just said we should all be here, that's all.
Oh, hello, boss.
Hi, boss.
Hi, boys. All right, talk quiet. Quiet. The boss is here. Now, boys, I want you to meet a pal of mine. More than just a pal. You might say a partner. We're going to do a lot for him, and he's going to do a lot for us. Boys, this is Alfred Hinkler.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Al. Okay, Lefty. Take Mr. Hinkler upstairs. Be with you in a minute, Al. Who's he, boss? We merging with another mob? Who's he? Well, that fellow's the next governor of Arkansas.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience. We're broadcasting tonight from Convention Hall, where Alfred Hinkler, the Reform Party candidate for governor, is winding up his pre-election campaign. Alfred Hinkler has just stepped up to the microphone. He's putting up his hand for silence.
Fellow Arkansans,
Tomorrow we go to the polls to prove once and for all the clear-cut issues of the kind of race that we have in the compromise to discover the later border ballot itself. It isn't only questions that we got to prove the tablets of rates.
Due to the technical nature of Mr. Hinkler's message, we have secured the services of that well-known news analyst and political commentator, Carter Brankshaft, who will analyze Mr. Hinkler's message.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hinkler has just said Arkansas has too long been hemmed in by its envious neighbors. Arkansas has an area of 52,725 square miles with a population of 1,949,387. This is 35 2/10 people per square mile, which is a condition too crowded to sustain life. Not only that, but it's messy having 2/10 of a person around. Therefore, this condition will not be tolerated. If I am elected, Mr. Hinkler, I will revise the eternal economy of Arkansas so that there will be more of everything for everyone.
Those little things in life that you can't...
Bullets, not bobby socks. Now we come to women's place in the new order. Women's place is in the home, and the women of Arkansas will have the honor of being the mothers of the future soldiers of greater Arkansas. Hinkler is very much moved by this tender thought. He's wiping a tear from his eye.
Those candidates that I proved that I'm not, it is not only a castigate. We can't.
It is now time to unveil the monsters who have undermined the security of the state.
You famous to prove that your little
A small avaricious minority whose lust for wealth and power has brought the people of Arkansas to the brink of disaster. The barbers. 50 cents for a haircut, 20 cents for a shave. Not only are these exorbitant prices ruinous to the economy of our state, but the mere existence of barbers is an insult to the memory of the native tongues, past and present, of the great state of Arkansas. I refer to Abraham Lincoln, Walt Whitman, General Robert E. Lee, Monty Woolley, and the Smith brothers. That is why I say the barbers must go, says Hinkler. I promise that if I'm elected governor, I will eliminate the barber, lock, stock, and hair tonic.
And we go through it, Pepper, like the states, and they'll do it to you, too. 3,842 precincts out of 4,012 give Hinkler 182,000, and his opponent, Mark Stevens, 156,000. Mark Stevens charges fraud and demands a recount. And late on tonight, Alfred Hinkler conceded that he was likely to be elected. And here's the late bulletin. Mark Stevens, independent candidate for governor, has just died of a sudden attack of pneumonia. We bring you now a special broadcast of the Glee Club of the newly formed Arkansas Youth Movement.
What time is it, Bill?
Oh, going on to 9.
Time for Sam White. Let's hear the news.
Good evening, folks. This is Sam White, the voice of Texas, bringing you the latest news. Neighboring states is watching with apprehension developments over in Arkansas, where the newly elected governor, Alfred Hinkler, has dissolved the state legislature and has conferred on himself the title of custodian of the treasury, guardian of the courts, and grand exalted benefactor of the public weal. A Little Rock Dispatch tells that the new governor modestly just wants to be called master.
Well, what do you think of that?
The following decrees have been issued. All persons is forbidden, under penalty of death, to listen to foreign broadcasts emanating from neighborhood states. All children over 6 months of age have got to be turned over to states for military training. All barber shops must be closed during the following hours: 12 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 9, and 9 to 12.
Well, that's the darndest thing I ever did hear of.
Oh, here's a late flash. Van Buren, Arkansas. The last remnants of opposition to Alfred Hinkler was eliminated today when Bob Burns was thrown into a concentration camp and his bazooka burned in the public square. Our shortwave monitors have just picked up a broadcast from Little Rock where Alfred Hinkler's making the important speech. We're switching now to Arkansas. Come on in, Little Rock.
Hinkler's just been interviewed. Now he puts up his hands for silence.
Citizens of Arkansas, I come to you tonight to prove that I could sell a watch with the people that haven't got any Hypnosis trace of thoughts for the table wiper as the style of life.
He says, citizens of Arkansas, our enemies claim that we have imperialistic designs, that we wish to expand at the expense of our neighboring states. I wish to brand this as a tissue of lies, malicious propaganda concocted by the barbers. Our friends in Texas know how we love them. Our borders are open to them and theirs to us. There will never be a dispute between us as sure as his name is Alfred Hinkler.
Folks, this is Sam White again. I've just heard that Texas has been invaded by Arkansas's Black Pants Unit. Men of Texas, rise up. Rise up in your peril. There's still time if you...
This is Slaps Montrose, the new voice of Texas. You've just heard the erroneous report. All Texans are rejoicing about the wonderful opportunities which they now got under the provisions of the Greater Arkansas Co-Prosperity Sphere. Hail Hinkler. Next Tuesday, a plebiscite's going to be held in which Texas will be entitled to vote saying what government they prefer to be ruled under, see? Texans are hereby urged to please come to the polls. We'll be waiting.
All right, stay in line there. When you come up to the ballot box, you don't have to bother writing down anything. Just answer yes or no to the question. Do you want Texas incorporated into the state of Arkansas? Now, you're first. How do you vote?
Yes.
Next.
Yes.
Next.
Yes.
I want you people to realize that you're entitled to vote any way you want. Next. How do you vote?
Well...
Next.
Morning, Alex.
Morning, Ned. What can I do for you?
Well, let's see now. What did the old woman send me down after? Oh, yeah. About 15 yards of calico. She wants to make a new dress and some curtains. Where's everybody, Alex? Courthouse?
No, there's all in the back there. Y'all left them yesterday. They're still playing checker.
I reckon I better take a look. I see. What did they have me? One state out of Texas and Arkansas. Ain't got nothing to do with us here in Louisiana.
Yeah, that's what I say. I say it has got something to do with it. Suppose that fella Hinkler takes a notion to take over Louisiana. Yeah, that's what I say. Oh, hello, Ned.
I overheard you talking. What did Hinkler want to take over us for? Ain't you heard him saying he loves Louisiana?
Yeah, he loves Louisiana.
Yeah, he loves Texas, too. Loved it so much he gobbled it up.
Yeah, gobbled it up.
You're a pessimist, Rem. Why, you were even worried when a rattlesnake bit Henry last year. And he didn't die for 3 days. You're the worrying type. I tell you, it can't happen here. Quiet, halt. The result of a vote taken in Texas and Arkansas, Louisiana is hereby included in the Greater Arkansas Co-Prosperity Sphere. Hail Hinkler. Forward, march.
What's that thing that fella tacked up on the wall, Alex?
Proclamation. Know all men by these your present, Louisiana will henceforth be known as South Arkansas. Y'all will thus have the opportunity of sharing in the benefits of the new order. The following offenses will be punishable by death: patronizing barber shops, expectorating on the streets, especially in the direction of Little Rock, congregating in crowds. A crowd is to be construed as meaning one or more people. And 700 other offenses which will be explained to y'all when y'all are found guilty of.
Well, I declare,
Look at what it says down here. I hereby appoint as mayor of Monroe, Louisiana, Lucifer J.
Why, Lucifer, that's you.
Yeah, that's me.
I know that I stood before you telling you that I grabbed the Sorex, and I said we could find the people matched for it. It wasn't the Castlereader little face it. It was the Hitton Physic Affair reports that proved the things what I could go on to say.
Hinkler says the people of California have much to gain under the new order. He will guarantee them oranges.
They were on his face to prove what we are doing. Hitler's Black Pants troops have succeeded in putting down opposition in all of California except Pomona. Hinkler gave as the reason for his unprovoked attack on California the following statement. Arkansas must have an outlet to the sea. When it was pointed out to him that Greater Arkansas already controls the entire Gulf of Mexico, he said, Arkansas must have an outlet to the sea in all directions. After I come to you and give you my status, we give you solid force for the
Hinkler says he will not stand. He will not stand for Rhode Island bullying Greater Arkansas. Therefore, he says he has ordered the occupation of Rhode Island by 3 of his Black Pants troopers who happen to be in the neighborhood.
And there you are. Yesterday, in a barber shop in Perth Amboy, New Jersey, a visitor from Arkansas complained that a barber used a towel that was too hot on his face. This morning, as Black Pants troops marched into New Jersey, Hinkler said, we will not stand by and see our citizens tortured. Do I say to the Mice? Did I say to the meter bots? I give you the grass red hood and this time I can't stand it.
He says Arkansas now controls all the states in the Union except New York. He says this is all the territory he wants in the United States.
And what can you do?
Hey, Mac, pull your cab up a little so that I can get out if I get a call, will you?
You get a call, I'll pull up.
Okay. Hey, I heard that speech on the radio today by that Hinkler character. He sounds like he's going to move into New York.
I'd like to see him try it. The little flower will give him his lumps. Hey, what does he want to move into New York for?
Oh, he says he's going to protect us from Brooklyn.
Protect us from Brooklyn.
Yeah, the barbarians of Flatbush.
Why, he's nuts. Why, they won't even finish ahead of the Giants this year.
Well, that's about all there is to our story, ladies and gentlemen, except the finish. Hinkler finally did take Brooklyn, and it served him right. He marched in on a day that the Dodgers were playing St. Louis. Came strutting into Ebbets Field, the 9th inning, the score tied, and his first proclamation pinned up. He said that there were to be no more ball games. Well, you know those Dodger fans. 10 minutes later, Hinkler was hanging from that tree that grows in Brooklyn. Lucky thing for Hinkler, too. For just about that time, folks in Arkansas got to thinking, what if they were an eighth of an inch taller than folks elsewhere? Or what if they weren't? Or what if they combed their hair different? Or what if they didn't? Or what if they talked with a different twang? They were all Americans. They weren't Arkansans or Texans or New Englanders. They were Americans. Americans before them had fought this same war, and they knew what to do. And they did it.
The biggest family Lud Gluskin ever packed into CBS. That was Lud Gluskin, everybody, and his Makes You Want to Stay in Texarkana Hot Liquors, playing Powerhouse by Raymond Scott. And now here's John McIntyre.
You got the time, folks? We've got the rhyme, folks. Here we go. Tell me first, tell me the worst. Does your car look sort of dull today? Do dust and road grime mar the finish? You don't say. But gosh, you got a ride in it. Where's your pride in it? Don't you know your car can sparkle? It can gleam. Honest, brother, it can look like a dream. Stop in at the sign of the Flying Red Horse. Of course. See that famous automobiler, your friendly mobile gas dealer. He's your auto's beauty boss. He'll give your car mobile wax and mobile gloss. Mobile gloss removes the dust and grime. Yes, sir, every time. It leaves the car showroom clean. Mobile gloss restores the color and sheen. Next comes mobile wax, protective, tough. For shining up the finish, it's the stuff. So it's mobile gloss and mobile wax for you if you really want your car to look like new.
I'd like to read you now a prayer. It was written by our great American poet, Stephen Vincent Benet. A prayer to the United Nations. God of the free, we pledge our hearts and lives today to the cause of all free mankind. Grant us victory over the tyrant who would enslave all free men and nations. Grant us faith and understanding to cherish all those who fight for freedom as if they were our brothers. Grant us brotherhood in hope and union, not only for the space of this bitter war, but for days to come, which shall and must unite all the children of the earth. Our earth is but a small star in the great universe. Yet of it, we can make, if we choose, a planet unvexed by war, untroubled by hunger or fear, undivided by senseless distinctions of race, color, or theory. Grant us that courage and foreseeing to begin this task today, that our children and our children's children may be proud of the name of man. The spirit of man has awakened, and the soul of man has gone forth. Grant us the wisdom and the vision to comprehend the greatness of man's spirit that suffers and endures so hugely for a goal beyond his own brief span. Grant us honor for our dead who died in the faith. Honor for our living who work and strive for the faith. Redemption and security for all captive lands and peoples. Grant us patience with the deluded and pity for the betrayed. And grant us the skill and valor that shall cleanse the world of oppression and the old base doctrine that the strong must eat the weak because they are strong. Yet most of all, grant us brotherhood, not only for this day, but for all our years. A brotherhood not of words, but of acts and deeds. We are all of us children of earth. Grant us that simple knowledge. If our brothers are oppressed, then we are oppressed. If they hunger, we hunger. If their freedom is taken away, our freedom is not secure. Grant us a common faith, that men shall know bread and peace, that he shall know justice and righteousness, freedom and security, an equal opportunity and an equal chance to do his best, not only in our own lands, but throughout the world. And in that faith, let us march toward the clean world our hands can make. Amen.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome, one and all, to the sign of the Flying Red Horse. The makers of Mobile Gas and Mobile Oil bring you your radio almanac with Orson Welles.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Orson Welles. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to say just a word to our studio audience. Folks, I know our listeners won't mind if you interrupt this program occasionally for hearty laughter. You will, I know you will. If you don't, I'll tell the OPA how you got here. A lot of our listeners, a lot of our listeners don't know that live people come to these broadcasts. That's why we get the expression, a live audience. A live or a studio audience is a group of people who are out apartment hunting and who just happen to be passing here when their feet hurt. Oh, I'd appreciate it if you don't spread this around, but a cousin of mine on my mother's side has a brother-in-law who knows a girl who goes out with a fella who prints for rent signs. And he's been mopping up lately with a little special he's got, says no vacancies. Well, this fellow who prints signs tipped me off about an ad that was in the papers. Here it is. For rent, lovely 10-room furnished house, 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, den, patio, swimming pool, lovely residential district, near transportation, $50 a month. Now, if anyone's interested, I'd be glad to give it to them after the broadcast. It appeared in the Los Angeles Times, April 3rd, 1934. I only mention this because I've been looking for a place myself. I nearly had a place yesterday. I answered all the questions. She asked me if I had any dogs or cats. I said no. She asked me if I had any children. I said no. And she said, good, let's keep it that way. And I've heard folks say it's very simple to find a place to live out here if you know the why and wherefore. I don't know about the wherefore. I'm living at the why. That is, I was until this morning. This morning I said to Gristlehorn, Gristlehorn is the man who takes care of my rabbits when I do a magic show. I said, Gristlehorn, perhaps we'd better show you just what happened.
Here we are at last, Mr. Wells.
What pager you want? Well, thanks anyway, Lud Gluskin, for the lovely mood music. Oh, this is Lud Gluskin, everybody, looking bright and shiny. Just had his head Simonized for Easter. Lud Gluskin, everybody. I think you might greet him. And now back to the script. All right, Gristlehorn, you've just got to find an apartment for me.
Well, what's wrong with the apartment you had last week? The one with all the modern improvements? Why, it even had an electric eye that opened the kitchen window.
Yes, but one night the darn thing got nearsighted and opened the bathroom door. Was I embarrassed? Standing there washing my bobby sock. So it was, ladies and gentlemen, that Gristlehorn and I went apartment hunting. Just by chance, I happened to run out of gas, mobile gas, in front of a real estate office. And I opened the door, walked in, and said, how do you do? I'd like to rent an apartment.
I'd like to kiss Hedy Lamarr, but where does that get us?
I don't know about you. It'd get me in quite a jam. How about houses? Do you have any houses to rent?
Yes, here's something nice. Lovely 10-room furnished house, 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, $50 a month.
That sounds great. Where is it?
916 Elm Street, Yuma, Arizona.
Have you got anything more convenient? Say, within walking distance of breakfast at Sardi's.
No, the last thing I had, I rented an hour ago. You wouldn't have wanted it. A broken-down clapboard shack I had in my hands for 10 years. No plumbing, gas, lighting, and the roof leaks.
Yeah. I'd like to see that guy's face when he moves in.
Yeah. I got $200 a month for it. The fellow gave me a $50 bonus.
He did?
Yeah, some sucker by the name of Gristlehorn.
Well, I guess we better go right on to the next scene.
Well, here we are at last, Mr. Wells.
You finally got the right page, I think. Well, Mr. Wells...
Mr. Wells, here's the house.
Well, that's your line. We've both got the right page. Let's divvy up on the parts. I'll play Wells.
Here's the house,
To
Mr.
win.
Wells. Here's the house. How do you like it?
Looks like a hideout for Mrs. Pruneface.
But, Mr. Wells, the rental agent assured me that this place was only 15 years old.
15 years old. Look at those 2 hearts carved on the porch.
Well, that only means a couple of lovers with spooning.
Yeah, but look what it says. John Smith, I love you. Signed, Pocahontas. Let's go in. Did you see that, Gristlehorn?
Oh, it was nothing. Just a little mouse.
A little mouse. It ran out with my suitcase. Let's look the place over. What are those sawdust trails all over my front lawn?
Oh, your next-door neighbor, Jack Benny, sprinkles that sawdust from his house to this house every morning.
Oh, what for?
He sends his termites over here for breakfast.
I wish he sent over a couple of his writers. I really shouldn't have said that. No, my writers work like beavers. As a matter of fact, 2 of them are beavers. Wish I could figure out which 2. I'll talk to him. Get me Crestview 92911. Sprinkle sawdust over my... Hello? Most Delicatessens? Will you please run around the corner and call Jack Benny at the phone? Oh, he's there now? Thank you. Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Orson Welles, your new next-door neighbor. I wonder, could you lend me a lawnmower? Well, yes, it is necessary. You see, the grass is so high your termites can't follow the sawdust trail. Well, then you send it right over? Yes, I understand. 25 cents an hour. Thank you.
Say, Mr. Wells, just come over here and look at this master bedroom. The agent told me that this bed belonged to Whistler's mother.
Let's see what it feels like. Now I know why she always sits on that rocker. Gristlehorn, this place depresses me. It's so dark and dreary.
Well, at least you've got a roof over your head. Knock wood.
Sunny in here, isn't it?
Remember the good old days when you used to drive into a gas station and say, sort of careless, fill her up? Well, today you say, please, mister, give me what's coming to me and tear that coupon gently. Gasoline. Boy, it's a fabulous fluid these days. So now what matters most is mileage. Every gallon of your gasoline has got to spread the miles out thin as paper. That's where Mobile Gas comes in. Mobile Gas, the nation's favorite. Mobile Gas today is giving all the miles it gave in peacetime. All the miles you got in peacetime. In the making, Mobile Gas is balanced just so. It will make a ration coupon do its utmost. That's why Mobile Gas gets around, down to the store and out on the state road and heavy traffic on your way to work. Try it. Try this mileage-packing gasoline. You know where to find it. At the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Master?
Yes, what is it?
There's a young man here wants to see you.
Excuse me, please. I have a lawnmower for Mr. Wells from Jack Benny. Sign here.
What do you know? It's Dennis Day.
Will somebody take this lawnmower off my back?
Why, certainly.
Thank you. Say, which one of you two is Orson Welles?
Well, I'm Orson Welles.
Glad to know you, kid. Well, here I am, ready to start. What do you want me to do?
What do I want you to do?
Yeah, don't you remember? You won me from Mr. Benny in a crap game.
Oh, I did. I must have been using Rochester's dice. Dennis, how... I'm sorry I said that now. Sorry I said that about Rochester, and I'm sorry I said it. Dennis, how can you allow that man to make a chattel of you? How can you allow him to make a chattel of you, to put you up on the auction block and to toy with your very life?
Oh, you have no idea what a jerk I am. What's a chattel?
Dennis, you'd better start mowing the lawn.
What? Me mow the lawn? Nothing doing. I'm a chattel. Gee, I hope it's not dirty.
Dennis, all I want you to do is to cut the grass.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wells. I gotta go now. I've got a date.
A date? What's a date, Dennis? After all, what is a woman? A rag, a bone, a hank of hair?
No use. I gotta have a talk with this kid.
Now, what I mean, Dennis, in Hollywood, beautiful girls are a dime a dozen.
If that's the ceiling price, I'll take 8 cents worth.
Look, Dennis, if you do a good job on my lawn, I'll arrange a date for you. You've heard of Betty Hutton, haven't you?
Oh, sure. I once worked in a picture with Betty Hutton. She's a nice girl, very cooperative. I like her attitude.
Her longitude isn't bad either.
Ooh, what he said.
Oh, come now, Dennis. Really, you're old enough to be thinking about girls, settling down, getting married.
Oh, I can't get married now.
Why not?
My mother hasn't finished shellacking my hope chest. But, Mr. Wells, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you.
Excuse me, Dennis. I was just looking up in that window.
Where? Oh, not bad.
I'll say.
That's Mr. Benny, you know.
What'd you spoil it for? I'm nearsighted. Come on, Dennis. You mow the lawn now, and I promise you there'll be something in it for you.
Really? What?
All the gophers you find, you can keep.
Oh, boy, you've got a deal, Mr. Wells.
Good. Where's my secretary, Miss Grimmett?
Here I am, Mr. Wells, and I'm quitting.
Quitting? Oh, Miss Grimmett, you can't do this to me. You're the best secretary I ever had.
I didn't want to be a secretary. You told me you'd get me in the movies. You promised me a part in your next picture.
Well, Miss Grimmett, the feminine lead in my next production calls for... They're laughing at the thought that I'll have a next picture. Well, Miss Grimmett, the feminine lead in my next production calls for a young person.
Really, Mr. Wells? There's nothing wrong with my figure. And it has been said that I have the face of a girl of 20.
She's going to be awfully upset when she sees what you've done to her.
What did you say?
Nothing at all. I was just thinking maybe I can give you this part, providing you stay on as my secretary.
Oh, Mr. Wells, I'm so happy. What is the part like?
Well, here's the script. I'll go over it with you. You enact the role of a woman betrayed. Let's try the scene where the man returns. You hear his footsteps now. Go ahead.
All right. Who's there? Oh, it's you. So you've come back. I lost you cared about me. I gave you my love, my kisses, my all.
Yes, I've come... Now, wait a minute, Miss Grimmett. Do you have to talk through your left nostril?
I'm creating a character, Mr. Wells.
Does that sound dramatic or romantic?
What you can about me. I gave you my love, my kisses, my all.
You sound like a female Fred Allen.
I can't help it if I talk through one nostril.
Neither can Fred Allen. Yes, you can. Now try it. Try it again and give it to me with both barrels. Our marriage was a farce, a cruel jest. That's my line. I'm sorry.
Don't change the subject. You took everything from me. My youth, my beauty.
I never would have believed it.
So I've changed that much, have I? Oh, how could you go and leave me when I was expecting a baby?
Now, please, Miss Grimmett, please. This man left you when you were expecting a baby. Read it that way, not like you were expecting a floor mop from Bullock's basement. Let me read it for you. Now, listen.
Oh, Mr. Wells.
Don't bother me now, Bristlehorn. Listen to me, Grimmett. How could you go and leave me when I was expecting a baby?
Master, I'm so happy for you. Congratulations.
Get out of here, Bristlehorn. Look, Miss Grimmett, please. Please, the character you're playing is a vicious woman. You know, wild, mean, a troublemaker, like the character of Iago in Othello. Now, go ahead. Let's hear you play it like Iago.
I'll go to your mother. I'll tell your father. I'll shout it from the rooftop.
I said Iago, not Umbriago. Now, this is the scene where you pull the gun on him and your father comes running out. Miss Grimmett, you've got to prove to me that you can play it convincingly. I'll be in the house.
I must get this part. I just must. I'll show him I can play it convincingly. I'll just try it again. Who's there? Oh, it's you. So you come back.
Oh, me?
I knew you'd come back. Where have you been?
Right over here, mowing the lawn.
Don't change the subject. You took everything from me. My youth, my beauty.
I did? Look, I never saw you before in my life.
I changed that much, have I? Oh, how could you go and leave me when I was expecting a baby?
That's impossible. Mr. Benny says I'm not even married. And besides, I'm a chattel.
Don't deny it. There's only one thing for me to do. I'll go to your mother.
Oh, don't tell my mother. She's still mad at me for wearing her slacks.
Very well, then. I'll tell your father.
Oh, you leave him alone. He's got enough trouble with my mother.
Don't move.
Oh, my goodness, a gun.
I'll take care of you, you fiend, you.
Lady, please, if you put a hole in Mr. Benny's lawnmower, I'll have to pay for it.
What's going on here?
Father.
Father?
I hate him. I tried to kill him.
That's it, Miss Grimmett. Good. That's the way to play the part. So, young man, what have you got to say for yourself?
She says we're married and got a baby, and I don't even remember. I worry about things like that.
He was a wretch, Father. He always thought only of himself, telling me he loved me, while he went out with one chorus girl after another.
It gets around, don't it?
Dennis, we were just rehearsing a play. Nice work, Miss Grimmett. You've got the part.
Thanks, Mr. Wells.
You mean she's not your father and I haven't got a baby and I'm not married to her?
Of course not, Dennis.
Oh, shucks. Now I have to give back all the wedding presents.
Because March 17th was St. Patrick's Day, Dennis, that broth of a boy, will now sing Besame Mucho.
My dreams come true. This joy is something new. My arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Who ever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing and my life would be through. Bésame mucho, love me forever, and make all my dreams come true.
Dennis, those poor little pipes. Gosh, they need spring cleaning. Chances are they're corroded with rust, clogged with deposits. 6 months' worth. Now, that can slow up circulation, cause your engine to overheat, and waste your gasoline. Yes, I mean the pipes in your car's radiator, and they really need attention. So do this. Drive a shortcut to your mobile gas dealer and have him flush that radiator clean with Mobile Radiator Flush. Here's the product that really does the job. Mobile Radiator Flush scours every tiny tube. Scale and rust deposits loosen up and drain off easily. Your radiator will be clean as new. Then have that friendly mobile gas man pour in Mobile Hydrotone. 1 bottle works to stall off fresh corrosion for long months to come. Mobile Radiator Flush and Mobile Hydrotone. There's the team you want to keep your pipes, your radiator pipes, in good condition. So, stop in, Dennis, at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Thanks, Tom. John, rather. And thank you, Dick and Harry. Dennis, I suppose you, too, use mobile gas?
Oh, sure. I have a big bowl of it every morning with my grape nuts.
All right. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you very much for coming to see us. Hand for Dennis, please, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for applauding again. I thank you for Dennis, and I thank you for me because I had to find my place. Ladies and gentlemen, you wrote us so many nice letters about the Shakespeare we did a few weeks back.
Tonight we're going to bring you a little more of the same. The play is Hamlet.
Hamlet, Prince of Denmark, learning that his father has been murdered by his uncle, the present king, cannot decide how to expose his uncle's crimes. Strolling players have come to court, and Hamlet hears them rehearse a scene. The soliloquy Mr. Wells will read us now comes after their departure, when the young prince is left by himself in the throne room.
Now I'm alone. Oh, what a rogue and peasant slave am I. Is it not monstrous that this player here, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion, could force his soul so to his own conceit that from a working all his visage wan, tears in his eyes, distraction in suspect, a broken voice, and his whole function suiting with forms to his conceit, and all for nothing, for Hecuba. What's Hecuba to him, or he to Hecuba, that he should weep for her? What would he do had he the motive and the cue for passion that I have? Why, he would drown the stage with tears and cleave the general ear with horrid speech, make mad the guilty and appall the free, confound the ignorant, and amaze indeed the very faculties of eyes and ears. Yet I, a dull and muddy, mettled rascal, peak like John a Dream, unpregnant of my cause, and can say nothing. No, not for a king, upon whose property and most dear life a damned defeat was made. Am I a coward? Who calls me villain? Breaks my pater cross, plucks off my beard and throws it in my face, tweaks me by the nose, gives me the line as deep as the throat. How does me this? Soon I should take it, for it cannot be that I am pigeon-livered and lack gall to make oppression bitter. For ere this, I should have fatted all the region kites with a slave's offal. Bloody, bawdy villain. Remorseless, treacherous, lecherous, kindless villain. God! Vengeance! What an ass am I. This is most brave. That I, the son of the dear father murdered, prompted to my revenge by heaven and hell, should, like a whore, unpack my heart with words and fall a-cursing like a very drab scullion. Firepot. Ha! About my brain. I have heard that guilty creatures, sitting at a play, have by the very cunning of the scene been struck so to the soul that presently they have proclaimed their malefactions. For murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ. I'll have these players play something like the murder of my father before mine uncle. I'll observe his looks. I'll tempt him to the quick. If he but blench, I know my course. The spirit that I've seen may be the devil, and the devil has power to assume a pleasing shape. Yes, and perhaps out of my weakness and my melancholy, abuses me to damn me. I'll have grounds more relative than this. Play's the thing. wherein I'll catch the conscience. The king. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Time to say good night now. Speaking for all of us in the Mercury Theater and for our sponsors, the makers of mobile gas and mobile oil, I'd like to say, as always, that we remain, as always, obediently yours.
Makers of mobile gas and mobile oil invite you to listen in next week, same time, same station to your radio almanac. Mr. Wells' guest is Monty Woolley. Dennis Day appears in the courtesy of Jack Benny. It is now starring in the RKO production Cocktails for Two. John McIntyre speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.